This is your moment, the one you've been waiting for. Wild Round Smash is finally here. 8 incredible teams from 6 regions coming together on one stage for one wild showdown, one shot at glory, and you get to watch it all unfold live. This is Glory Gone Wild, and here's what you're in for. First up, we kick off with the Team Relay. Follow the wild and chaotic fun as community members from various regions, creators and pros face off in this one-of-a-kind competition. All 8 teams will split into 2 groups for a single round robin. Watch your favorite creators and pros clash right on your screen. Each group will see 2 one-on-one showdowns, 1 AAA Rem Brawl, and 1 epic 1 vs 1 duel to determine the finalist. The top team from each group moves on to the final showdown. Same old format, but way more intense. Up next, the 5 vs 5 creator track. It's time to show your region some love. 6 teams from different parts of the world go head-to-head in a fierce best-of-1 single round robin. The rules are simple. The more you win, the higher you climb. At the end, the top 2 teams advance to a best-of-3 grand finale for an epic showdown. But wait, there's more. Be ready to get even wilder with the Pro track. 2 star-studded teams, WRLR and WRLB, will face off in a best-of-5 showdown. No do-overs, no safety nets, just pure skill and peak Wild Rift gaming. And we keep going. Step into the show match. Everybody's stage where creators and pros join forces in mixed international teams, all racing to conquer our explosive adventure modes. Who will rise? Who will fall? Who will reach ultimate glory? Witness 3 days of epic non-stop action. Let the smash begin.
The wild calls, I answer. The jungle never sleeps. You are right to fear me.
gets in, no one gets out. The helpless fight, the hardened live. Mount up!
Wish that I could fall asleep with a light on. Nostalgic for the present tense, cause you're the way that I can rely on. Concrete nights, hearts out on the dash. Somewhere soon, we're gonna wish we could go back to. These growing pains are beating hearts. Late night driving through the dark, and all the ways we fell so hard just to find out who we are. So take my hand, take the long way home. Light a fire up before we go. Heaven knows when the clouds run out of time, we're gonna miss this life.
is your moment, the one you've been waiting for. Wild Round Smash is finally here. 8 incredible teams from 6 regions coming together on one stage for one wild showdown, one shot at glory, and you get to watch it all unfold live. This is Glory Gone Wild, and here's what you're in for. First up, we kick off with the Team Relay. Follow the wild and chaotic fun as community members from various regions, creators and pros face off in this one-of-a-kind competition. All 8 teams will split into 2 groups for a single round robin. Watch your favorite creators and pros clash right on your screen. Each group will see 2 one-on-one showdowns, 1 AAA brawl, and 1 epic 1 vs 1 duel to determine the finalist. The top team from each group moves on to the final showdown. Same old format, but way more intense. Up next, the 5 vs 5 creator track. It's time to show your region some love. 6 teams from different parts of the world go head-to-head in a fierce best-of-1 single round robin. The rules are simple. The more you win, the higher you climb. At the end, the top 2 teams advance to a best-of-3 grand finale for an epic showdown. But wait, there's more. Be ready to get even wilder with the Pro track. 2 star-studded teams, WRLR and WRLB, will face off in a best-of-5 showdown. No do-overs, no safety nets, just pure skill and peak Wild Rift gaming. And we keep going. Step into the show match. Everybody's stage where creators and pros join forces in mixed international teams, all racing to conquer our explosive adventure modes. Who will rise? Who will fall? Who will reach ultimate glory? Witness 3 days of epic non-stop action. Let the smash begin.
The wild calls. I answer. The jungle never sleeps. You are right to fear me.
nothing gets in, no one gets out. The helpless fight, the hardened live.
Mount up!
Slipping through my fingers, wish that I could fall asleep with a light on. Searching for the present tense, 'cause you're the way that I can rely on. Concrete nights, hearts out on the dash. Somewhere soon, we're gonna wish we could go back to. These growing pains are beating hearts. Late night driving through the dark, and all the ways we fell so hard just to find out who we are. So take my hand, take the long way home. Light a fire up before we go. Heaven knows when the clouds run out of time, we're gonna miss this life.
This is your moment, the one you've been waiting for. Wild Round Smash is finally here. 8 incredible teams from 6 regions coming together on one stage for one wild showdown, one shot at glory, and you get to watch it all unfold live. This is Glory Gone Wild, and here's what you're in for. First up, we kick off with the Team Relay. Follow the wild and chaotic fun as community members from various regions, creators and pros face off in this one-of-a-kind competition. All 8 teams will split into 2 groups for a single round robin. Watch your favorite creators and pros clash right on your screen. Each group will see 2 one-on-one showdowns, 1 AAA Rem Brawl, and 1 epic 1 vs 1 duel to determine the finalist. The top team from each group moves on to the final showdown. Same old format, but way more intense. Up next, the 5 vs 5 creator track. It's time to show your region some love. 6 teams from different parts of the world go head-to-head in a fierce best-of-1 single round robin. The rules are simple. The more you win, the higher you climb. At the end, the top 2 teams advance to a best-of-3 grand finale for an epic showdown. But wait, there's more. Be ready to get even wilder with the pro track. 2 star-studded teams, WRLR and WRLB, will face off in a best-of-5 showdown. No do-overs, no safety nets, just pure skill and peak Wild Rift gaming. And we keep going. Step into the show match. Everybody's stage where creators and pros join forces in mixed international teams, all racing to conquer our explosive adventure modes. Who will rise? Who will fall? Who will reach ultimate glory? Witness 3 days of epic non-stop action. Let the smash begin.
The wild calls. I answer. The jungle never sleeps. You are right to fear me.
Welcome to the last day of Wild Round Smash right here in beautiful Ho Chi Minh City. It's been an unforgettable experience over the past 3 days as players, creators, and fans from all over the globe come together to celebrate Wild Rift's biggest party of the year. I'm Infinity, and together with me is Riku and Datum as we kick things off here at Wild Round Smash.
Heck yeah! I know. I'm gonna say the most classic thing ever, guys. I would say time flies when you're having fun because truly it went by. It was the 1v1's already done, the triple ARMs at least, single round robin yesterday for the best of the 5v5s, and now we're down to the last 4 teams for the last 3 series. Guys, I'm gonna miss this.
I'm gonna miss this too. It's been an amazing ride. It's been an amazing ride for sure. I mean, it's 3 days, right? This is the 3rd day already, and I can't believe how fast things have gone. I mean, guys, we're still open, by the way, up until nighttime. So you can come out here in the Riverside Park here in Saigon, where things are shaping up to be exciting. I saw the line earlier coming into the venue, and it's the longest we've had in all 3 days.
Oh, for sure. I mean, everyone is hyped. Everyone is excited on what is going to happen today. We have cosplayers, we have the teams, or well, rather, the community lining up for the event because we have so much activities prepared here in the venue.
Exactly. I think one of my favorite things in the booths is the lane setup where you get to practice your role. If you're a Baron lane main, you can practice, you know, those hammer things and pretend to be Poppy and hit the machine as hard as you can. I tried the AD carry booth where you get to pretend to be Ashe and you have the bow and arrow. Yeah, it didn't go so well. As an AD carry main, I think that's a little alarming.
Just to give you an idea, I saw the video of her doing the bow and arrow thing. It went...
It was very sad.
It was very funny. It's funny to see. But guys, you can test out your skills as the ADC. Just flying around the booth with a bow and arrow. And there's also like a Poppy Smash thing. Have you done that?
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, I did it, then it didn't even go half, right? It didn't even go half. But the thing is, as we have mentioned a while ago, we had so much things from the past few days, from the team relay to the 5v5s. I mean, we're looking at it right now from the highlights, from Team Chickmit to Wild Capybaras and the rest of the teams here in the venue.
You gotta love the crowd support as well. Like, especially, you know, yesterday was what? Taesan and Wild Capybaras, they were able to get their, you know, first win on the board, and you can see like the Brazilian crowd really go wild in front right near the stage. So we're checking out some of the highlights in play here, where you get to see a lot of the teams really, air quote, really try hard for Wild Round Smash when it comes to the draft.
And there's a lot of expectations as well, right, for the players themselves. Sorry to cut you off there, Infi. I was talking to some of the players of Turkish Delight last night. They were devastated because of the couple of losses that they had. But I was like, hey boys, at least tomorrow we'll get to have fun playing in the booths.
Yeah, for sure. Everyone is going to have fun together, standing united here on the stage. I mean, we have a lot of activities, right? The team relays. But something that I like to mention, like Rico was mentioning, like try-harding in players. And we just saw like Long just going wild.
In the Earth game, right?
In every game, I think Long went ham. Honestly, nonstop. He is definitely the player to watch in this entire tournament since day number 1. But of course, as you can see, this is one of the games with Taesan, where I think it was one of the closest matches we watched yesterday in the big 5v5s. It was the Wild Capybaras and TS, where it felt like I don't know who was going to win, and it all boiled down to one big team fight with Teals on the Lissandra.
But I think if we're talking about teams, we have to talk about Chickmit. I mean, we talk about it a lot, right? Because in case you don't know, guys, Team Chickmit is from the Philippines. Majority of the casting desk is from the Philippines. So we do like talking about them. But I think yesterday they really took everyone by surprise. They started off with an amazing win up against, I think that was the team from Vietnam Chosen. And then they proceeded to win the 3 games after that, only dropping 1 to WRLK.
Yeah, realistically speaking, you know what? We are a TriCast from the Philippines, but the thing is, like, Chickmit has been one of that dominating teams yesterday in these 5v5s. You already mentioned, right, that they won like 4 games, only dropping 1. And the thing is, the only difference wherein WRLK went ahead is only by 11 seconds in the relay.
That's crazy, honestly. I mean, you could really sense the rivalry of these regions, right? The Philippines and China. It really goes way, way, way back. So you can tell that, WRL in general always has their guard up whenever they have to go up against CKT or any iteration of the PH representatives.
And I love the LAN setup we have here too, because we get to interact with the players, we get to interview them, we get to ask what their point of view is about the games. Yesterday we were asking Checkmate who they wanted to face specifically. They answered the WRLK. Why? Because they think they're the best. And they did go up against them, and they were like, you know what? Okay, we'll give it to you. Okay, you still got it.
Yeah, and similarly, other teams as well. You know what? We feel like Chickmit can really dominate and have that power. But the thing is, like, we're looking at these matches yesterday in these 5v5, and really, we don't know what to expect because there's just so much things to consider. The draft, the composition, the winning conditions. There are early game compositions, and there are late game comps.
Exactly, and it also boils down to what your focus and what your win condition is. Player-wise as well, we've seen many iterations coming from CKT. It's a highlight package for CKT, by the way, as we see on your screens. It is, what do you call this, time-lapse, having a fantastic set of matches, really getting ahead of the game by, 5,000 gold lead, 7k gold lead, and just hammering that down and making sure that is going to be an advantage that they will savor up until the very end. But, of course, we have to talk about Long. We talked about Long many, many times, and I feel like that's one of the spiciest matchups for sure in the jungle.
Speaking of spicy, taking a look at the screen right now, I see one specific pick that is the spiciest for sure. It's a set from Helios. and nobody else plays these types of champions, especially in our 5v5s. I mean, sure, in the AAA ARAM and in the 1v1s, you can pick up. We saw Gabop picking up a Garen and a couple of players here and there playing a Varus tank. But in the 5v5s, it really is still Checkmate that have that distinct characteristic. And it's just nice to see that the variety of approaches to Wild Rift nowadays that find success.
Yeah, and yesterday night we were talking about these games. We were talking about the finals here today because the thing is, like, Chickmate, for the viewers watching at home, these are the defending champions from the Creator Track last year. And this time around, they're here to defend the title. But something new here is that every single one of the players of Team Chickmate is different from last year.
Yeah.
Exactly, right? I think it's, again, we talked about the different iterations, but these are very experienced creators, pro players from the Philippines. You know, we've got Helios, who is the ace of RRQ back then when we talk about icons. You got Rox, who has been in the League of Legends community for so long, by the way, and then now into Wild Rift being dubbed as the Thresh King. You get to see the respect from WRLK whenever they have to face against Checkmate, banning out the Nautilus almost immediately every single time.
Yeah, for some reason, Rox's hook on that Thresh is like magnet. But you know what else is magnetic here today for the finals is our agenda here for the finals. We have cosplay contests, opening ceremonies, and then we have those battle in the Rift.
Yeah, we're open from 3 p.m. That's 1500. 3 p.m.
That is correct.
10 p.m. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not used to this format, but guys, take a look at the asterisk, the note on the upper left. The first 300 attendees will be getting a special package, so make sure to come on right up here in the Saigon Riverside Park, where we're having the most amazing time.
100%. Honestly, you get to see as well the air quote relay that we have. We've got your team relay, you've got your creator relay, and the pro as well at the very end. That is going to be a best of 5 series, by the way. 5v5s. That is spicy.
Yeah. WRL Blue, WRL Red, rather, is going to fight in the professional track, and then you have Creator Track that we've mentioned a while ago, like Chickmate, really looking forward for their matchup against WRLK. But you know what? We are now seeing the teams now walking forward here today in this venue, the teams that dominated for the past 2 days.
And right now we're looking at WRLK, the boys that are currently leading in the Creator Track. We will see them later on for the best of 3 up against Checkmate as they make their way across into our battlefield. And look, that's the place I wanted to visit. By the way, I just know the Tasty Alley.
The Tasty Alley.
That is long.
That is long. 22, 23 MVP titles bagged in his Wild Rift esports career. Again, a lot of the players from the community, even fellow esports pros, look up to this man.
Yeah, and if there is any jungler that you can look out for, it is Long. If you want to study how to be a jungler, it will be Long. That will be the name that you should remember.
I want to give a massive shout out to Jige. He's slowly becoming my favorite. Well, he instantly became my favorite when I found out he's a Yasuo main and he's played nothing else. In every single game that he can, he has played Yas. And you know me, I love my Yas players.
Oh yeah, you keep on mentioning it yesterday, and
You know I will.
yeah.
Okay, here we go. We got WRLB making the walk here as well. And yesterday we saw glimpses of their power. I wonder if they're gonna show us anything new for the latest game.
Yeah, and I think the highlight here for WRL Blue is Anran 9.
Yep.
This man has been in Wild Rift scene for such a long time already. When it comes to professional experience, Anran 9 might potentially be on match with Long.
Exactly. I think it is something that we're going to be looking forward to, especially in the 1v1s. Even the ARAMs sometimes can be, the AAA ARAMs can be a little bit surprising because of how unpredictable these teams play from the WRL. We're talking about, flash flip from the from a singed player as well, and setups and just really thick healings and shields and just coming all together, and even playing 3 assassins if you're lucky to get that RNG in your reroll roster for that triple ARAM. So honestly, just a lot to look forward to.
Yeah.
But once again, we talked about WRLK, we talked about WRL Blue. We have to talk about WRL Red as well, because this team is stacked. We have Hueba in the jungle. This man is an absolute raid boss in the jungle.
It kind of feels like a final boss from time to time, right? Obviously, one of the most experienced players in the roster of WRL Red, and did show us that experience yesterday as he played in multiple game titles, even in the show match as well. Here comes Chickmate,
Woo!
the players from my own home country, the Philippines, and the surprise performances yesterday, taking down almost everyone in the 5v5s.
I'm so excited for this, Datum Infinity. And we keep talking about, Helios, of course.
Yeah.
Time lapse is, again, I want to see the big repeat of time lapses. Really crazy, aggressive, and dominating performance in the jungle of having to acquire such a humongous lead and then just keep hammering at it. Of course, cannot forget about tactical, solid performance in the bot lane as well.
And this is just a team that is like Infinity Stones, right? You have Helios in the past from RRQ, you have Roxy V with that professional experience as well. But as we have mentioned a while ago, we have a stacked matchup here today. 3 game modes. We have Team Relay between WRLK and WRLB, Creator Track between WRLK again versus CKT, and last but not least, it will be the Professional Track between WRL Blue and Red.
I love the run at that, by the way, on the second series today. But first, we're gonna go to the Team Relay, which is the WRL teams, the Creator Squad and Blue Squad. And I'm so excited to see how this is gonna interact, because day 2 was 5v5s. We're going to see the 1v1s back again, the triple ARAMs, the creativity, and everything. It's just going to be quite the explosive opening for today.
Absolutely. And I think they haven't faced yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, right? WRLK and WRLB. So they will be fighting again after some time. Obviously, these players already know each other, coming from the same region. They're in the same sort of atmosphere. So I'm excited to see just how they interact.
Honestly, I don't know what's going to happen, because so far it has been quite unpredictable. The drafts, the unexpectedness, the zillions, being able to just sort of constrict the composition of CKT. There's just a lot of things to expect.
Yeah, it's pretty much expect the unexpected, right? It's pretty much a coin flip from what we have mentioned. But last call here, last thoughts, Rico and Datum. What do you think is going to happen today?
I think we're going to go full game 5s, full game 3s today.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of Wild Rift, and it'll be so much fun, Infi.
For sure. And as we wind down the clock, today isn't just a finale, it's a global commemoration. Across the world, celebrations take many forms, but today they all meet here in one shared moment. United by passion that crosses cultures and borders, a moment where every player and fan becomes part of the same story, honoring 5 unforgettable years of Wild Rift. Get ready, everyone, as Wild Round Smash starts now.
Start, my rhythm is fire, it's the piece of art. 네가 넘볼 수 없는 flow, masterpiece of art. Keep it raw, 내 이름 history raw. 멈추지 않아, feel my fire. 눈부신 빛, it's my time. 눈에 담긴
Hi players, I'm John Rong, product lead on Wild Rift. Some of you might know me from our patch previews, or you might have been able to spend some time with me this week at the Deadpool side chat. Have you seen the players' passion here? Welcome to Vietnam and our final day of Smash. It's been great getting to meet you all this weekend. I've loved being able to play games with you all and watch some of the best players from around the world come together and compete. Seeing that inspires not only me, but the whole team. We love seeing your passion for the game, and it makes me so excited for the future. So speaking of the future, as we start our last day of Smash, I wanted to share a little bit about what our team has planned for next year. I have seen your comments online and heard your questions not only this weekend, but during our 5th anniversary live stream. Will we get a new map, or are we staying on Bando City? Well, pack your bags and enjoy the rest of your games this year on Bando City, because starting in patch 7.0, we will be celebrating Year of the Horse with a new theme and map. While I did get a lot of questions about new map, recently it's always been Wild Rift first champion when, and never John, how are you? But seriously, at one point or another, this has been a question from every single of you. And to be honest, since the game has launched, the team has talked about it quite a bit. We've always wanted to bring something special for Wild Rift players, but it was a big feat, and something we needed some time to cook on. Well, I am happy to share that Nora will be making her first appearance on the Rift in 2026. I am happy that Yumi and her will be able to reunite in the Summoners Rift, and that you all can cozy up with a tea of coffee or tea while you play her when she makes her debut.
I tried your thing, Book. Now let's try my thing. Napping.
I used to pick up things people lost. But now I seem to have misplaced my, self. Oh, Book over there. Who's the loveliest cat of all universes?
You and me, we got this.
Oh dear, another lost soul? Don't you worry, we'll find the way back to Bandle City together.
I am evil! Stop laughing!
Zippy!
Hello, Lulu. I can't wait for you and Pix to meet my new friends.
Up we go! Woohoo!
There she goes. Laura is our team's first time making a champion's kit from scratch. With previous champions, we've had some chances to experiment and change up abilities that might be dead buttons on mobile. Like Karma's ultimate, which we still like to call the Donut of Dawn. but we never actually imagined what a champion's full kit might be, from button 1 to 4. This is something totally different and new for us, but very exciting. Because this time, we can actually build a kit for you on the phones. We can finally experiment with ideas that are made for mobile-first experience rather than adapting PC kits to fit that playstyle. I'm excited to hear what all of you think when you get to learn more about Nora over the next few months and when you get to play her in the new year. Now, enough yapping from me. Let's get into these games.
just like a razor. Murked up in this world, my blazer. I got all the boys on me, I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Pretty face, 걸어 들어와. 유행선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아. 애가 타잖아. You like roll, 달리 you도 go. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like a ball. 멈추지 않아. 말할래, 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게. 어깨 펴고 high. 100% 덤비지 못해. 죽여주잖아. 나는 boss. 간지 with the sauce. 원하면 줄게. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want. a dose of this right now. It's KDA.
final day upon White House Smart 2025 event.
Xin hãy cho một tràng vỗ tay thật lớn một lần nữa cho tất cả các dancer của chúng tôi đi ạ.
Let's hear it for the dancer and fiery performance.
Ngay bây giờ, ngay lúc này chúng ta sẽ mở màn bằng một trận đấu đỉnh cao, sẵn sàng làm nóng toàn bộ không khí tại bờ sông Thủ Thiêm bằng trận chung kết của team Relay.
Right now, we are kicking things off with an electrify and match to fire up the entire atmosphere here at Thủ Thiêm Riverside Park.
Và ngay bây giờ hãy cùng hướng mắt về sân khấu và chào đón hai đội tuyển của chúng tôi. Một tràng vỗ tay thật lớn để chào đón WRLK.
Audience, let's hear it for WRLK.
Một tràng vỗ tay thật lớn nữa cho họ đi các bạn. WRLK.
Let's make some noise, WRLK.
Và tiếp ngay sau đây hãy chào đón lên sân khấu sự xuất hiện của WRLB.
Please cheer for WRLB.
Một tràng vỗ tay thật lớn một lần nữa cho cả hai đội tuyển của chúng ta đi ạ.
Let's hear it for both teams in the final.
Xin mời các bạn, bây giờ mình xin mời các bạn quay trở lại vị trí của mình. Các bạn khán giả thân mến, thật sự rất cảm ơn sự có mặt của các bạn. Còn bây giờ thì chúng ta hãy cùng nhau lựa chọn một chỗ ngồi thật là an toàn và đến ngay với lại trận đấu đầu tiên cùng với các bình luận viên của chúng tôi.
Beloved audience, please take care of your hair. And now, let's send it to Caster.
Glory gone wild. An absolute fest here in Wild Round Smash 2025 from the new map, the new hero, and that opening ceremony. Wow. It is such a feast.
I know, there's just a lot of things to absorb. The atmosphere, the reveals, the tournaments, the matches that we had, that opening was just so crazy. I need a little bit of time to just really, digest all of that.
I know, I got emotional watching it. I think this is probably the first time I ever felt like crying to KDA.
I know.
And look at the trophy too, in all its glory under this icon environment. It's it's like starting to rain as well. It's so
and we were watching the opening ceremony when it was happening.
Wow.
And we all just got goosebumps. It was so amazing to watch it.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay, any guesses? What do you think Nora does, at least from the video? Any thoughts?
Maybe like a support. Something like gives you heals, maybe.
I think it's pretty tied up to Yumi. So I would imagine something like an ADC so that they could be
ADC.
reunited
Oh.
permanently in the game. I think
But maybe with a lot of utility, we saw that
maybe
Bard portal looking thing,
Yeah.
right? And then people were joining. I don't know.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know what, it matches kind of the theme of the Enchanted Ensemble and the Enchanted Portals
true.
that we're just seeing currently being applied in the map in the Rift.
it's something that we're gonna have to figure out later. We'll find out later on. But seeing glimpses of that what's gonna happen from here on out into the future is such a nice thing, such a nice treat for us, guys. By the way, you could join us. Just join us here in the Saigon Riverside Park.
For sure, we are open. It is free to come here, and there are a lot of activities prepared for the viewers watching at home. But let us actually jump into the interview with WRLK and see what their thoughts are about this event.
我觉得对手实力非常强，我们这次将要全力以赴才能拿下对局。
准备就是睡好吃好，精神饱饱。
Fully energized. I love it because this is what you want. Coming into the finals, this is the finale.
I know. Honestly, who wouldn't be, I guess, naturally energized by
Yeah.
watching and being here in Wild Round Smash over here in Vietnam? Again, the crowd is ready. I think despite, you know, a little bit of a drizzle here and there, there's still a lot of people in the crowd in front of the stage, and I just love it here.
And I feel like it's impossible to not be energized after that intro, after seeing everyone's reactions and looking at what's gonna happen in the future.
And all I can say, this is one of the best crowds that we've had so far right now in Vietnam. The crowd is amazing. So much showing of support for the teams. But as you have mentioned a while ago, we have a lot of things prepared here for today. And we're jumping straight to the very first one, the team relay.
Here we go, 1v1s. And we wanted to talk about this, guys. The Rumble, we must address the Yordle in the room.
Yeah, for sure. And pretty much like what we have seen historically speaking in day one of the team relay, the winning condition for both these sides with the Rumble is that gold.
Absolutely, right. And there's a couple of ways that you can approach that, but the one that we've seen the most common is the first strike type of Rumble build. We've seen a lot of those playstyles where you just try and get as much gold as possible while throwing your harpoons at the enemy. But one thing that you have to remember here in this matchup, it's Long playing up against X-Jang. Long is a jungle main. X-Jang is a professional top planer.
Again, yeah, exactly. Long has the micro abilities, the decision making, the game sense to really hammer a 1v1 down. So just as you said, you got the first strike, you've got your ignites on top of the flame spitters, by the way. And we did see both ignites coming in. It is a mirror matchup. They're very familiar of how this is going to go down. So it's all about literally, and we keep saying this, execution, because they're literally playing the same champion.
And I feel like it really will boil down to the smallest of advantages that you could get. Maybe like a microsecond, but soaking under that flame spitter could give you just enough of a lead to pick up the win.
Yeah, really, this is a battle fortitude. You want to stay alive the longest, and you have the equalizer. Actually, Long going aggressive
forward
up against X-Jam with flash forward, but that is just a summoner spell burn.
Exactly, and it is going to be quite the uneven game state at the moment because Zhang has still that flash. Long is able to use that defensively. But one thing to note that whenever we see a Rumble in the lane as a matchup, it is always most usually a 7,500 gold win condition.
Yeah, and this is looking scary. And I think one of the expectations here, we cannot see it, the other runes, but I think the Ixtali Seed Jar and also the Sweet Tooth enables you to get a bit of gold into the Honey Fruit.
Yeah.
So I think that is one of the expectations and what we can expect in this 1v1 and the next one forward.
And I think I just want to explain a little bit the reasoning behind why Long was flashing forward. It's about the minute advantages. Look, because of the flash forward, X-Jang is down about 100 HP. Long is perfectly full, and here comes X-Jang trying to put it back.
Flash as well to go for the engage. But really, as we have mentioned a while ago, these two champions are pretty much like fortitude. They have that defensive capability to tank that 1v1.
But here's the thing, level 5 is reached first by Zhang.
Yes.
over the tower, crashing in the wave crashing into Long's tower. So at this point, you can see that minuscule advantage when it comes to gold. And if Zhang still presses into this advantage, then we talked about this before. Whoever gets first blood, whoever gets first back, has that item advantage and is able to keep crashing the wave into the tower.
And I want to explain that as well, right? Long used his flash to try and get a little bit of damage onto Xzhang. Xzhang used his to clear the wave as fast as possible. That's how he got level 5 first, got the equalizer first, and he's got just a tiny bit of an XP advantage, pushing him over level 6 first.
But something interesting here, these two champions, or these two players specifically, has now bought a different first item. They have that Merc Threads, but Xzhang wants to pivot more towards the defensive side, and you have Long more towards that damage.
Exactly. It is now a forked road. Earlier, it was happening almost similarly, the way that they were, when and where they were dishing out their skills. Now it's completely different. More damage exchanged for more health in comparison to Zhang. But at the same time, look at the gold though, the turret plates slowly dwindling, and how will Long be able to stabilize this is the biggest question.
And I think the item pickup signal just how these two players want to play the 1v1. Long wants to fight, and Xzhang wants to play for the objectives. Remember, you win by either taking a tower or getting 7,500 gold.
Yeah, and this is interesting, because the thing is, traditionally, when you have the Ignite and you have the Flash, you want to be aggressive, you want to be fighting. In comparison to day number 1, from what we saw with the Renekton or even other players as well, picking up the teleport. So this is in stark contrast from what we have seen historically.
I like this. I like this a lot, honestly, because Zhang, whenever Equalizer is on, I will use it, even though I don't see a wave just yet. I'm going to use it to pressure. I'm going to use it in terms of tempo, ultimate tempo, rather, to make sure that I have it always online as the game progresses. Now we see the first crash onto Zhang. But so far, though, the lead is going to be a little bit, but only because Long went home and cleared the wave.
Unable to get the gold. He did get the XP, so that's a tiny, tiny advantage over towards Long.
He wasn't able to get the really minion. Right? The turret was able to get it, so that is a little bit of that minor disadvantage.
Oh no, Long.
You mentioned a while ago, Datum, everything counts.
Everything flashes forward from Xzhang, trying to put a bit of poke damage onto Long. No flashes available for either, and the harpoon's just not seeming to miss.
This is so fascinating to me to see a Rumble. We were talking about the meta, right? Like Renekton versus Rumble, but then I feel like this is going to keep at it. We still have another 1v1, maybe potentially at the very end of... For the audience out there, it's actually time!
1v1, Xzhang in danger, but Ignite burning him down. Actually sold out, but will not go for the chase here. No more ultimates ready.
And that Hextech Alternator absolutely hurts here from Long. It just gives him a little bit of extra damage, even though he's 200 gold behind. It's cool to see just how these interactions work with these items.
And for those that are unaware, Team Relay here, specifically in the 1v1, the winning condition, again, would be Tower First Blood, getting a double kill, or getting to 7,500 gold first. Xzhang now in danger once again, getting that chase down, but still able to retreat scot-free.
Imagine if Long had Equalizer then. I feel like that would have been lethal and could hammer down the lead. But of course, patience is a virtue in these 1v1s, and sometimes if you get a little bit too excited, you may make a mistake.
Speaking of Equalizer,
once again, being aggressive here, Long going for the chase here, up against Xzhang. He's just sitting pretty. I have Merc Threads, I can tank it.
And speaking of tanking, Long will take 2 tower shots there, but he doesn't mind it. And you have to remember, guys, whenever we've had the first blood already, in the first day of our relay games, it is very rare that someone wins.
Yeah, for sure, because the first blood gives you 450 gold, and that difference really is a tiebreaker if you're gonna win or you are on a big deficit.
Sorry, I'm just really entertained by the way that they just try to juggle each other's flame spitters. Again, this mirror matchup is just very, very interesting. But Riftmaker now being picked up by both, so now it feels like we're on the right track again.
Yeah. You know what's weird to me is we're actually breaking down every single
I know.
It's day number 1.
It's the minuscule details because it's a mirror matchup. Maybe if it was a Renekton, Mordekaiser, Rumble, then perhaps it's different.
Back in Friday, I was all like, oh, Varus. Tank Varus. That's my analysis. We're actually looking at each individual item pickup.
The unorthodox pick that we never know, but it actually works.
It worked,
Varus has that long range, clear down wave very, very quickly. And it's similar to Rumble. But Xzhang now being chased out. You have Long.
Oh, Long!
What? Long! It will be the first blood by Long.
Okay, forget about the 7,500 gold. Maybe getting a kill, maybe getting a second kill, but we're so close. 1,500 gold left. Long is going to be reigning victorious, and it was what Datum said. Whoever wins first blood usually wins the game.
Exactly, and this is the reason why the amount of stuff you could get from it is it's just going towards all of the objectives. Look at the gold, 1,200 left. Look at the tower HP, 900 left, and Long is just gonna get extra HP just so he wants to end it now.
And traditionally, when you want to be aggressive, if you have that danger aspect, you want your wave to crash down to your opponents.
Yeah.
And when Xjang went in for that aggression, it was WRLK who has the wave control.
But look at this, Xjang has a little bit more extra AP with the amplifying tool here, Riku.
Exactly, the equalizer being dropped down.
Silence for both sides. Long being chased out. WRB. Over the dive, but will not be able to connect. Long counterattacks with that double kill, and that will be WRLK who secures the win.
I don't know why I high-five. I'm not the one playing the game, but honestly, it's so intense to me because there were so many win conditions prepped for Long. The tower is about to go down. 7,500 was about to reach, but you know what Long says? Hey, I'm Long.
Yeah.
Even this is a Rumble game who will rely on the gold farm as a win con. Let's not do that this time.
Exactly, and I respect the attempt from Xjang. We talk about how whenever someone gets a first blood, it's almost guaranteed the win for them.
Yeah.
So might as well go all out. We go down swinging, even under tower. I'll try to get the fruits as well. Why not? I respect the attempt, but Long comes out on top.
Yeah, an absolute fest. I mean, Long, as always, this is what we keep on mentioning. This man is an absolute beast in the Rift. First 2 kills was the winning condition achieved by Long. A Rumble. What a 1v1.
I mean, the last few moments, right, was equalizer on top of another equalizer.
Yeah.
And we thought that the damage was going to be much better stats-wise because of the amplifying tome on that extra AP base stat on the side of Zhang. But nonetheless, the dive onto the tower, the aggression, again, Long is just such an amazing Wilder player.
Yeah, it's Zhang, even though he had extra stats, I feel like he missed a couple of the shots. He did miss a couple of the harpoons as well, so could have been a completely different story if he had been able to hit those, but it is what it is.
And these types of situations as well, when you mentioned one miss of a skill, one minion that was lost, it will be a deal breaker.
It has to be perfect.
It has to be, and it felt like at the very beginning, Zhang had a very nice early game.
It did.
Wave was crashing twice in a row, but then again, a player such as Long, very, very experienced, especially as a jungler who's just so used to just keeping an eye on the opposite jungler and making sure that you're in the lead.
Yeah, and you saw as well, right, that the wave management was a little bit better for Xjang at the start of the game. But you have to remember that specific time in Wild Rift. Let's take it back a couple of years, guys, when the junglers were dominated by 2 particular AP champs. One was Morgana, and the other was a Rumble. And that's why Long is no stranger to playing the Rumble. He is also one of those that has mastered this champ.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Long pretty much has championed pretty much all champions already. I mean, yesterday he was going for like Illusion Draven in the show match.
Draven
I mean,
too,
I can't imagine any champion that cannot be played by this man. An absolute beast in the Rift. But you mentioned, right, I love your point, that Xjang initially was in full control. It was Long being controlled by Xjang, but in the end, Long was able to find a maneuver, or well, find the path to be able to counterattack.
I feel like imagine it was the first wave crash that really tilted the entire game towards Long side. And we keep talking about this when we talk about junglers in general, you know, time lapse, and Long was especially, if they get the lead, they never let that go, ever.
Absolutely. In any game mode, right? So it's amazing to witness just how much technicality can come into play here in the 1v1.
And additionally, if you get the first blood, you get that 450 gold advantage.
Of course, yeah.
And the next move would just to be playing safe, right? You don't have to go aggressive. You just sit pretty under the turret. You have the equalizer clear the wave. So it's really, really easy now for Long to be able to kind of control the game in his favor instead.
He could actually just recall, but he did not. He took the fight.
No. Yeah, honestly, it's just, again, quite an amazing feat to be able to identify when to go all in or when to sort of juggle some of these 1v1s. But of course, that's just the first. We still got a second 1v1 coming right up. And is it a Rumble versus Rumble? Okay.
Okay, I knew GK was gonna pick the Yasuo, but Soldier met him exactly where he stands. We're getting a Yasuo matchup.
I can't
I'm so happy.
imagine.
This is your moment, Tatum.
Yeah, this is your moment that you can like nerd out with a Yasuo. Because the thing is, for the viewers watching at home that aren't unaware, that has been yapping about Yasuo ever since last night. And a while ago, we were talking about what do you expect? What champion do you expect? Or what do you want to see?
Even the same skin too.
And that was like Yasuo for sure.
All right, here we go. Yasuo actually one of the best 1v1s in terms of the level 1 amount of strength. It's kind of like you have that auto attack reset with that Q. And of course, you got the knockup as well. So the first auto attack usually dictates who win the trade. And that's exactly what happens. Soldier gets the win.
This is so fascinating to me. You said as level 1. Honestly, when you're up against a Yasuo, you always have to be wary about again the tornadoes, the knockups, the trades that happen.
Yes.
And we talk about the wave crashing into the tower, and so far Soldier is doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, but what I'm fearful for on this champion specifically, that Yasuo is a mechanically demanding champion. So really, this matchup is a showcase of skills. It's a showcase of mechanical prowess.
And you will have to see the difference as well in the playstyles. Jige have to go for the all-in every time he goes for an engage because he's got the lethal tempo. Soldier wants to go for the short trades. He's got the Undying Grasp as the keystone, and it will be just the trend here. Jige, whenever he goes for the fight, has to go all in. Soldier can just play back.
And currently, the expectation is, since Soldier won that initial bout, it is now Soldier who can kind of control the game, control the matchup, and really have the control over Jige.
Exactly. It is going to be so fascinating because Jige has to be a bit more patient, time the backs, and try to feel out this fellow Yasuo player if they're gonna flash in. Once level 5 kicks in, this one last minion dies. That means it's level 5 or not. Not yet, they're quite far away, but you can see the HP getting chipped down.
And Jige down to less than half HP. This is a little bit dangerous, considering that even if he goes all in, the lethal tempo stacks wouldn't be able to stack up enough to take down Soldier here. So he's gonna have to recall, meaning Soldier can shove the wave, and he's already half a level up. Once Jige comes back into the lane, Soldier will be level 6. Almost.
At least you got armor boots coming right in, but Soldier will most likely do the same as well. Just as you said, the minions are crashing once more, and Jige has to sort of pick up the pieces. No!
Yeah,
that's important.
Yeah, I think that's 2 minions he missed there because of just how well Soldier managed the wave. So shouldn't be too big of a deal since Soldier also recalled. So might just be around the same level once he returns, but Soldier has got an entire dagger up his sleeve as an advantage.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited. It's level 5. It's level 5. The anime fight begins.
All right.
For sure. It's just the back and forth between these two teams. And yes, Jige lost 2 minions, but
Okay,
Soldier lost as well. Level 6. Oh, the win ball is a game changer for Jige with a last breath onto Soldier. Jige gains the advantage.
Timing it perfectly to the wind ball, and Soldier, I think I would have gotten confused because wind walls looked identical.
Yeah.
I know.
And that could have been the case there for Soldier, thinking that the wind wall would block it, not knowing it was Jige's, but it will be Jige that won the trade, which is not a good thing for Soldier.
You gotta love these 1v1s, especially like Yasuo, because it's a bit of, you know how this champion is gonna be played. You know what's gonna happen. Exactly right now.
There you go. WRLB goes for the all-in here. Ignite onto Jige, burning him down. So now Soldier will gain the HP advantage. But Jige answers back. They want to go aggressive. The double tornado knocks them both up. So no all-in for now.
You know, actually, Jige doing fantastic in these trades. Just as Soldier has the better sustain with this keystone. And he's unable to keep up in terms of the trading because of that fact. And also, there's a faster first skill reset here for Soldier just because of the extra dagger that he's got to take advantage of.
But something that I've noticed here is that WRLK and Blue has different runes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's really fascinating how the, what do you call this? Just as you said, Datum, right? The short trades and as well as Jige playing around this a little bit, able to dodge, use the minions to dodge and get the ult down.
All in, last breath onto Jige. Hoping for that angle for a counter attack, but so far not able to find it. The tornado missed. This will be an opportunity for Soldier to try and find the angle for the first blood. Jige has prepared that knockup, so Soldier in a bit of a deficit, but will not connect. So this will be Soldier who pushes Jige back to the base.
It feels like a little bit of a minigame. I know it's already a 1v1, but having to dodge the tornadoes is such a big deal to just cancel out these trades and have that HP advantage. force your opponent to leave lane, and therefore we keep talking about this. Waves crashing, losing gold. You get it.
You know, I could just imagine the vibe in Jige's tent right now. Long saying, "Come on, bro! I thought you were the Yasuo man. How are you half HP against Soldier?" But he's gonna try and go in.
Yeah, it's Soldier now dashing forward, just trying to bait out the wind wall because that is such a crucial skill in this 1v1 matchup. Who's able to utilize wind wall well will win it. The Soldier now has the upper edge here, trying to go in for the knockoff. Last red follows up. It's WRLK who is in a big deficit, but able to retreat under tower. And it's now back to safety.
Oh dear, that's a big deal.
Oh! The tornado, the prediction! And now Jige is getting dived under WRLB, but still safe for now.
That's an insane read from Soldier, predicting where Jige was going to flash. It's a shame that he didn't have last breath, but Jige going in.
Oh, it's really hard. Oh, no ignite anymore, already used. And the big wave already pretty much arrived. So Soldier, the attempt was there. You could feel blood boiling.
Yes.
And the instincts.
No, wind wall already casted though. Might be an opportunity for Jige to be aggressive, but still, Soldier has the HP advantage, and we can feel it.
Yeah.
Jige wants to recall.
Yeah. Now we take a bit of respite. It's 300 gold lead for Soldier at this point, and if you remember, guys, so this is one of our talking points as well. Whenever someone gets a 300 gold lead, it's kind of like having a first blood as well. You already have that advantage. All you have to do is hold on, wait for the gold win.
And even the back as well, taking advantage of the gold lead, wanting that extra item to, if earlier Jige was so close to death, what more with extra items and a bloodthirster in your bank?
And I love this coming in from Soldier, because the thing is, he has the gold advantage already. He had 200, 300 gold lead, as Dadum has mentioned, so now he just has to play it safe and buy time for him to reach at 7,500 gold first.
Perfect timing on the recall as well, not missing a single minion, getting all of the XP. So that is going to be rough for Jige, because Soldier now has the level lead.
Oh, he changed it!
Changed the item.
Okay. Probably checking too, like, let's see, what do you got? Bork, no, BT, okay. Let's do that instead. Getting that extra safety on board in these trades.
Which is actually kind of curious. I would have gone for, well, I'm not a pro player.
But as a Yasuo enthusiast,
as a Yasuo main, I would have gone Bork just to give a little bit more favor in the dueling and the short trades, but he wants to go bold. I'm going to pick up the same items as you, Soldier.
And I love your point there, because the key rune actually matches it, but now WRLP getting dove in by Jige, trying to dance in the rift on the top side. That fancy footwork from both these teams. But Jige now has the upper edge. Knockoff connects onto Soldier, but Soldier still has the last breath. Has to force out the flash to retreat back to safety.
That's my boy Jige right there. What a duel there. Barely taking any damage up against Soldier. And now Bull is in the court of Soldier. How do you match that?
And this is massive because Soldier now lost the Bloodthirster passive. And this will now be a signal for Jige to go aggressive.
Exactly. The potential dive could come in, a little bit of poke here and there. Make sure that they are lethal before going on and about. But the thing is, the ball is going to be in Soldier's court because the wave is crashing, because slowly this gold lead may dwindle if things don't go in his favor.
Okay. Up, last breath connects, a combo comes through onto Jige. Okay. Ignite follows up with that counter attack. Soldier gets ignited, gets knocked up with the tornado, and Jige the flash but Soldier counters attack. The Bloodthirster passive buys him time, that sustainability, and now just opts to cut the lane.
Okay, buy one, take one. At least you get to proxy the wave. Extra gold now. You're just a little bit less to be able to catch up with Soldier.
Jige doing the air blade. I see you, buddy. I see you doing the combo. Flashing forward too. Classic Yasuo stuff. And Soldier, you know what, guys? One thing that you have to know about Yasuo 1v1s is that it's half skill, half ego. And you have to kind of out-ego your opponent. That's what Jige is doing right now.
But now this is a different scenario, right? Because this too, once again you mentioned this a while ago, Riku, it's a fork road. It is Jige who now opts to go in for the quick bow for that extra attack speed, but Soldier wants to play it a bit safe. Bramble Best for that extra armor.
And here comes another duel.
Oh, last breath goes in for Soldier, but He's too tanky. He has the Bramble Vest. He has that tankiness with the Grievous Wing.
I like this a lot because I feel like Soldier is expecting the waves to keep crashing and Jige to keep diving. So having that extra safety is going to open up more outplay potential.
Look at the item differences as well. Once they recall, Jige picked up the Stone Plate. Meanwhile, Soldier picked up the Thorn Mail. He wants to go for the fight.
Oh, last breath onto Jige already. Has to force out the Gargoyle Land Chant for another extra layer of defensive capability.
300 gold left, by the way, for Soldier's victory. Jige has to do something.
And his HP is not 100%, so he has to try and force out a trade against Soldier. Goes for it.
Finding the angle, but Jige is already low. Procs out the Bloodthirster passive, and now Soldier has the advantage. The knock-up is there. Last break hoping for that angle, hoping for that kill. If he gets the kill, he will come back. But the flash forward dodges the tornado, and the red team, WRLB, gets the first blood and gets the win in the 1v1.
I love the fact that despite the win condition of Gold Farm reached first, we had to see that 1v1 finish. We had to witness really a good anime fight right there between the two Yasuo players, and of course it is going to be Soldier taking that win.
You know what? You know what the funniest thing to me is? Is that every time he picks the Yasuo, he loses. And Jige in the 1v1 also does here. I wonder what the vibe is like in their tent at the moment that it happened. But Jige, I absolutely adore you, man. But what a 1v1. If you guys didn't realize, I was super pumped for the 1v1.
I can tell.
We can imagine, Adam.
It's like you've been waiting for this. The Yasuo mirror
My day is complete. Thank you.
And it's such a highlight reel between these two teams and between those two players. Soldier and Jige was really just having, you know what, as you mentioned, that ego, you know, finding those angles, finding those predictions to gain a bigger edge.
I love what you said to Infinity, having to bait out the wind wall just to make sure that the tornado is going to be on the deficit into the trades. Honestly, what an exciting team relay, by the way, for both WRL squads. And now it's going to boil down to the ARAM.
Yeah, considering that WRLK won that first 1v1 and the opposition won the other, it means that this triple ARAM would dictate who gets the championship title, who gets that finals title, or well, rather the champion's title in the team relay.
And you have to remember as well, right? Because it is a 1-for-1 trade in the 1v1s, there isn't going to be a third one. So whoever takes the ARAM game will take 2 points, and that will put them in the lead, and there won't be the need for the first one. That's the third 1v1 there is. So everything on the line here, but you can see the vibes in the tents. The players are looking like they're gonna enjoy this game.
Yeah, for sure. And I wonder like what the thought processes between these two teams is, because the thing is, these two teams came from the same region.
Yeah. I bet they play each other all the time, maybe meet at solo queue or rank queue rather, and honestly, again, they're all very familiar with each other in the scene. So maybe it could have been a handshake earlier, like, okay, I'll play Rumble too.
Maybe.
Are you going to play Yasuo? I'll play Yasuo
Maybe.
too. Okay. But the ARAM's going to be interesting, the triple ARAM, because of how creative a lot of these teams can get with their builds, with these augments, and sometimes, especially the tanks, can get a little bit ridiculous.
Yeah, it could get a little bit explosive here in the AAA ARAM game. As we've seen in the past few days that we've played them, there's been some interesting approaches, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
One of the few that pops to mind is an Akali pick from Checkmate, but I think it didn't work.
Yeah.
It didn't work, so it goes to show how strong really the tanks are.
It was just so difficult to find an angle in kind of like in the ARAM setting wherein you're all in a cramped space. You're really difficult to find, you know, the place over the wall, to find the flank, to find those squishy targets into the backlines. Because the thing is, expectedly, this AAA ARAM, these teams and these players are going to prioritize tanks.
That's true. I think that at least one tank is going to be incredibly helpful. At least an engaged tank champion that is able to be a sponge and set for the team. But also knowing WRL, I feels like if they're able, I feel like they're all playmaking players.
Yeah.
If there is a chance to pick Yasuo again, probably if it appears right in the pool, they're gonna pick it again. An Akali, a Yone, a Zed. Put every playmaking assassin on these players. We're gonna be in for a treat.
I don't know what it is about Yasuo mains, but every time we see a glimpse of our champ, we love this. We have to have it. I don't know. Maybe, I think it's just in our genes, but I'm pretty sure if Jige gets it as one of his options, he's gonna get that.
Especially on the hands of these players.
Oh, yes.
Like, if there is anyone who's able to utilize Yasuo well, it would be these two teams.
Yeah.
But really, what I love about AAA ARAM as well is kind of like the mystery box aspect to it. You never know what you're gonna get because there may be like an augment that will be a game changer.
Maybe.
Yeah, true. Honestly, I don't know why, but I very, very heavily lean on Magic Missile. I don't know. There's something so beautiful about having to not see, like, I'm dealing DOT damage for some reason, and then you see all the missiles fly across the screen. You're like, wait a minute, I killed someone?
And I think the biggest reason for that is, what is the counterplay? What is the counterplay?
You just kind of accept it.
Yeah, to the extra long-range missiles, right? There is nothing you could do. Maybe you could go all in, which is why tanks are also so strong in this game mode. It's kind of like a rock, paper, scissors scenario.
Yeah, and you're just getting burned. The players might just be like, guys, I'm burning, save me.
There's nothing to do.
And the teammates are like, I can't save you, bro.
Which is why I feel like it was so common on day one where there was so many, what do you call this, healer and enchanter supports, right? You've got your Soraka, you've got your Soda and Seraphine, almost air quote required if it was made available in the champion picks. But I'm excited.
Imagine a Yumi and a Mundo.
Oh, please.
Unkillable.
You know what? I'm not in the game, so I'm G to watch.
Please no. Please
but if
no.
we're the ones having to face against that, maybe let's not.
Yeah.
And I just can imagine, you know what? Double downing on that heals.
Oh
like
my
Soraka, Sona, Yumi, and a Dr. Mundo randomly.
Oh, please.
I hope it doesn't happen for the sake of the integrity of the
I just feel ARAM,
I mean, yeah.
It'll be entertaining though.
For sure.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, either way, I feel like all these players are gonna give it all they've got. I mean, when it comes to this region, as I said yesterday, it feels like this region is allergic to playing bad.
And it all comes down to this for the Team Relay. The one that
Rengar,
dictates who will get the championship title for this game mode. WRLK once again up against WRL Blue.
And I feel like Nunu on this Kalista is quite an underrated pick. I think Kalista is one of the best ADCs you could play here in AAA ARAM, and they're gonna go attempt that. Rengar in the hands of Shige though, so still another playmaker, and I think that's one of the things that is kind of flexible. You can play Rengar very tanky. It's actually one of the tankiest, especially against burst heavy comps.
That's true. We've seen Heartsteel being picked up by a couple of the Rengar players here. We're not sure if it's going to be an all-in just yet. I think it looks like it's just a poke. But level 5 is going to be interesting because of the Amumu, because of, the Vladimir as well, and the big burst coming from a Garen. Remember, tanks can be such a nightmare in this game mode.
Yeah, and I like how you mentioned about the Vladimir and the composition overall for WRLK, because if you're looking at a composition, who will WRLP target? You can't target Vladimir that easy because he can just go Blood Pool underground, and Long with the Lucian, he just dash away.
I just noticed Long is back on the Lucian. I was about to point it out. Here comes the Blood Pool from you. They're not going to commit to that yet, but the Poppy's becoming a pain here.
And Poppy's just like, yoink,
yoink.
Bye-bye. It's going to be a 1v5 a little bit till your teammates have to walk all the way back into this tower.
But WRLB has control though. They have the wave crashing down. The flash, the stun. It will find 4, and WRLK now Pound follows through. But looking at the backside, look at Jiggy with control of the hunt, trying to find the angle of the Jangzer, but they're just too tanky.
Yeah, the Curse of the Sad Mummy with a nice setup there. Just that's not enough damage.
Double snowball into the backside. They're trying to find Nunu in this play, but really there's just so much so much sponge for WRL Blue.
There's just so much, there's so much sponge. Nunu is just so safe in the backline, and you always have to think, how could we reach the backline? Do we have access? And usually, the responsibility will fall onto Jige because of Thrill of the Hunt as the Rengar, but knowing the composition, it does feel like he's easily bursted down by a lot of these champions on the side of WRLB.
Ooh, look at the backside. Anran trying to find the angle up against Tiga, but once again, it's just too hard to find the angle up against WRLK. But XXJ will be the first blood as WRLB eats them up. But the answer will follow through with the Demacian Justice 1-for-1.
They're gonna go back into the fight, but look at WRLK Infi. They're so tanky.
Oh! Jiggy just jumps out of the bush, gets to immediately. But for now, it's even from both teams. 3 for 3, but X-Jank dive under the turret. They're looking for Jiggy, knock them off. It will be the snowball that connects 4 for 4. No one is getting the upper edge.
That's going to be the recipe right there. If the damage is not enough, if the explosive damage, initial damage is not going to be enough, you're going to have to rely on Ziget to just finish off these low health targets. And when it comes to the initiation on the side of WRLB, they both disengage and engage with the Poppy, but is this a fight? A full-blown fight?
I mean, they're going to try and go for the triple kill here, but that is going to be a lot of shielding for that Poppy and B.
Yeah, for sure. And the interesting part that I'm looking at the moment is Giga is also building tank. So how are you going to be able to burst these champions down?
Because of the fact that he's building tank, taking a look at the comp of WRLK, it's essentially 4 tanks. And there's so much sustain as well. You talk about the Rengar having his second skill. You talk about you onto Vladimir and the Garen just for good measure.
And considering how Vladimir has that self-heal, has that blood pool that we talked about a while ago, it's so difficult for WRLB to find that angle. And remember, Soldier is on a Kali. He wants to gain that snowball. He wants to find those angles, but only onto Long is something of a target here that is available for WRLK.
Yeah, there's so much they have to go through just to get too long. They're gonna go for the fight here in P.
Smash Injustice gets the numbers advantage immediately, but WRLB with that engage, Long and Pika goes down, and now they will collapse under the trade, trying to find the angle. Turns to the side, Mummy connects onto 4, but WRLB has no damage, and WRLB will dominate for now.
Oh my god, Jang is going to be a problem later on, I swear, on the Aatrox. And right now, look at him going ham at the moment, and still unkillable, still under tower and getting a lot of these kills. There has to be an answer for this Aatrox later on.
Following through, being very aggressive, and Long with the calling will not connect, but will be able to bring down Xjang in the process. WRLB, it's you, the only one that's standing, and that will be the kill coming in from you. It will be the triple for WRLK.
And I can't help but feel like eventually it'll be helpless for WRLK, because you take a look at their comp, right? Because of the fact that they have 4 tanks, and it's a lot of scaling for them too.
Might be an angle for Soldier. He has a snowball connected onto XXJ, and you is low. It's Long that is low as well, but so far will not opt in for the all-in engage, considering the fact that Tega has his ultimate, Giga has his ultimate, so much utilities available for the blue team.
Yeah, we haven't really seen that big sleep combo coming from Geometry just yet.
True.
And one thing that I want to point out as well is that Yo is able to pick up a Trident, which means all those thick shields will be at least negated a little bit.
It's not just shields though, right? That's the problem. It's healing from
That's
TJ.
true.
Tons of HP. They're gonna go in again.
Vladimir connects onto 5. There is XXJ with a Curse of the Sun Mummy that really finds a lot of members coming from WRLB.
Oh my god.
But it would not matter as the counter attack goes forward with Xjang being the world ender up against WRLK. They're just diving like it doesn't matter, and WRLB gets the 4 kill.
I think that's the problem here with the composition of WRLB. 4 of their champions thrive on extended fights. They got those conquerors going up, and once they're up, it just doesn't stop fighting. You coming back in.
Vladimir with the flash play, with the blood pool. Everyone just got melted. The raw damage is insane. Anra 9 will just go in for the reset, and WRLK will go for the 8.
I 100% agree with you there, Datum. It is quite the slippery champions on the side of blue. You've got your Akalis, you've got your Aatroxen as well, and as long as you're able to create space by moving forward, that means there's not a lot of threat for Nunu, and I feel like WRLK's composition needs to not overextend to make sure Long is okay, because if they do, they're just gonna get bursted down by these assassins.
And look at XXJ's build, Force of Nature and the Tornmail. So really, WRLB, their composition heavily relies on that prolonged matchup. With XXJ's build, it's going to be so hard to really bring down that frontliner from WRLK.
Just because WRLB keeps winning these fights, they now have momentum advantage and a little bit more gold in their pockets. They are not afraid to take the fight to the enemy.
Bye-bye.
But WRLB now secures the second turret in the game. There is a lot of pressure now up against WRLK, considering that super minions will now spawn up.
And I love the way they're so creative with the Poppy ult. Just push 4 people away, push the tower.
Oh, XXJ finding an angle, stuns onto 2, but WRLB also answers back. It's XXJ isolated up against 5, and XXJ will fall.
Yeah, it's just not tanking enough. XSJ even with the engage here in P.
Snowball with a darkened blade knocks up onto what? The flash from X-Jack finds Long.
X-Jang will be keeping in, fighting this opponent as Jigs will be knocked up too.
Snowball onto Jige. He is a tank ranker, not easy to defeat, but Jige just getting melted by Nunu.
Wait, that's crazy damage, by the way. It just feels like you have to have 5 flashes to make sure that you're safe.
Jige trying to defend the base, trying to clear down the wave because WRLB is looking for that angle to end the game. If they win this, they win the team relay. But for now, WRLK successfully defends the base.
There's so much heal, there's so much sustain on the side of a Team Blue here from the WRL. And at this point, despite the shields being such a big factor on sustain, Jang, honestly, I feel like he... Wait, how many deaths has he had? 3 deaths. 3 deaths only, and he has been quite healthy in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, it's been super efficient here for WRLB, right? Making the most out of their kit, and they knew exactly how to deal with the composition of WRLK here in P.
Oh, Tiga with the Dash Injustice, an instant KO onto 2. And now WRLK has a numbers advantage. XXJ, remember, he has the ultimate, he has the flash. Flash, curse, said, mummy. XXJ wants to find that angle, but for now, WRLK holding on for now. And now with a snowball looking at the backside, SU trying to clear down the wave as they want to go for the turret. But Soldier, he's just taunting XXJ!
You a little bit too deep there for the Vladimir, but here we go again with the Aatrox rolled in there.
Starts off the fight. X-Jung in the front line. The knockup is there onto XXJ. There's still a threat off the Flash and the Curse of the Sad Mummy. But Flash going to the play. Going to be played defensively. Curse of the Sad Mummy onto 3. As WRLB now trying to run away. But there's the World Ender. This is an extra sustainable Aatrox. But will get melted on the hands of Long.
X-Jang finally taken down, and that's one big boss out of the way for WRLK.
Yeah,
they're going in for more.
Onto 1. That is a Poppy. That is a tank champion. But now Janger comes into play, and everyone will get melted down. New with those sidesteps will stay alive with 1 HP as you have Anra 9 pushing Jige back.
Jige is just so tanky, but finally Jang will be able to take him down for the killing spree. This might be it, Rico.
It felt like it was going to be a win for WRLK, at least on that team fight. But with the rest of the squad arriving, the sleep.
Flash, Lilting Lullaby. WRLB is just focusing on the base. They want to clear it, they want to end it. But XXJ now isolated onto 3, trying to find the angle onto New, as that is a 1 HP New. And XXJ will find that kill in the end. But in the end, it will be a 1-for-1 for now. And WRLK will keep things alive for now. And bot time, that will be very important. But the answer back is there.
They stay afloat, but just barely here in P. Losing all towers and just timing the minion waves to their advantage. But now we go again. The gold Riku is dead even.
It is. It's quite a close game, honestly. I feel like, though, WRLK needs some catching up to do, and they're doing it right now.
Snowball on to X-Jang, able to use the World's Enter retreat. Soldier trying to find an angle. The knockup is on to Jige as well. But once again, that is a tanky Rengar. WRLK gets 2 turrets already. So both doors are open to the Nexus as WRLK is looking to end it. WRLB in the backside, hoping to get the kill onto Long.
Look at that!
Long gets the double as New gets melted.
And I think that's the most important kill of this game. There's not a lot of damage going on for WRLB.
Danger in danger with a snowball from you. But now you have the Lilting Lullaby.
Long is still alive.
But you still alive with a blood pool in the backside. Huge damage. And Janger has to play it safe. He's the only one that can clear the wave as WRLK might just end it. But look at Under 9. He's just being the sacrificial lamb for the team.
Oh my gosh, the solo defense, is this possible?
And now it's a 2v1 as you have Janger trying to beat down 2 tanky champions. Bandit Choss connects onto Janger.
Oh my gosh.
9 up against you.
Okay, the 1v1s are over, but there's a continuation over here.
Now comes into play. That huge support will be very important. But Andra 9, you have the bye-bye onto the super minion.
Not even sure what's happening at this point. It's just Andra 9 staying alive.
Lilting Lullaby onto 2. WRB hoping for that angle. You have Soldier coming into the backside. Jige, you have the Shuriken flip. Will not go through for it. Curse of the Sad Mummy onto the 2. But you have X-Jam with a snowball into the backside. XXJ is down low already, but will not pursue for the all-in.
The back and forth.
Last team fight will dictate the end of the game.
And the only reason WRLK was able to take the last team fight was because Long perfectly countered Nunu. They're playing around the spacing, flashing in to get the kill. Now, the challenge becomes who can keep their ADC alive longer.
Exactly. So far, Long has really amazing positioning, and Zhang now is not as powerful as before, so therefore there's hesitation now because earlier he got bursted down. One other threat that we must acknowledge, however, is Yo on this Vladimir. After exiting from his blood pool, it feels like the burst of damage is just so immense. He deletes somebody off of the map from WRLB.
XXJ finding that angle. Curse of the Side Mummy will be available, but the little thing Lullaby will be an answer by WRLB. Let me dissuade XXJ. Look at in the front line. Jige also with the trail of the hunt, just sitting pretty on the walls, on the side lanes.
And you can see XXJ, he's looking for it, looking to pull the trigger. Flash is not available for XXJ, but there's a couple of seconds until it is.
XXJ being on the front line, tanking, half HP already, has to go back and retreat, calling to just clear the wave and push back WRLB.
This is so intense. Everybody's pretty much item locked and just really all up to execution literally, and making sure that you don't lose too much in some of these team fights so you can defend in case a mistake happens.
This has been one of the longest AAA era
I
games.
know.
We've had 50 kills on the board as we approach the 15-minute mark. At this point, almost everyone's got item locks, and I have to take a look at you. Wow. How much damage is that Vladimir going to put out?
And I'm looking at Long. You meant damage? Long just like two-shot half HP X-Jam from that little tiny bout.
Yes, Jiangxi as well, incredibly low. You can tell that the WRLK is not giving them any room for breathing. There's a lot of sustained items that go down.
Curse of the Sun Mummy goes into 4, and WRLB forced to use the Royal Pepper on the X-Jam, but Long gets just melted in the backside, and WRLB and now with a yoink. And now Soldier in the back line, hoping for that angle once again, hoping to get the kill onto you as Anran9 forces the play into the back line. Soldier goes in for the chase alongside with Nunu, as that will be 4 kills for the side of WRLB.
Jige, the only one left standing, currently sitting in Biz, but what can you do, this cat?
5v1, X-Jam with a World Ender, that is such a tanky Aatrox and Rengar getting pounced on by 5, and WR Blue will win the AAA ARAM.
What did we just witness? It felt like WRLK could have scored a potential comeback because they caught up onto towers. They were almost knocking on to the Nexus doors, but at the end of the day, eliminating Long was truly the solution, and it was because of the Akali diving into the backline, and then the rest is history.
I mean, I absolutely agree with you there, Rico, right? I mean, it is, at the end of the day, about outputting damage, and in the fact of the compositions, WRLB is the only one out of these two teams that had a dedicated assassin to penetrate that backline. So it was Long just trying to take down the enemy Kalista too, but there were 2 players out together.
And you guys mentioned about Long with Lucian, you with the Vladimir as well. This will be the key targets coming from the side of WR Blue. But remember, looking at the opposition as well, looking at WRLB specifically, they had Nunu with the Kalista, they had Danilia as well. These are such mobile champions on their side. Yeah,
and there's not a lot of protection going in the way of that Lucian as well. It's mostly just time champs that they have here, right? They got Vladimir, they got a Rengar, they got 2 beefy boys up front, so there wasn't a lot in the way of becoming the protector of the league.
Yeah, I really thought the Yo on Vladimir was going to, create a lot of damage output onto the opposition, but at the end of the day, I suppose when it comes to consistent damage, there was a demand for Long to truly stay alive as long as possible.
I can't believe that. I didn't see that coming. Oh my god.
It had to appear.
But I think what I love the most about that AAA ARAM is just that Anran9 is just yoinking everyone out back to the base.
Every single time. If it's available, it'll appear.
Yeah, but now let's pass it on to the stage host to see what WRL Blue has to say.
Các bạn khán giả thân mến, hãy cổ vũ cho WRLB! WRLB the Team Relay champion of White Round Smart 2025. Một tràng pháo tay thật lớn cho IOB ạ. Chúng tôi xin được mời ông Derek Chan, Head of Publishing, Leaders and White Rift lên sân khấu để trao giải cho nhà vô địch Team Relay ạ. Please invite Mr. Derek Chan, Head of Publishing, Leaders and White Rift to the stage to give the medal for the champion. Mr. Derek Chan ạ. Các bạn khán giả thân mến, sẽ một lần nữa cổ vũ cho WIOB ạ. Hai cái này vô trong luôn. Các bạn khán giả thân mến, một tràng pháo tay thật lớn cuối cùng cho WIOB ạ. Thank you team. Please come back to the booth. Xin mời đội sẽ vào phòng booth ở trong ạ. No. Xin được mời MC Minh Nghi và MC Wendy lên sân khấu để có thể tiến hành phần phỏng vấn ạ. Please, MC Minh and MC Wendy, please come to the booth for the post-game interview.
Xin chào tất cả các bạn khán giả, đây là phần phỏng vấn sau trận đấu cùng với WRLB, đội vừa có được chiến thắng rất tuyệt vời sau trận đấu sôi động vừa rồi. Một lần nữa hãy một tràng pháo tay thật lớn cho họ được không ạ?
Welcome to the post-game interview with Team WIOB, the champion of Team Replay. A round of applause for them, please.
Xin cảm ơn mọi người, và câu hỏi đầu tiên thì mình muốn dành cho một thành viên của WRLB, đó là sau những ngày thi đấu vất vả vừa rồi, có ngày nắng có ngày mưa, thì cuối cùng các bạn cũng đã có được chiến thắng và trở thành nhà vô địch của Team Relay. Vậy thì hiện tại bạn đang cảm thấy như thế nào ạ?
The first question is, after so many hard-fought battles, after sunny days and rainy days, now you guys are the champions. How do you feel right now?
首先，恭喜你们获得团体赛的胜利。第一个问题就从我们身边的牛牛开始问起好了，因为其实在这3天的比赛当中，你们也经历了很多，然后包括说晴天的比赛，甚至说今天冒着雨打比赛，在和队友们一起奋斗之后，现在拿到了这个冠军，是什么样的一种心情和感受？
也是非常的激动，因为我跟我们队友也非常的努力，然后非常的激动。
Actually, I'm really excited at this moment, and also, you know, with all the effort together with all my teammates, I'm super happy we can achieve that. I'm really excited.
Lúc này đây thì tôi đang thực sự rất là hào hứng, tại vì chúng tôi đã bỏ ra rất là nhiều nỗ lực và cả đội cũng đã làm việc cùng nhau, cho nên hiện tại chúng tôi rất hạnh phúc ạ.
Xin cảm ơn các bạn. Câu hỏi thứ hai thì mình muốn hỏi rằng rõ ràng là ở trong 2 cặp trận solo của các bạn thì các bạn luôn lựa chọn 2 cặp chất tướng tương đồng. Vậy thì có lẽ nào là 2 đội đã lên kèm với nhau trước rồi hay không ạ?
In the two solo 1v1 game, we have the same matchup. Is that something you rearrange with your opponent?
那我们来问一下下一位选手。其实我们也注意到，今天比较有趣的是，2场1v1的 solo， 大家都是使用了相同的英雄。也想问一下，可能在我们的比赛前，有没有和对手稍微沟通一下一些选人的人选呢？
是有过沟通的。我们说今天如果对阵到的话，我们就会选一样的英雄来进行1v1。
Yeah, actually, before the game, we have already discussed about that. If we have 1v1, we're going to just choose the same champion.
Đúng là chúng tôi đã có một số thảo luận trước khi trận đấu bắt đầu. Nếu mà sẽ gặp nhau ở trận chung kết thì sẽ sử dụng những vị tướng đó.
Ở trong phần solo Yasuo thì các bạn đã nhận được rất là nhiều sự quan tâm cũng như là sự cổ vũ của người hâm mộ Việt Nam, bởi vì Yasuo cũng là một vị tướng rất được yêu thích tại Việt Nam. Vậy thì các bạn có thể chia sẻ với chúng tôi rằng lý do nào mà đội tuyển mình lựa chọn vị tướng này hay không?
With the Yasuo game, you got a lot of cheer from the audience because Yasuo is one of the most popular champion in Vietnam. Is there any reason you pick Yasuo for the second game?
那我们来问一下今天亚索的使用者。因为其实，在越南的话，亚索也是非常有人气的这样的一个英雄，所以说也想问一下，今天为什么会选下亚索？然后与此同时，用亚索来打1v1是什么样的一种感受呢？
就是对面是国誉亚索嘛，所以我又是联赛使用亚索最好的选手，所以我就想着跟他打一次1v1，感受一下就是路人王的国誉亚索跟职业的国誉亚索有什么区别。
Because for our opponent, he's definitely the top Yasuo in the solo ranks. But for me and all the pro players, I think I got the best Yasuo. So I like to just have this try, the 1v1 solo to see which one is the best one. Like maybe the best one in the solo ranks versus the best Yasuo in the pro players.
Tại vì ở trong cái trận đấu đó, đối thủ của tôi bên phía bên kia là một người chơi solo Yasuo hàng đầu ở trong răng, còn tôi là một người chơi chuyên nghiệp, cho nên tôi rất muốn biết rằng là với một người chơi solo răng Yasuo hay là một người chơi chuyên nghiệp sẽ sử dụng Yasuo tốt hơn, cho nên tôi đã ra cái kèo đó.
Thật sự là tâm thế rất là tự tin đúng không ạ? Và Minh Nghi cuối cùng thì muốn hỏi rằng các bạn sau một tuần lễ trải nghiệm thi đấu ở Việt Nam thì các bạn cảm thấy như thế nào? Có thể chia sẻ với chúng tôi rằng các bạn có những ấn tượng sâu sắc gì, có những món ăn gì các bạn đặc biệt yêu thích hay không?
For the last question is how your experience so far in Vietnam and White House Match 2025? Any particular experience or food you love?
那最后一个问题要问到的是，其实来到这里是来到越南打比赛嘛，所以说可能整个体验下来风土人情怎么样，然后有没有印象比较深刻的一些片段，包括说可能来到这里有没有品尝到一些当地比较好吃的一些美食呢？
牛肉河粉吧，最近吃的比较多，还有他们的烧烤、海鲜都还可以。
那安然要不要再分享？也一起分享一下吧。
这里的风景非常好，然后吃的也非常的多，然后也是第一次来到这边，很开心吧。
We have tried this Vietnamese food and also all the barbecues, the seafood, they're all super nice. And also we love the city because they have the really beautiful scenery. And definitely we have a very great experience here.
Trong khoảng thời gian vừa qua thì chúng tôi đã ăn rất là nhiều món, cả những món đồ nướng hay là hải sản đều rất là ngon, và đặc biệt chúng tôi rất là ấn tượng với lại thành phố Hồ Chí Minh, tại vì cảnh vật ở đây rất là đẹp ạ. Nhìn chung thì sẽ là một cái trải nghiệm tuyệt vời ở tại White House Match này.
Mình nghe thấy rằng anh Rang có vẻ rất là vui, vậy thì cuối cùng bạn có lời nào gửi đến các khán giả hay không ạ?
You guys look really happy. Anything to say to the audience?
那最后有没有什么也想要对一直支持你们的所有的观众朋友们然后说的呢？
非常感谢那个一直以来支持我们的粉丝朋友们，然后今天也是下雨天嘛，然后大家都能来到现场，我们非常的开心吧。然后我们下一场比赛也会继续努力拿一个好的成绩的。
So first of all, I really would like to give my appreciation to all the fans who keep supporting us and cheering for us, and especially today it's raining. But thank you all guys who are able to be here and cheering for us. And we have some matches left for this tournament as well. Hopefully we can really have a good performance and to use our best performance to pay you guys back.
Đầu tiên thì tôi xin được cảm ơn tất cả các bạn khán giả, tại vì ngày hôm nay trời đã mưa nhưng mà các bạn vẫn đang ở đây để có thể ủng hộ chúng tôi rất là cảm ơn vì điều đó. Ngày hôm nay thì chúng tôi vẫn đang có những trận đấu ở phía trước và chúng tôi hy vọng rằng sẽ tiếp tục có những màn trình diễn tốt để có thể đền đáp lại cái sự ủng hộ dành cho các bạn đã dành cho chúng tôi.
Xin cảm ơn tất cả các bạn một lần nữa, hay một tràng tay thật lớn cho tất cả các thành viên của WILB đi ạ.
Thank you for the interview and cheer for WILB, sorry.
Và một tràng tay thật lớn nữa cho Wendy ạ.
And for Wendy too.
Xin cảm ơn mọi người rất là nhiều, và bây giờ thì chúng ta hãy cùng nhau chuẩn bị đến với lại trận đấu tiếp theo của ngày thi đấu hôm nay, 1 vs 1 đúng không ạ? Nhưng mà trước khi đó thì cùng với chúng tôi đến với phần trao giải.
Lúc này thì chúng tôi xin được phép trao một giải cũng khá quan trọng, đó là phần 1v1 top play, màn trình diễn 1v1 tốt nhất. So now we are going to give the award for the top 1v1 play. And I would like to introduce Mr. Bresson, TJ Sport League Operation and Development Director, lên sân khấu để có thể trao giải. Và người nhận được phần thưởng này WILK Long ạ. The winner of 1v1 top play, Long from WILK. Một tràng pháo tay cho Long và 1v1 top player. Thank you. You can come back to your station. Còn bây giờ chúng tôi xin được phép trao giải tiếp theo ạ. Đó là khoảnh khắc ấn tượng nhất của hạng mục AAA ARAM Top Play. Now we will give the award for the best AAA ARAM Top Play for Zhang Ji from WILP ạ. ARAM AAA ARAM Top Play.
好的，那接下来我们要恭喜姜汁获得了我们极地大乱斗的这样的一个 MVP 的一个奖项。
Please help us welcome Mr. John Rong, trưởng bộ phận sản phẩm League of Wild Rift ạ. Mr. John Rong, Head of Product Wild Rift, please come to the stage ạ.
再次的恭喜你，等一下也会为你来特别的颁奖。好的，再次的恭喜你，我们也可以一起合影留念。
Xin cảm ơn ạ. The team can come back to the stage with the trophy again, please.
好的，再次的恭喜你们，我们也请我们的选手们可以来到舞台中央，再一次捧起属于你们的奖杯，再次的恭喜你们。
Các bạn khán giả thân mến, hãy cổ vũ cho lần nâng cúp một lần nữa. Lần này sẽ không có mưa ảnh hưởng ạ.
Yeah, you can go. Sorry, it's rain.
Thank you. You can come back to your station.
Congratulations, WRL Blue.
Woo!
The humility and the appreciation coming in from this team is absolutely amazing. And then you also have those 1v1 MVP, which is Long, and AAA ARAM MVP, Zhang Ji.
I can't believe we already have one champion already out of the 3 series that we're going to be having today. And that was super duper exciting, the 1v1s. And I feel like Long, is that his 23rd, 24th MVP title so far in his
countless.
career?
I don't even know. I mean, it feels like Long, every opportunity, every event he goes to, he gets given the MVP.
Yeah.
But hey, that's Long for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he has just so much experience and so much strength built into him. And as you mentioned yesterday, right, it's just he is allergic to bad plays.
That's true. But that concludes our first series of the day. When we return, we're just gonna set it up. It is going to be the battle of the creators of best of 3 in the 5v5s. That marks my time actually here in Wild Round Smash. Don't be sad, guys. I'm gonna go out and enjoy the party. I'm gonna play all the games. I'm gonna try all the food. And there's these 3 big boys that you're about to meet later. So that's it for Datum.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's just a lot more activities for and prepared for not just the viewers, but also for Data, for us, and for everybody else. But once again, when we come back after the short break, it will be WRLK up against Chickmit in the creator track. So see you guys then after this short break.
Nothing gets in, no one gets out. The helpless fight, the hardened live.
And we are heading into the highly anticipated showdown between WILK and CKT.
Hai đội tuyển của chúng ta đã sẵn sàng bước vào đường đua và sẵn sàng mang đến cho khán giả những pha xử lý mãn nhãn và những khoảnh khắc bùng nổ nhất. Ngay bây giờ, hãy được tràng pháo tay thật lớn cho cả hai đội của chúng tôi.
Both teams are ready to step onto the track, prepare to deliver incredible play and explosive moment. Please ready to cheer for them.
Đội đầu tiên xin hãy chào đón lên sân khấu WRLK.
First team, please welcome WILK.
Một lần nữa thêm một tràng pháo tay thật lớn cho WILK.
Let's hear it for WILK.
Xin cảm ơn các bạn và hãy giữ vững năng lượng của các bạn để chúng ta tiếp tục chào đón đội thứ hai CKT.
Keep your energy and cheer for CKT.
Tôi tin chắc chắn rằng hiện tại cả hai đội đều đã rất sẵn sàng để có thể tìm kiếm chiếc cúp vô địch của mình. Một lần nữa xin dành một tràng pháo tay thật lớn cho cả hai đội.
Both teams are ready to go. Please, another round applause for them.
Bây giờ thì mình xin phép được mời cả hai đội chúng ta quay trở về vị trí thi đấu ạ.
You can come back to your station.
Xin cảm ơn hai đội, xin cảm ơn các bạn khán giả rất là nhiều. Và các bạn khán giả thân mến, bây giờ thì chúng tôi sẽ không để các bạn chờ đợi lâu hơn nữa. Hãy cùng với chúng tôi đến ngay với lại các bình luận viên, những người truyền lửa.
Let's not wait any longer. Towards to caster.
Welcome back to Wild Round Smash 2025 here at Ho Chi Minh, Vietnam. It's time for one of the most anticipated matchups of the day. It's gonna be a best of 3 between Chickmit and WRLB, and we're gonna be your shoutcasters for today. My name is Guillaume, with me is Crazy Apple and Creoles, ready for this match as well. How are you guys? What are your thoughts right now?
Oh my god, I mean, this is the match that we've been looking forward to since day one of Smash in the creator track. We all know Chickmit has named 2 teams that they want to face here in the 5v5. It's gonna be the Chinese team and the Vietnamese team.
And let's hear what the Chickmit has to say. Let's go to the interview.
I'm feeling excited and we are so ready for this match.
Biggest advantage is we have a good heart and we play as one.
I just have to drink my energy to fill it up once again because I am getting psyched for this matchup. They are already excited as well. They had their their disadvantages yesterday, but it's a best of 1. Now it's going to be a best of 3.
Yeah, and remember, PH is the defending champions here at the Creator Track from last year. So the bar is so high for Team PH to maybe get back-to-back.
I mean, if you remember as well, right, the Capybaras did name the Philippine team as well. That's one of the teams that they wanted to face. Both Vietnam and WRLK also wanted to face the Philippines, and that is very well because we are the defending champions. And here, we will see if we can defend against WRLK, because if you remember from yesterday's match, Chickmit did fall to WRLK.
Yeah. It was one of the longest games that WRLK had though, because most of their games were 12 minutes, 14 minutes, 15 minutes, but their match yesterday reached up to 17 minutes and 36 seconds. And to think that WRLK, they kind of needed to get serious in order to actually win against Chickmit, I think it's a positive sign that respect is actually there and they're not just toying around. But right now, everyone has to be serious because this is the championship line. Top 2 teams battling once again, not only in just a best of 1, it's going to be a best of 3. Loss of chances, loss of redemption possible here, and loss of outplays as well, because it's also going to be a fearless match.
Yeah, and as we know for Fearless Draft, once you use it, it's gone.
Yeah.
So that's what makes things more interesting. The hero pool that these guys have in their arsenal to showcase on today's match.
Exactly. It's going to be a test of not only your skill individually as players, but also strategy, the champion pool that you have. And we all know at least that both of these regions have been playing Fearless in their own respective tournaments. For Wild Rounds Pilipinas, we've had best of 3s, best of 5s with Fearless, as well as the WRL. So again, these teams will be going in here in somewhat familiar territory, but at the same time, it's a new meta that we're having here because of the recent patch changes. So there might be some differences in the draft, especially that it is a fearless draft.
I can still recall the rivalry built between our Philippine teams against these really strong Chinese teams, right? In Wild Rift League Asia, back-to-back grand finals, and now it's going to be happening 2 years after that last tournament. And I think a lot of anticipation is made already by everyone, not only the players, coaches, their fans, but also just the Wild Rift community in general. Is the story done, or will there be a big change this time around? But man, changes can only happen once you start doing the work, and the work starts now with this Game 1.
I have the biggest smile on my face right now because we are starting the drafting phase here for the finals of the Creator Track. WRLK will be starting on the blue side while Chickmit will be on the red side.
Man, things can go a lot of ways for this game. Again, it's one of the most anticipated game for this whole Wild Round Smash, because again, PH, they have a lot of fans.
Yeah.
You know, and of course WRLK too, but the power of the support of the Filipinos is just on another level.
I think in this case as well, since now WRLK are going to be on blue side, I think it's going to give Chickmit a very familiar territory based on the game yesterday, because WRLK, they got the Zillion, it wasn't banned away by Chickmit, and I think it's one of the biggest problems in that game that they couldn't really get them in a team fight. Now it was banned away, the call is taken away, lots of meta champions are respected here by Chickmit, while WRLK are targeting Time-Lapse and the crew.
As you mentioned, right, this is a continuation from the game that we saw yesterday. It feels like we have a 4-game series on our hands right here, but it's a bit of a reset. The Akali has been taken away as well because that was another assassin threat that they faced yesterday. But with those bans coming in from Chickmit, we already see the adjustment here from WRLK with that Gwen pick.
Yeah, I think analyzing the power that WRLK and CKT from last game yesterday, I think there's a kind of a high chance we go 3 games.
Ooh, actually, I mean, who doesn't want this series to go the distance? To go the distance, to have long, competitive, action-packed games. That's what we want to see.
We've done this kinds of extended series before. done it 2 years ago. We do it again and again and again. Every time we get the chance, I think the main goal here of Chickpit is not only to go head-on straight against WRLK, they want to win against them too. And I think they're doubling down on what is familiar with them as well in terms of their strategy. We saw how good Tactical is on Delusion. They kind of needed more backup though to give him the platform to shine. I think this Ornn might actually be better than the Galio yesterday.
Yeah, this is a pattern that we have been seeing throughout the tournament as well. When you're on the red side, your first pick must be that Ornn. When it's left open, it provides a lot of tankiness as well as that ultimate to start out these fights. Another pattern that I have noticed for the WRLK is that when they go for the second round of picks at the second and third pick for them, they immediately lock this in to limit the time for the other team to think about their picks.
I remember communicating with some of the members here of Chickmate, especially in their experience battling against the Viego of Long. They really had a hard time, and now since we see a Gwen as well, this naturally becomes assumed to be in the mid lane as well. So they have a solid top lane or Baron lane, jungle, and mid lane for WRLK. And one of the problems of Chickmate yesterday is that they had a different champion in the top lane. I think now that they picked the Jax, they're going into their comfort zones because Tante is so good on the Jax, he's so good on the Camille, but now since Camille is banned away and Renekton is going to be the matchup, the Jax is just perfect.
Yeah, going back to the Viego pick, if you guys remember yesterday, once a Viego pops off early, it's gonna be so hard for them to like bounce back because Viego, with the power spike, with the Collector, can really just delete and resets his ult all the time.
Yeah, I also love the bans right now coming in here for Chickmate, taking away both the Braum and the Ezreal. That signals to me that they're trying to prevent WRLK from having a strong bot lane duo so that they would have possibly priority in the first scuttle grab, because if they let Long get the double scuttle grab again, that will accelerate the pace of the game for him, helping him get that Collector first as well as that ultimate on the level 5, which we did see yesterday, which allowed him to get that snowball to get that win against Chickmate.
Lots of respect onto time-lapse as well. Taking his Lee Sin out, taking the possible Camille into the jungle as well, stealing away his Viego too, and now banning the Kha'Zix. So there's not really a whole lot of options in terms of carry role for time-lapse unless he wants to be a little creative and go back 2 steps backward with Aatrox or something like that.
Wait, is this locked in? For the last pick here for the side of WRLK, it's a Heimerdinger. Not something I was expecting to see.
Yeah, I'm surprised too, honestly. It's been a while since we saw a Heimerdinger, and yeah, they have the nerfs here and there, but still, those ultis that you can do for Heimerdinger can really help out on a team clash.
Yeah, I mean, his ultimate, when you have your ultimate up and then go for the stun, that is multiple rolls of the stun.
The bounces,
the bounces up to 3. You can prevent this Ornn from having the bonk on the Call of the Forge God on the second cast. This is like a different take on the Gragas.
And that just completes the entire composition here of WRLK, right? Since they don't really need any more frontline, since they have the Gwen, they have the Viego, they have Renekton, so many frontline champions on the side of WRLK, they just prepared more for counter attacks, like the retaliation, the counter engages that they actually give against Chickmate, especially because of that Heimer.
I love your point right there in terms of the re-engage, right? They can just wait for the Chickmate team to come to them and then throw the Heimerdinger ultimate off the stun.
Yeah, one thing I want to note as well, for the side of Chickmate, they do have a Rise.
Yeah.
And we've seen how good Chickmate rotates. Adding a Rise on that equation, I think rotation could be much more aggressive for them.
Yeah, they could possibly use the Realm Warp to go from lane to lane. It's kind of like the older version of what a Bard can provide in the early game. As we see the players on your screens right now, total focus from both of these teams, and man, I just can't wait to get this game started.
Yeah, absolutely. Long just received like the MVP from our 1v1s.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy has a lot of achievements already. It's mountains of trophies that he has accumulated and collected already because of his amazing performance. And again, even the other casters, community, everyone who knows Long knows how humble he is, how friendly he is. We actually met him just yesterday as well, and I can't help but grab a picture with him as well because it's one of the people I really adored, especially because of his raw talent. And now, time-lapse, being a jungler as well, I think needs to step up. He has been given an interesting platform here, this time on a carry role, carry champion. Jax instead of the champion that he did use yesterday. I think this is a much more comfortable position for him.
Yeah, they also kind of gave Dante a pick of his own, right? Gave that Fiora on the latter part of the draft to allow him to have a bit more dueling potential against Taiga, and that also allows Tante to have his own set of victory conditions wherein they can go for a 4-1 split or maybe a 1-3-1 split later on in the game to exert some pressure on the map.
Yeah, I also like here in the bot side having the Lucian and the Ornn for the team of Chickmate. They have orchestrated this a lot of times already. They have a lot of experience with this type of duo, and I think it's going to be pretty smooth for them.
Yeah, they're one of the many Baron lane champions that Tante really loves to use and is always watched in his live stream is his Fiora. Taiga had to flash away just because of that kill threat.
Yeah, that flash could be dangerous right there from Taiga. All of Chickmate knows that the Renekton does not have flash. The Jax can go up there for a gank and maybe getting the kill on that Renekton.
Yeah, he felt that pressure out there. Because, again, these guys, pretty sure a bit nervous here and there, but having that flash out, again, is a good signal for the Jax, for time-lapse to maybe go to the top side.
And Taiga's going to have a hard time for the next few minutes because our junglers are on the bottom side of the map. No, there's no way for Long to actually help him out unless he goes back, in which he does. Went now towards the base, goes to his blue side jungle, now tries to get the Scuttle Crab onto the top side to at least set some vision as well.
Long.
They have a ward on the Krugs.
Yeah, Long right now on the Krugs right here, stealing it away so that he can get that level 5 first as well. After this, it looks like he is going to be going for the Scuttle Crab as well. So a lot of resources now going to Long, very similar to what we saw from yesterday.
I mean, like, Long has a pretty good rotation when it comes to jungling, and he knows his prios. So if he knows what he wants to do, and if there's an opportunity, he's gonna take it.
Yeah, of course. That's what you do, right, as a jungler, especially on a player like Long. But here, he might be a bit getting caught out, but that's just gonna be a short trade between him and Time-Lapse.
Yeah, Long just checking if Time-Lapse will disengage or engage on him, getting a good read on what his body language will be when it comes across him, especially 1v1 in the bottom lane. That's going to be a big burst down, especially when it's a Corgi and Heimerdinger in the bot lane. There's nothing that Rock can do to defend Tactical.
Yeah, I mean, like, in that bot side for the Heimerdinger and pairing that up.
Oh, Needle's thrown out. Long gonna be flashing in, trying to get the stun. Great timing by Helios. Time-Lapse gonna be following up. Great damage already being thrown out as Helios will use the Realm Warp. XXJ needs to disengage. 1 HP. The flash by Time-Lapse misses the mark on that damage. And that's no kill for Chickmate, at least for now.
Unfortunate trade right there. Chickmate almost getting a kill in the mid lane after Tactical does fall in the bot lane earlier against the pressure of the Corki and Heimerdinger. But still, that was a really good trade, at least for Chickmate. They didn't lose anything else.
I really thought they're gonna get the kill there on XXJ, because you have to appreciate the stun that Long has to do to save XXJ from that kill.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good guy jungler, as you would say.
Oh, yeah.
Every mid laner loves seeing a jungler doing his job to protect his mid laner. But heading back into the game as well, look at that gold with those slight advantages that WRLK has been doing. They are extending this gold to about 500 to 1,000.
If we were to stress test out or overthink what happened there in the mid lane as well on Time-Lapse, I think he miscalculated having enough damage, enough percentage on the fleet of footwork. Thinking that he might have had an extra auto attack because fleet of footwork gives you an extra auto attack when it is 100 on the bar or full charge. Unfortunately, it didn't have that. That's why we didn't see that auto attack reset that could have been enough to kill Long.
You know, those are the kind of 50-50s, right, that you try to go and try to gamble on it and to see if you're going to be able to hit those. That could have been a massive win for them. But unfortunately, that's not the case. As you see right here on the top side, Tante and Taiga just, dueling things out. The game is getting a bit slower. It feels like we might be seeing big action when we hit the 6-minute mark.
We are hearing and seeing a little bit of flash here.
Let's see, stun, Taiga. Dicing out and back. Let's see the damage. Helios is bursted out, and Long is starting to show who is king once again, forcing them to bow down as Tante no longer has the mana, no longer has the HP, but will still survive for now.
Man, what an engagement coming from WLK, knowing the space that they can really run that much, really capitalize on that one.
Yeah, WRLK just breaking expectations right there, going for a more aggressive play when they saw the rotation coming in from Chickmate and they saw that Helios was the man at the back. They were able to catch him and burst him down.
But we have to, that 1 HP though, we got kind of nervous a bit
charge.
though.
Rocks looking for that follow-up coming in from his teammates, but unfortunately it wasn't there. And WRLK, they'll be fine for now. 20 seconds, objectives will spawn up.
Yeah, and looking at the gold lead as well, 2,000 gold lead right here for the side of WRLK. That has converted for them some items that they have completed, especially that collector that we have been talking about since the draft for long on this Vega. That's going to be crucial coming into these fights in the objectives.
Yeah, I do see that they are gonna challenge. So, Chickmet, I think they are gonna just give the Dragon and go for the ensemble instead.
Yeah, it might be a handshake that we're seeing right here, Giang.
Let's see, because yesterday, it was almost all the objectives that WRLK got in. Checkmate right now, contesting in the bottom side. There's also a contestant into the top side. Taiga doing a really good job negating some of the damage here from the Grand Challenge of Dante. And now the follow-up is going to be there from Rocks, but it's not enough to actually take him down. Now it's a 1-for-1 trade on objectives. Dragon taken here by WRLK. They're looking for an entry. Time lapse a little bit stuck. It's going to jump onto XXJ, but no attention is going to be given to him, at least for now.
Yeah, the call for WRLK is just to back off. We don't need to do anything anymore. We don't need to be aggressive
They
right
want
here.
this push at top side.
Yeah, for Chickmate.
Long is going to be here as well. Taiga trying to get that initiation towards Dante. It's a little bit low in mana, a little bit low in HP as well. But the damage is not going to be enough and they back away.
Yeah, that was a good disengage coming from CKT, knowing that the backup is on the way. They know that they have to really back down already.
Yeah, exactly. For Chickmate, when they saw that they have the objective already, they just back off. Let's not risk things at this moment because it is WRLK who does have the lead. Even though that was the first turret going to the side of Chickmate, you would think that the gold would be either slightly in their favor or equal, but there's still that 2,000 on the advantage for WRLK.
And it's not just because of the kills, right? It's also because of the resources that they have gotten, especially after getting those kills. Those resources that they have denied to the ones that they have killed. Helios, Tactical, both are a little bit short in their respective supposed economy right now. But at least Helios is a little ahead against SKJ. He has completed the Archangel Staff. Great damage
Rocks
coming in here from Heiyun, chunking down Rocks
Long
half.
at the side.
Long as well, looking for an opportunity. Checkmate, they will not give any chance for him to actually jump. But in the bottom lane, XXJ is actually 1v2ing Helios and time-lapse, resisting everything and calling the brothers now. Realm Warp to escape, giving no chance to gank them.
That was a clutch ultimate coming there from Helios, trying to save the team from there. But you see that rotation, aggressive rotation coming from WLK.
Yeah, aggressive rotation indeed. After they saw the defensive play from Chickmate, they did go to the bot side. But look at the mid lane.
Oh, they want to cut them down. Double flashes, but everyone's just going to be committing. Rocks missing the flash, and he's going to be taken down alongside with Tactical. And no trades given by Chickmate.
WRLK is not letting Chickmate breathe right here. We were just talking about how they put some pressure in the bot side after a pick-off that Chickmate tried to do, and it failed, and they had to leave. And when the cross map for Chickmate is to go for the mid lane, try to get the mid lane turret instead, WRLK was still there to defend.
Yeah, I mean, right now, WLK are kind of in control of this current state of the game. Again, the aggressive rotation they're doing, and again, I do agree that they're not letting Chickmate breathe at any kind of way.
Yeah, exactly. And this is a tough spot here for the Filipino squad, the defending creator track champions for Wild Round Smash. But at the same time, they still have some win conditions on their end. They have the Jax. We all know Jax is a late game champion. Rise as well. And when we hit the late game on, the Fiora can just wreck people.
They need the power spikes. Rock's going to be engaging once again. Timelapse getting too low in HP, and they will lose their support. WRLK, 1 by 1. They are crippling down Chickmate.
Yeah, they just melted Rocks already. He got caught there and just melted after like 1 second.
It feels like for WRLK, they know they're reading Chickmate like a book right now, and they're still pressing in the jungle.
And they love how easy they are reading them, especially in their movements. They're going to catch him again, and time-lapse is caught. WRLK is still pressing onto the issue. Astante is getting low in HP. He's going to be the target, trying to return some damage, but it's not going to be enough. 2 members fall down once more.
2 more kills going to the side of WRLK, and they are not stopping with the pressure right now here in the mid lane. They are looking to get the tier 2 turret of Chickmate.
And we talked about it earlier that Viego, once he has a good early game, just keep on going and going and going. And right now, Long just showcasing what a Viego can do.
Yeah, I mean, Right now, WRLK has a lot of the lead at their side. They're just getting this scuttle grab at the moment, but at the same time, we have to be looking at what can Chickmit do at this point in time, right? Because we are talking about that they have a couple of strategies that they can still use later in the game, like a 1-3-1 split push strat for one, but at the same time, each moment for Chickmit when they're trying to do something, it feels like WRLK is there.
It's like they're trying
Oh,
to
that's
climb a
done!
big wall, but the wall is just too high, and it keeps getting higher as Chickmit loses 2 members. WRLK are not gonna care whoever they come across. They want an objective, they will take it without hesitation, and they will take down anyone who contests it.
Praise Apple, you talked about that stun earlier from the Heimerdinger.
Yep.
He just showed us that bouncing stun, just able to catch almost everyone from Chickmit, and they get the dragon as well too.
I mean, he even built the Malignance, right, to get that ultimate cooldown a bit faster, and that is so frustrating on the composition from Chickmit. You know why? Because they need to group together to come at you from the front, try to hit you with the amount of CC coming from the Ord, coming from the Jax, but if you're gonna clump up like that, that's something that the Heimerdinger wants every time.
And here's the replay again of that stun coming from Hyun, the Heimerdinger. They caught 3 from that clash.
Yeah, and it's at this point in time, right, for the side of WRLK, just because of the lead that they have, the items that they have as well, it's like they can't make any wrong decision except for that one.
There's a shutdown. Hyun as well, gonna be the next time lapse, stepping up when everyone thinks Chickmit is down, but there's gonna be a trade. XXJ takes him out. WRLK, that's 2 members, 2 shutdowns as well. That is huge for time-lapse now to bounce back from.
Yeah, I think off-screen, it was WRLK getting the Baron, securing it, but maybe on the recalls, time-lapse is able to catch Yaw and Hyun.
Yeah, and giving that kill on for XXJ, just continues spiking out this Gwen. Right now has the Malignance as well as the Riftmaker.
Yeah, I mean, 2 completed items already on the Triforce and the Riftmaker for time-lapse, allowing him to have more damage in this game. But looking at his counterpart as well on Long, he already has 3 items.
75% crit.
On a carry Viego. That's gonna hurt right here. For Chickmit, they have to figure out how to catch Long whenever he maybe overextends.
Maybe this is it. All's gonna be used, but Long doesn't get through the wall. Time-lapse though, it's a little bit low in HP. Will there be an engage? They do, and then Rox is just gonna be flashing away after that charge. They lose time-lapse. And man, oh man, the burst is just too much coming in from WRLK.
I like the positioning coming from WRLK on that engage. So they were just not only at the bottom, mid, bottom, and top of that curve right there. And the engage coming from Tigo was insane.
Yeah, and it's the pressure, right? You could see the desperation coming in from Chickmit. They are trying to take every opportunity, a possible misstep from WRLK. But the thing is, when you're the team leading at the advantage, you can take advantage of that kind of thinking. And right now, look on the bot side, WRLK are still pushing the tempo.
They keep grouping up. They keep preventing Chickmit from having these small skirmishes, preventing them from split pushing. One of the adjustments that Dante actually made here is after the Triforce, an Execution is calling, he got the Hull Breaker because he knows at this state of the game, he can actually win a 1v1 against Taiga. But it's just going to be so difficult to do that when constantly he's seeing his teammates being bombarded, being ganked, and he can't just keep pushing because he has to go back.
I mean, even if he is given a chance to go to a side lane and maybe look for that 1v1, so far, WRLK have not been giving those chances to Chickmit.
Yeah, I do agree. That's the only thing that right now Chickmit can do is really try to do not clash, just focus on maybe on the sides, get some towers here and there, because they need to scale. They are scaling champions.
Yeah, they are scaling. They need to buy more time to be able to get their items.
And I love the adjustment that WRLK is making as well because of this kind of composition. We don't see any anti-shields on the side of WRLK, at least on the carries, because Hyun has it already, has the Malignance as well, so he can just keep on spamming his ults, dealing the damage, bombarding them with those stuns, and Chickmit cannot engage, cannot disengage, cannot get to objectives, because it's just a massive obstacle all the time.
Yeah, the zone control that is being exerted by this Heimerdinger pick coming in for the WRLK, something that we didn't really expect heading into this tournament, but right now the Baron is in the sights here of WRLK.
There's not going to be any turn, but time lapse might actually still get caught. Counter-strike going to be used as well. As his ult still available. But now XJ getting low in HP. They have to respect the damage coming in from Hilda. But onto the backside, Dante tried to flank, but he got ganked instead.
Yeah, he got caught out right there. Chickmate almost got a kill on XXJ, but too tanky are the members right now of WRLK, and with that opening, they are getting the Baron.
I mean, the Dragon's going to be denied here by Chickmate, or at least they're attempting to do so. Trying to remove the Dragon Soul, in which yesterday WRLK, they have secured it, but they need to do something fast. They have to escape. Law setting up for a flank. Tactical might actually get taken down, uses the stasis to buy some time, but the teammates are just going to be falling down. Tiger's going to go towards the Lucian, leaving everyone behind, and Chickmate, they only have rocks, but only to tell the tale that the rest of the members are already dead. And Tante, even if it's up right now, I don't think he can defend this from the WRLK team.
30-second death timers on 4 members of Chickmate, and WRLK are barreling down the base.
They don't care who comes across on their match. Whoever it is, they will not falter, and that is WRLK taking game number 1 of this best of 3 series.
What an absolutely phenomenal first game here coming from WRLK on that game number 1, setting the bar higher than Ready is, getting that win.
Yeah, and it all started in the draft, right? We saw the adjustment coming in here from Chickmate. They took away the Akali, they took away the Zillion, 2 champions that were really a thorn on their side from yesterday's match. But the adjustment on the Heimerdinger pick felt like the icing on the cake on the overall composition.
It made clutch plays.
Yeah, making clutch plays as well of Haeyeon. And honestly, even you can have that argument that the Heimerdinger was put in a really good spot to make those clutch plays, but at the same time, it's the mindset, it's the clutch factor of Haeyeon throwing the abilities at the right time.
It's a big. I'm sure Chickmate, they already have anticipated a potential Heimer into that, because they are always updated in the metas in the international stage. Whatever region it is, they know it. However, I think they prepared too much for long. They failed to consider into the bottom lane. If we analyze all the lanes, top lane is actually okay, jungle is pretty even, mid lane we actually see Helios getting a little bit of a lead in terms of gold, but in the bottom lane, that's where they got demolished, because they were preparing for team fights. That's why they had the Ornn, that's why they had the Lucian. What they didn't prepare for though is the laning phase. They got decimated in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, except for the mid lane, right? Because Helios did have a Ryze versus Akali matchup, and that is a range melee. We know how Ryze is able to safely throw his abilities to clear the wave, and that allows him to get ahead in that kind of lane. We did see Tante as well doing at least even in the top side.
Let's see if the score is going to be even as well, if Chickmate can actually bounce back in game number 2, because we're just going to be heading into a short break. You're still watching Wild Round Smash 2025 here at Ho Chi Minh, Vietnam. We'll see you in a bit.
This is your moment, the one you've been waiting for. Wild Round Smash is finally here. 8 incredible teams from 6 regions coming together on one stage for one wild showdown, one shot at glory, and you get to watch it all unfold live. This is Glory Gone Wild, and here's what you're in for. First up, we kick off with the Team Relay. Follow the wild and chaotic fun as community members from various regions, creators and pros face off in this one-of-a-kind competition. All 8 teams will split into 2 groups for a single round robin. Watch your favorite creators and pros clash right on your screen. Each group will see 2 one-on-one showdowns, 1 AAA Rem Brawl, and 1 epic 1 vs 1 duel to determine the finalist. The top team from each group moves on to the final showdown. Same old format, but way more intense. Up next, the 5 vs 5 creator track. It's time to show your region some love. 6 teams from different parts of the world go head-to-head in a fierce best-of-1 single round robin. The rules are simple. The more you win, the higher you climb. At the end, the top 2 teams advance to a best-of-3 grand finale for an epic showdown. But wait, there's more. Be ready to get even wilder with the pro track. 2 star-studded teams, WRLR and WRLB, will face off in a best-of-5 showdown. No do-overs, no safety nets, just pure skill and peak Wild Rift gaming. And we keep going. Step into the show match. Everybody stage where creators and pros join forces in mixed international teams, all racing to conquer our explosive adventure modes. Who will rise? Who will fall? Who will reach ultimate glory? Witness 3 days of epic non-stop action. Let the smash begin.
Nothing gets in, no one gets out.
The damage has been dealt, and WRLK are looking for the killing blow. Let's see if Checkmate can withstand the force here of WRLK as they attempt to push this to a game number 3. Welcome back to Wild Round Smash here at Vietnam. We're still gonna be your shoutcasters, Gion, Crazy Apple, and Creolis. Ready for game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, we did see that game 1 where WRLK just continuing their winning ways in this tournament, taking down Checkmate at that first game. But I want to see what Checkmate does here in the second game. What adjustments are they gonna do to be able to take back a point?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they can do a lot of adjustments based on that game number 1. And also, again, just to remind you guys, Fearless Draft, number of Viego can be used. So there's a lot of things that Long can use, but also it really creates more opportunities for them to really showcase what they can use.
Yeah, in a way, right? One of the champions that has been a constant threat, just because we've seen that in the past 2 games when these teams have met, has been that Viego, can no longer be picked here in this game too. As we see right now here, it's going to be Checkmate on the blue side and WRLK on the red side. In terms of the first couple of the bans, it's similar to what Checkmate did on the red side here for WRLK, where it's going to be both the Bard and the Nautilus being taken away.
I'm actually surprised to see Checkmate being the one to ban out the Zillion. It kind of means like that they're not comfortable going up against it. They're also not comfortable enough to use it against WRLK.
Yeah, and I was thinking that if the Akali is left open right here for Checkmate, that would have been their first pick, maybe looking for a double assassin angle, which we have seen before. This team pilot really well to success.
Yeah, and also having that Akali respect ban for Helios. As we've seen him perform that pretty well yesterday, but I do like the Camille pickup here for Tante.
Yeah, it's most probably going to be in the hands of Tante because we all know how strong he is on that champion. But we've also seen this team, this Checkmate team has been playing Wild Rift for so long. They have a lot of different picks.
And if you guys remember, yesterday I mentioned this, that Tante is one of the most slipperiest Camille players you're ever going to see. And we've seen that as well as during our Wild Runs Pilipinas.
Yeah, we have seen it often from Tante and also on his streams, right? He does play Camille a lot, he does play it often, and even in our home region, it gets banned against him frequently. So seeing it here will most probably be something that would be a showcase of his skill, but we do see the Rumble being picked up on the other side.
I think one of the factors as well of Checkmate picking up this Camille for Tante, despite it having a loss already yesterday, is because since we're on Fearless Draft, Renekton can no longer be used against this Camille, which is already a staple counter towards this champion.
Yeah.
But now, WRLK going back to where we have seen Long shine multiple times as well. His Shyvana, especially during their match against WCP, was astronomically deadly, man.
Yeah.
14 minutes and 17 seconds was the game duration.
Yeah, right now
And he was legendary.
WRLK having a lot of fire in their composition, both the Rumble and the Shyvana as well. And even locking in a Swain, you already know what kind of fights that they want. They want long, extended, prolonged fights so that the sustained damage coming from the Shyvana and Swain can chunk down the members of Chickmit.
Yeah, the Swain pick could be deadly here for the side of Chickmit because again, he just recently just got a little buff from the last patch. And the sustained game right now, we have a Swain, we got a Shyvana so far. For the side of WRLK, they really want this long game.
Yeah, they do. And that's going to be all the 3 picks on the first round for both of these teams. Ezreal has been picked here by Chickmit. There is a possibility of them maybe picking up the Galio for a strong bot lane duo.
I'm not even going to be surprised if we see something like a Senna here for WRLK. When you see a Swain, normally you would think, okay, this is going to be a sustained comp. They have the Shyvana already, which is very durable. So it's not going to be out of this world if we see something like a Senna, maybe even a Karma or a Yuumi.
Yuumi could be really good here.
Yeah. Yuumi could be good. Seraphine. Seraphine is the one that I was thinking about. That could be good as well because there are a lot of ways for her ult to be extended if there is a Shyvana in the front line.
Also a Lulu.
Yeah.
So Lulu on the Swain, Lulu on the Swain on his ultimate in the middle of a clash. That's gonna be really sustaining him all day, all night.
But the only difference with the Lulu, right, is you usually pair that up with a more
an ADC.
Yeah, with a hyper carry ADC. We'll see if that's gonna be the direction right here. Senna is not banned by Chickmit. It might be picked up here by WRLK.
And there it is.
So they go with the Karma instead.
Yeah.
So either of the two, right?
Yeah. Yeah, either of the two. The Karma does give a lot of shielding for this team, and it also takes away kind of a soft counter on the Rumble. Remember, a Karma can get that AoE shield. The equalizer damage does get nullified and also gives you that speed boost to get away from that.
This is something I did not expect coming from Chickmit. Kassadin has been locked in. I've noticed on the past few months, Kassadin has been pretty good in the recent patch, and that burst that he can deliver, just 3 items, even sometimes just 2 items, he can be a big problem already.
Yeah, and also looking at the composition right now for WRLK, 3 of those champions deal mostly magic damage. Even the Shyvana deals a lot of magic damage. So the magic damage shield that Kassadin has would be so useful in this game.
And they feel like if you want the long game, we'll do the long game with you. And also to add to that, we got the signature Galio of Rocks.
Yeah.
You've seen that a lot of times already.
Yeah, that's true. We have been seeing him piloting that champion across the years of Wild Rift. And it's one of those strong lanes, right, in the bot side. If you have both that Ezreal and the Galio, it's a high chance for you to be able to secure the level 2 because of the passive of the Galio as well as the Mystic shots hitting the minions. But the counter, the pick right here coming in from WRLK is going to be a Misfortune and Karma. That's a very tough dual range lane coming in the bot lane.
I mean, I do love seeing the Kassadin in for Helios because Chickmit, they have been mentioning this champion for a long time already. Not only here for Wild Round Smash at Vietnam, but also even in our local tournaments. They have tried this champion before, and it's one of their hidden picks against a lot of mages in a composition. And in this case, we see 3 mages actually. The Karma, the Swain, and the Rumble. All of those damage coming in from those champions are going to be negated by the Kassadin. And as long as this game extends, more and more Chickmit's composition shines. But they have to resist the durability, the overwhelming durability of WRLK in the first few team fights.
And to agree with you there, for the side of Chickmit's lineup, we have the Camille that could really lock up the back lane. We got the Kassadin and the Kha'Zix to go with the Camille at the back lane. So they really went from back to front for Chickmit.
Let me move the timeline a bit because we are talking about the team fights which will be coming in at about like 6-minute
6
mark
minutes
onwards. Let's talk about the first 5 minutes of the game because I think that is more crucial here for Chickmit because WRLK has showed that whenever Long gets ahead in the early game, he does not stop. He does not let that get away. So what I'm looking here for Chickmit is how are they gonna get the early game pressure against WRLK. They have the Kha'Zix, the isolation damage from Taste the Fear. They have the Camille too. They also have the Ezreal and the Galio. The possibility of those duo to be able to take control of the early game is possibly something that we are looking here for the rotations coming in from Chickmit.
I mean, we have 2 of the 3 champions that we always see as a combination. The Holy Trinity, as we all say before. Camille, Galio, and Ziggs. This time we have 2. Tactical is really good on using the Ezreal as well. And I think with this champion, they can easily be very aggressive into the bottom lane. Ezreal is one of the champions we always see getting a first blood. It's not going to be easy though because the pokes in the bottom lane with the Karma and the Misfortune, I think that's going to be a little irritating for them.
I mean, already we see that the Karma and the Misfortune had the first push in the bot side, nullifying the advantage that we usually see coming in from the Ezreal and the Galio. So it feels like the Ezreal-Galio pick dual lane will be playing on the back foot at the early parts of this game.
Yeah, right now still quite a neutral stage for the game, but I do want to take note that the Holy Trinity, we've seen it a lot of times before, and it worked really good. But comparing that one right now with the Ezreal, Galio, Camille, Kha'Zix, that's going to be really, really good if it comes to flashing.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see how it goes. But again, going back, there is a lot of late game potential coming in here for the side of Chickmit. They do have the Ezreal. When he is able to get those items, he is able to just dish out that Mystic shots from afar. And that Kassadin, one of the biggest late game champions we know here in the Rift.
4 versus 3 if ever Chickmit does pursue them. But I think they just want to push them back so that they can get the Scuttle Crab into the bottom lane. Or bottom side river. Helios withstanding the damage here of XXJ, but it's getting a little bit low in HP. And Tante might actually get taken down. Let's see, Long tries to close the distance, waiting for a level 5. He's attacking a minion. He almost reaches level 5, but it's just so unfortunate. The timing wasn't right.
They get plates though.
Yeah, he's
for that.
Yeah, I mean WRLK are gonna be getting plates, and it is the beautiful rotation coming in from both Taiga and from Long. They know the experience gain here by Tante. If he hit level 5 when Long was there, Taiga would be dead by now. But because they were able to deny that experience, they were able to get that advantage and give Taiga a really, really good back timer.
Yeah. It can happen either way, right? But this time, both ultimates are going to be used. Long is getting low in HP though. Time-lapse looking to back away. Let's see if Tante can actually slow him down because Helios is trying to get an angle. Tiger's going to be following up. XXJ lands the auto-attack and gets the first blood as Tante is just left out as well. And it's a 2-0 start by WRLK.
That's the thing with the revamped Swain. So he can only ult not just one but multiple times. As long as he has his ulti up, he can ult every 6 seconds.
Yeah, he can, and that's why he's able to dish out the damage even in the early parts of the game. And unfortunately, Chickmit did get caught out here in the early parts, and that's what we were talking about. How can Chickmit take advantage of the situation? How can they get the early game advantage? Right now, they can't because that's a 2,000 gold lead right now on the side of WRLK.
Man, it's like the 2 games that they have had today, including yesterday, seems to be the same pattern. And Chickmit definitely is struggling a lot more to figure out how they can get out of this cycle that keeps giving them these losses against WRLK.
I do agree, but right now, again, do you want to scale up together with WRLK? It's just who scales faster.
Helios.
Here we go in the mid side.
Let's see. Good flash by Helios, at least to not get hit by the dragon form of Long. But looks like Long is just going to be turning his attention towards the jungle camps here of Time-lapse, giving him a hard time to scale out as well.
Yeah, and after that, right, Long using the ultimate to get over the wall. He is now in the jungle of Time-lapse, and there is no member of Chickmit anywhere near him. He's just about to finish off the jungle of Chickmit.
The only positive side is that we do see Time-lapse invading the red side jungle of Long onto in there, and now goes back into the Rico, so it's not really trailing that much behind, only 400 gold. And I think they're just going to be preparing for the first objective. Right now, we don't really see that much rotation by Time-lapse attempting to assassinate anyone. He's just focusing on getting as much resources as he can so that he can match Long's damage when the objectives spawn up.
Because that's the thing, he can't find an opening just yet.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure the rotation of the side of WRLK is just denying the opportunity for Typeless to get this isolation in place.
Yeah, exactly. And as you see right now, a lot of pressure being thrown right here with WRLK. Tante.
Just forced to back away, at least for now. WRLK, they'll be happily taking these plates again into the top lane, giving them a much better gold lead. Hills is on the way onto the top side though, trying to help out Tante, but it gets spotted out by Long and Taiga, and it just walks back to the mid lane.
And WRLK just having a different target selection here compared to Game 1. In Game 1, they were targeting Tactical and Rocks, taking advantage of their stronger bot lane on the Heimerdinger. But right now, you can see a lot of visits in the top side. Taiga and Long just working so closely together to prevent Tante from getting any advantage on that commute.
I think if we assess the bottom lane as well, compared to game number 1, Tactical, even if it's not really behind or not really being ahead against the Misfortune, it's actually in a better state compared to game number 1. He's scaling out, waiting for his Trinity Force as well, just completed the Mana Mune and stacking out for that Mura Mana. Objective's gonna be spawning up, and Checkmate, I think, is in a better platform right now to at least get a trade. But I don't think that's gonna be allowed here by WRLK. Game number 1 and even the game yesterday, they keep contesting on both sides.
Yeah, you see it right there in the map. There's Long is solo right there.
Taiga, the Wampa combo is gonna be there. Taiga is just forced to flash away though, as Helios stops the bullet time, and now they're gonna be getting the Enchanted Ensemble. The Dragon though is taken already by Long. It looks like there's no casualties, at least on both sides.
Yeah, right now no casualties on both sides. That's a really good trade here for Checkmate, able to get the Enchanted Ensemble. The mid lane though getting a bit low, but I doubt that WRLK will be able to take this turret.
The amount of pressure right now coming from WLK, again, it's just having a tough time for Checkmate to recover. They did drop the Ensemble in the top, so to maybe recover from more economy gold, but still, they can just def down pretty easily.
Yeah, Taiga just clearing the wave as well on this tank Rumble with the Grasp of the Undying, as well as that Sunfire Cape, allowing him to have so much wave clear even when he is rocking that tanky build here in the top side. But yeah, I mean, you did see earlier, it was Taiga who challenged him at the Enchanted Ensemble, right? Trying to buy time for WRLK. You could really feel the tankiness from this Rumble. He was able to survive like a bullet time, the assassination from Time Left, as well as Tante.
And oh man, Taiga even having like an interesting itemization here, right? We see Sunfire Cape instead of the usual Rift Maker. We see XXJ banking on that early damage with the Malignance as well. As Long goes on his typical Trinity Force with his lethal tempo. He's gonna be the most deadly here. But now they're gonna be focusing into the mid lane, being resisted here by the members of Checkmate as the bullet time actually gets cancelled. Tante is gonna be in the vicinity looking for the flank angle, but Long is already long gone in that position. So Checkmate finds nobody, and WRLK gets the damage into the tier 1 tower.
That was so close to getting Long down. Good engaged taunt there coming from Barox, but unfortunately they lack the damage.
Yeah, they don't have the damage just yet at this point in time because WRLK is the one leading in this game. They have a bit of that buffer in terms of experience and gold, but we can see Checkmate fighting back. They are not holding themselves back against WRLK, even though they have suffered 2 previous losses, and we want to see more out of Checkmate right here to be able to equalize this series.
Man, I love seeing the tension between these two teams right now. We can carefully observe how much respect both Checkmate and WRLK are giving towards each other as well. The adjustment that they have made towards this game is it's as if this game is specifically customized for them as well. Tante having a bit of a hard time to go up against this Rumble simply because of the tank build that Taiga actually has, but still continuing to deal the damage here into the top lane, sending out now Long. Going to the top lane, Rock's gonna be able to spot him now. Dragon form gonna be used here, and Time Lapse getting low in HP. Bullet time as well, gonna be avoided with some of the members here of Checkmate as the heroes. And gonna be here onto the members of WRLK. Hexagon isolating him. Taiga remains alive, but he's gonna be pounded on here by the members of Checkmate. They lost Helios, they lost Tactical, and now Rock's gonna fall down as well. XXJ finds his mark onto Checkmate, and that's gonna be the ace. WRLK wipes them out!
WRLK taking away any chance of victory in that fight. It almost looked like Checkmate was about to get him in a 4v5. But Yu and Hayon just hanging in there, dealing out the sustained damage, taking down the members of Checkmate.
And check out these people out here. So they had a little bit of momentum build up here coming from Checkmate, where they got Long down. That's what they wanted, but the amount of pressure and the damage that WRL already has And again, the sway was just going from bot side to the mid lane to securing everything that they have.
And to add in that fight, right, you can see the spacing that WRLK did in the river. They separated into 2 different parties so that the AoE damage coming in from the Kassadin, the AoE taunts coming in from Rocks wouldn't affect all of the members.
And dude, the amount of time Taiga bought there for WRLK is just the deciding factor there for that team fight. Everyone, 4, 5 members were targeting him simultaneously just to take him down because Tante couldn't delete him. He has the Divine Sunderer. Yes, he can do the 1v1 and reduce the damage here of the Rumble, but he can't really delete or assassinate this Rumble just because of the tank build. Now, time-lapse might be in a bad position here. Dragon has just recently spawned up. WRLK, if they get this, they're gonna be soul point. And Checkmate doesn't want that. The Rumble is already on the way. Tiger does have a teleport. No steal gonna be coming through. It's an easy takedown here by WRLK.
And the respect as well coming in from XXJ. He used the flash over the wall to not get caught out here, but time lapse.
Oh! Want the sway, and this time it's not gonna be as tanky as the Rumble. The hero's entrance is perfectly executed, but the bullet time is just much better with the Karma ult as well. Transcendent Embrace. Everyone transcends here on the side of WRLK, and Checkmate is the one to descend to the ground. It's only Rocks remaining alive, but he's running on the other side, and WRLK are okay with him running that way because their way right now is onto the Baron, and no one can stop him, not even Rocks.
Yeah, Gia, you're just gonna be continuing on the Rocks TV chase right here, but the Baron is on the table right here for the side of WRLK. Checkmate with a delayed ace.
Right now, Checkmate in trouble. That's gonna be the Baron being taken here for the side of WRLK, but man, did you see that last class? They just really cornered the side of Checkmate despite having one down. Again, the rotations is just phenomenally beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, the rotations coming in from WRLK on that fight was XXJ getting caught out. He flashed, bought time with the stasis.
Yeah, the stasis play was incredible
and
there.
The stasis, and then, oh man, at this point in time, it feels like it's more on Checkmate being a bit desperate in this part of the game.
It is the replay from the last clash again. Look at that biotech coming from XSJ, and everyone, the bullet time hit, the Karma ult hit, and just doing long things, just deleting one by one as it delivers an potential ace for the side of WRLK.
This is what we were talking about earlier about Checkmate as well, off camera. Is that already live?
Because they want to continue the pressure here onto Checkmate. They recognize, they know, they can read them like a book. They know that this is not yet the time for Checkmate to actually strike because they know that the Kassadin and the Ezreal is not fed enough. And this time, well, Trinity Force has been completed already here for the Ezreal, but no Ravenous Death Cap just yet for Helios. So the damage isn't as brutal as they anticipated. And WRLK knows that with this lead, they can just basically run them over again and again and again.
Exactly. WRLK just showing us the prowess that they have here in this tournament. So far in the 5v5s, they have been undefeated. Yesterday, they went on a 5-0 streak, and today they might be going for another 2 more, making that a 7-game win streak for them.
Wow, and of course, if they win this game, that's game.
Yeah.
They're going to be the champions. And riding on that momentum, being the champions in the ARAM and now potentially here too. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, it's what every team came in here for this tournament. A chance at glory, a chance at putting themselves in that championship spot. And right now, WRLK have all the cards in their hand. They're slowly choking out Checkmate in their base. They're destroying all of the outer turrets. Helios right now is trying to go for a recall. And for WRLK, they'll just be buying their time. They're just going to be waiting for a possible objective, maybe the Baron, to finalize their push.
Well, we do see Helios trying to make something out of this place because he wants to really get more gold, maybe help them out in this mid-game of our game right now because they need that damage.
Radiant Virtue as well completed for long. There's so much sustain on the side of WRLK. No matter what damage Checkmate tries to throw at them, everything just seems to be a little tickle onto the members of WRLK, and now they're even about to get this Mountain Dragon Soul potential for WRLK. Imagine how tanky they already have. They are already and they will get a Mountain Dragon Soul and a stack of this Ocean Dragon as well. So much sustain already. Force of Nature even completed here for Taiga.
He's full tank.
He's full tank. It's full tank Rumble, guys. It's not something we see every day. Tante trying to look.
This is so risky, man. Heian gonna be the target.
Rocks.
Looks like they are going for a Hail Mary here. Checkmate though, the prayers are not gonna be answered. And WRLK are happily welcoming the members of Checkmate. Let's see if they can actually escape because Rock's gonna be taken down. It's only time-lapse Helios and Tactical remaining alive as Helios is just running onto the other side. Teleport gonna be incoming. There's no stun here onto Low. So he's just trying to delete him instead. He stays alive. 1 HP. But WRLK are now gonna be moving towards the Ocean Dragon as the rest of the members of WRLK are running towards the top side map.
Yeah, and this is gonna be the soul secured right here by WRLK. Rox and Tante are still down. The Baron is on the sides here of WRLK.
They know their intentions. They can read their minds, and the bullet time is taking Tactical down. Taiga though missing the damage. Again, he's attacked, but Timeless as well is gonna be taken down. And WRLK, without a jungler's threat, without a smite battle to begin with, they will just start this Baron without any care.
This is gonna be so hard right now for Checkmate to maybe come back. The gold gap, the power gap. It's just gonna be so hard. It's the pressure at all lanes. Look at the KDAs, it's just so tough.
You could really see as well the desperation coming in from Checkmate. They tried to go for that mid lane play, tried to go for a pick off, even though they did not have perfect information against WRLK, and they were punished heavily with the soul being taken by WRLK, with the Baron being secured as well. And right now, WRLK are rallying towards the base of Checkmate.
Getting almost all the objectives. Soul is there. 10,000 gold lead, more than 10,000. It's a 13,000 gold lead already, and they're marching slowly, giving so much pressure to Checkmate. It's as if they are watching the one that will end them, slowly and surely walking up to them, and that is as thrilling and suspense it can be. And WRLK, they are loving seeing their opponents fearing them, taking now the tower into the top lane.
In a few moments from now, again, if they continue this power that they have in front of LK, we may be crowning a new champion for the Wild Round Smash.
Yeah, WRLK playing this very much by the book. Going for the push now on the bot side after taking the inhibitor third on the top side. Let's see if Checkmate will do anything about it, but at this point in time, with how strong WRLK, it doesn't feel like Checkmate can do anything against them.
The Karma ult just stops them from going in, but now they will commit. Rox being the one, but the bullet is the perfect time for WRLK, and looks like after 2 years, 2 seasons in the international stage on site, the same thing, the same result will happen 2 years later here at Wild Round Smash. Our creator champions will be WRLK.
WRLK dominating the 5v5 setup, dominating the creator track here at Wild Round Smash 2025, going on an undefeated streak and breaking the hearts right now of Checkmate.
Man, that was a perfect performance, perfect series for WRLK. Again, both games, it was always one-sided, and the second game, they really just pushed them off Checkmate and get the championship on their side.
And man, oh man, this is going to be heartbreaking, of course, to the members of the Philippine Wild Rift community, simply because this seems to be a repeating pattern for them. But we can't help but feel so happy for WRLK, especially in this fantastic victory that they have done, and proving as well that they are the standard of Wild Rift esports. We saw them already even 2 years ago. That was 2 seasons, Philippines versus China in the grand finals. And now 2 years after that tournament, they meet again, but it seems to be the same result.
Yeah, WRLK just proving themselves as the best on the global stage. And man, this team, we were talking about this team and how good they have become.
And let's see as well the interview. Let's listen to what they have to say. Our champions, WRLK.
Các bạn khán giả thân mến, WILK, nhà vô địch của Creator Track. Thank you, Mr. Quatron. You can come back to your seat. Chúng tôi xin mời MC Minh Nghi và MC Wendy lên để chúng ta tiến hành phần phỏng vấn sau trận đấu ạ. MC Minh Nghi and MC Wendy, please come to the stage for the post game interview.
Xin chào tất cả các bạn khán giả quý của chúng tôi. Chào mừng mọi người đã quay trở lại với chúng tôi tại phần phỏng vấn tuyển thủ sau trận đấu. Nhưng mà trước hết hãy làm nóng không khí chúng ta một tràng pháo tay thật lớn một lần nữa cho tất cả các tuyển thủ đi ạ.
Welcome to the post game interview with the winner of Creator Track Wild Smart 2025 WILK.
Xin cảm ơn các bạn. Rõ ràng là chúng ta đã có một hành trình rất là tuyệt vời tại giải đấu này. Các bạn có liên tục những chiến thắng và đều là những chiến thắng áp đảo đúng không ạ? Vậy thì cuối cùng chúng ta đã trở thành nhà vô địch sau hành trình tuyệt vời vừa rồi. Mình cảm thấy như thế nào ạ?
What a journey for you guys with many consecutive and convincing wins. How are you feeling right now?
首先，恭喜你们获得主播对抗赛的冠军。那我们一个一个来进行一个简单的赛后采访。那首先，我们先来问一下小游好了，因为其实你们在每一场比赛当中都能展现出非常亮眼的一个表现，也有非常多一边倒的局面。想问一下，在赢下所有之后，现在感受如何？
就感受特别开心，因为最近我们来到这里，我们每天训练量很大嘛，然后就能赢，然后我们又很努力，就特别激动。
So for us, we're really happy and excited because coming up here, we really put 100% of effort into all the practice, and also we feel like we just try our best, and all the teammates we just keep working harder and harder, and we're really able to have a very good result coming here. We're really happy, really excited.
Lúc này chúng tôi thực sự rất hạnh phúc và rất là hào hứng, tại vì khi mà đến với giải đấu này thì chúng tôi luôn đặt 100% sự tập trung của mình, sự nỗ lực của mình vào giải đấu, ngay cả trong cái thời gian luyện tập cũng như vậy. Cho nên là ở thời điểm hiện tại với màn trình diễn của tất cả mọi người, chúng tôi đang rất là hạnh phúc ạ.
Ở bên dưới có rất là nhiều các bạn khán giả Việt Nam cổ vũ cho mọi người. Vậy thì chắc chắn là mọi người cũng sẽ rất là tò mò rằng các bạn đã có trải nghiệm như thế nào tại Việt Nam, đặc biệt là tại Wild Strats lần đầu tiên được cho thành phố Hồ Chí Minh.
There are many fans that come here to cheer for you, and they are really curious how about your experience so far in Vietnam and in Wild Smart 2025.
那其实我们也看到有非常非常多的粉丝朋友们都来到这里，然后支持你们。与此同时，也想问一下，可能来到越南整个打比赛的话，会是什么样的一种体验？有什么样的一种感受呢？
首先越南觉得这边非常的热情，现场的粉丝都非常热情，然后我们这边的风土人情也特别好，我们在这边的体验反响很高。
So I can really feel all the passion from the crowd, from the city, and we can feel the enthusiasm from the fans as well. So really appreciate that, and also we really feel like it's a very good city, and we can feel like all the culture, everything's good. We just enjoy the life here.
Chúng tôi thật sự có thể cảm nhận được cái bầu không khí mà các bạn khán giả đã đem lại cho giải đấu này, và đặc biệt là chúng tôi cũng có thể cảm nhận được cái nét đẹp của thành phố chúng tôi đã ở đây, nên tất cả mọi thứ đều đem lại những trải nghiệm tuyệt vời ạ.
Rất là tuyệt vời đúng không ạ? Một câu hỏi đặc biệt mình muốn dành cho Lon, đó là Lon đã dành một khoảng thời gian rất là dài để thi đấu tại tốc chiến, và rõ ràng là thành tích cũng như là cái hành trình của Lon cũng cực kỳ tuyệt vời và ấn tượng luôn. Vậy thì điều gì đã giúp cho bạn có thể giữ vững được phong độ cao như vậy, cũng như là giúp cho bạn có thể giữ được tình yêu của mình với lại tốc chiến?
This is a question for Long. What a journey you have with Wild Rift for so many years, and how can you keep the passion and your form after so many years with Wild Rift?
那这个问题也要问一下阿龙，因为其实你一直以来都维持着非常高的竞技水平，这么多年以来一直保持着对英雄联盟手游的热情，所以说也想问一下，为什么可以一直保持这么好的状态？所有的一切的原动力会是什么呢？
如果说好听一点的话，因为热爱，但我感觉的话，自己其实现在对于游戏玩的也不是特别多，反正就是可能天赋比较多一点吧。
So if I use a good word to describe, definitely with all the passion. But maybe after that, we still got some talents, and also I just enjoy, play all the games here.
Sau tất cả mọi thứ, sau rất nhiều nỗ lực hay là đam mê thì thực ra cái điều quan trọng nhất đối với tôi luôn cảm nhận được niềm vui khi mà đến với tốc chiến.
Rất là tuyệt vời. Trong trận đấu vừa rồi tất cả các thành viên đều thi đấu rất là tốt luôn các bạn khán giả. Nhưng mà nếu như nhờ một thành viên trong số họ chọn ra ai là FAVP thì mình nghĩ rất tò mò rằng họ sẽ chọn ai ạ?
Obviously on the member of the team play really well, but if you have to pick yourself final MVP of the match, who will you pick?
那我们再问一下下一位选手。因为我们也知道，整个的每一位队员，大家其实表现的都非常非常的好。那在我们的 FMVP 没有揭晓之前，如果让你来选择自己或者一位队友来当选的话，你会怎么样做出你的选择呢
Long.
Just Long.
Lựa chọn là Long, nhưng mà chúng tôi sẽ có kết quả ngay bây giờ.
Nhưng mà mình cũng muốn hỏi các bạn khán giả, các bạn nghĩ rằng ai sẽ là FAVP ạ?
Chúng tôi sẽ không để các bạn chờ đợi. Chúng tôi xin được mời lên sân khấu. We would like to invite Mr. Nguyễn Minh Trí, Department Head of Game Studio 3 VNC Game, to the stage to present the award for the Creator Track Final MVP. And we would like to announce the final MVP of Creator Track White Round Smart 2025. 有。
那我们也为大家颁发我们主播对抗赛的 FMVP， 也是有恭喜。
Danh hiệu Final MVP của Creator Track White Round Smart 2025有啊。
好的，再次的恭喜！在此刻，我们也将为你颁发属于你的 FMVP 奖牌。与此同时，我们也可以一起面向前方。
Các bạn khán giả thân mến, một tràng pháo tay cho Final MVP của chúng ta.
Rất là tuyệt vời. Bây giờ chúng ta hãy cùng nhau chụp một tấm ảnh lưu niệm nha.
Let's take a photo together.
好的，那我们一起面向前方，为这个特别的时刻一起合影留念。
Xin cảm ơn. Còn bây giờ thì mình Nghi sẽ xin phép được nhân sân khấu lại để team của WRLK họ sẽ cùng nhau tận hưởng khoảnh khắc vô địch này thêm một lần nữa.
And you can celebrate your trophy again.
好的，再次恭喜你们！接下来时间属于你们，也可以再次的捧起属于你们的奖杯，恭喜你们！
Các bạn khán giả thân mến, hãy cổ vũ cho WRLK ạ.
Một tràng pháo tay thật lớn để cho WRLK đi ạ.
Big round of applause for WRLK ạ.
Một tràng pháo tay thật lớn nữa cho biên tập viên Wendy của chúng ta ạ.
And for Wendy too.
Our champions for the Creator Track here at Wild Round Smash, no other than WRLK. And I can't help but feel happy as well for Long. This guy is smiling for so many reasons, so many times as well. And we are happy to see this kind of amazing event brought to us by Riot Games. And of course, we're still not done. We still have our Pro Series or Pro Track Final. It's going to be the battle of WRLB and WRLR. So we're gonna be done here, at least for us. My name is Giyang, with me is Crazy Apple and Creoles, and we're gonna be going to a short break. After that, it's time for the Pro Creator Track.
This is your moment, the one you've been waiting for. Wild Round Smash is finally here. 8 incredible teams from 6 regions coming together on one stage for one wild showdown, one shot at glory, and you get to watch it all unfold live. This is Glory Gone Wild, and here's what you're in for. First up, we kick off with the Team Relay. Follow the wild and chaotic fun as community members from various regions, creators and pros face off in this one-of-a-kind competition. All 8 teams will split into 2 groups for a single round robin. Watch your favorite creators and pros clash right on your screen. Each group will see 2 one-on-one showdowns, 1 AAA Rem Brawl, and 1 epic 1 vs 1 duel to determine the finalist. The top team from each group moves on to the final showdown. Same old format, but way more intense. Up next, the 5 vs 5 creator track. It's time to show your region some love. 6 teams from different parts of the world go head-to-head in a fierce best-of-1 single round robin. The rules are simple. The more you win, the higher you climb. At the end, the top 2 teams advance to a best-of-3 grand finale for an epic showdown. But wait, there's more. Be ready to get even wilder with the pro track. 2 star-studded teams, WRLR and WRLB, will face off in a best-of-5 showdown. No do-overs, no safety nets, just pure skill and peak Wild Rift gaming. And we keep going. Step into the show match. Everybody stage where creators and pros join forces in mixed international teams, all racing to conquer our explosive adventure modes. Who will rise? Who will fall? Who will reach ultimate glory? Witness 3 days of epic non-stop action. Let the smash begin.
Nothing gets in, no one gets out. The helpless fight, the hardened live.
Mount up.
Welcome back to Wild Round Smash 2025. We are getting ready for our final event of the day, of the entire festival. It is our 5-on-5 show match featuring both of our pro teams from the WRL in both the blue and red team. My name is Raf. I'm joined once again by Riku and Stuart as we kick off our final best of 5 and close out the end of the broadcast.
I feel like both of these teams, right, red and blue, had a little bit of fun, warmed up already at the very beginning of the day. You got the 1v1s, the triple ARAMs, even the best of 3 from earlier. So I'm really, really excited to witness peak Wild Rift action later on.
And that's exactly what this is, Riku. This is peak Wild Rift. This is what everyone's kind of been waiting for. These are the best of the best players around the world that we're going to be seeing on our stage in a best of 5, and it's going to be fearless draft.
And one of the cool things looking forward to this show match between both WRL Blue and WRL Red is that it is more so an all-star assemble of players from the league featuring the best, not just one from every role, but purely the best players around the globe. And one of the things that is really cool about that, as you were already mentioning, Stuart, is that some of these players are going to have to be off-role. Some may have not even played together yet until this very event.
Exactly that. I mean, we've got players from different teams from the WRL, and as you mentioned, multiple roles as well. I believe we have some teams that have multiple mid laners in the same team. So some players might have to play off-role. They might have to play a role that they're not very comfortable on. But we know that they are the best of the best, and if they're not very comfortable in that role, I'll be a little bit worried, but I feel like they're comfortable wherever they play because they're some of the best we have.
I think that's the thing, right? We don't know what kind of draft we're going to be getting, especially with Fearless Draft on the board. When we looked at day number 2, where we get to see, you know, KDU from Taesan, right, was able to play Baron laners into the mid lane. Maybe we're going to get 3 mid laners in all every lane, perhaps.
Oh my goodness. We'll have to see what that looks like. But here we go, y'all. We've got some words from both of our WRL teams right here. Check them out.
我觉得对方会被我们轻松击败。
打他们感觉不需要准备什么，就是直接个人操作虐他们就好了。
Fighting words.
That's some spice right there. My goodness. We don't need to use any preparation when facing them. We will crush them. I love it. I love it. That's the spice. That's the fiery talk you need right before a big show match.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah, whatever we already got, that is going to be enough to crush their opponents. And that makes it even more crazier later on. It's a best of 5, especially.
I think that's the crazy thing, is that because these players have not really played with each other so much, and there's so many different teams coming together in one, is it going to be interesting to see if they can synergize together in this best of 5?
Well, obviously that was one team's remarks. Well, you got to check out the other squad and what they had to say.
我觉得这边的氛围就是特别好，而且今天可以看到，就是今天天气比较好，然后就是也是比较期待晚上吧，因为我觉得晚上这边会很热闹。我们是晚上比赛。
同样为职业队，对方的选手实力也是比较强劲，但和我们比起来还是天差地别。
Huge difference.
Yeah, huge difference, not just in what they actually said, but also what they were focusing on in their remarks before this match. It's just kind of crazy that one team is ready to say, we're going to crush them. The other guys are like, yeah, it's going to be really nice in the evening, you know? It's going to be really lovely with the lights and all of that. But I believe we are ready to head into at least the stage walkouts for both of these teams as they take to our final stage here in day 3 of Wild Round Smash.
Ngay bây giờ xin hãy dành một tràng pháo tay thật lớn để chào đón cả hai đội. Đội đầu tiên chúng tôi xin mời WRLR.
Let's cheer for both teams. The first team who come to stay, WRLP.
Đó, nhớ gì?
Let's hear it for WRLB.
Một tràng pháo tay thật lớn nữa cho WRLB.
Welcome back to your station for the final.
Hell yeah, I know I'm ready for WRL Red and WRL Blue to take it to the Rift for this epic best of 5 showdown. Loading up into the draft is going to be our next objective here, Stuart and Riku. But one of the things I want to get a leg up on and start diving into is what are some of the priority picks between these two pro teams, because it's going to be quite a contrast in what we expected from yesterday with just the creator team, Stuart.
I think we'll see a little bit of a taste of what we've been seeing over the past few days. We saw in the previous series as well. I think supports are still going to be a big priority. The Bard for the playmaking, the Ornn and the Nautilus, I think going to be 3 really big priority picks, and it really depends on also where these players play as well at the same time. If there are some players that are maybe filled into support, some of them easier champions can be better as well for these players.
I agree 100%. I think the playmaking or engaged champions are going to be very, very prioritized into the draft. But one thing I want to look at as well is the theme of all the Wild Round Smash recently, at least for today, has been the jungler, right? It has been how you get your junglers ahead, how you're able to farm up a storm, and then put a nail in the coffin on these games. So I'm thinking about Viego, I'm thinking about some Kha'Zix coming around, but maybe we get to see the Shyvana like we saw from Long earlier against CKT.
I mean, depending on what Hueba decides to lean towards, I think that's going to be one of our players to look at for one of the WRL teams, because Hueba, reminder, he was one of our very first international champions to ever win an international title in Wild Rift back in the day in 2021 with Horizon Cup and Dakun Gaming. And a lot of his playstyle back in the day, Stuart, was all about using the likes of Jax, using the likes of Aurelia and Fiora to just farm up the jungle storm, start split pushing on the side lane. He and Dakun really pioneered that playstyle of just having a jungler being on one side of the map and the rest of the team occupying their opponents in the 4 versus 5 push.
And it's great that you bring up Dakun Gaming as well, because I feel like they're a team that really evolved kind of this pro style of how Wild Rift is meant to be played. You know, we talk about a few years later with Long as well, also doing the same sort of style, and it just puts a big focus on these junglers, like how much gold efficiency you can get throughout the game, how much gold can you farm in these side lanes. And I think getting as much gold into your junglers is such a big factor, especially now, as you mentioned, Riku, with these carry junglers like Viego, like potentially Lee Sin coming into the play as well.
I'm really excited to see what they're going to be picking later on, because, you know, when we talk about a little bit of throwbacks, you know, earlier, it reminds me of the time where Twisted Fate was back in the meta, or maybe earlier, Galio on Rocks, which was, you know, having to do these cross-map plays and picking 2 assassins, and then just sort of making a lot of these side lane pressure, getting a pick, 4v5, have a more comfortable 5v5 match into these objectives.
Yeah, it puts a big priority on trying to find champions that give you that global access, that quick rotating ability to be able to answer one play on one side of the map, whether it's in the Baron lane, and then immediately jump back over to the Dragon lane just to make sure that you are covering all areas of the Rift. But moving forward, we put a lot of focus on the jungle and what the jungle pool is going to be like. We talked a little bit about supports, but the marksman role has been one that has just been as important here, Stuart.
Yeah, exactly. I think when we talk about marksmen, we talk about these carry marksmen, like Lucian, for example, has been such a high priority pick, which I think is going to carry on being a high priority pick as well throughout this series. Again, we'll have to see what players play in which positions. It does look like Anran 9 is going to be sitting in the middle seat, which I assume means that he's going to play the mid lane. That's going to be a very interesting matchup as well. Anran 9 against SkyFL, both the very old players when it comes to Wild Rift, but Anran 9 players might remember, and people might remember him from Wild Rift League Asia, you know, going to the finals, winning both the Wild Rift League Asia tournaments. So exactly, yeah. So he's still around. He's still doing incredibly well over on the, you know, WRL at the same time, and he's still on Keep Best Gaming as well.
I mean, you have so many historic legacies from international events and domestic competition and international competition as well. Shout out to Vindy. See on the feed.
Shout out to Kits as well.
Kits on the Aurora cosplay. We also have Hippo Chi. I'm trying to remember what character she's cosplaying, because she's got the guitar, but I don't remember what skin line is that.
Jinx Lovestruck. Lovestruck Jinx.
Lovestruck Jinx.
There's Lovestruck Jinx and Lovestruck Echo, because they tried to give that arcane. So, yeah, they had.
What?
My heart! Don't you dare!
Oh
if
my!
If you could all see Rafa's reaction right now.
See.
He's sank into the
I
desk.
don't always see every skin line that comes to Wild Rift, so when I find out about some Wild Rift exclusive skin lines, like the, what is the Calligraphia?
Calligraphia.
See,
Calligraph,
that it goes to show how well I don't know that one because I don't know how to properly
But
say
you know
it.
what they look like, but not exactly.
It's got
Yeah,
that
yeah.
nice ivory green jade look to it, and it looks very royal, very, very, very fine. You
One of
know?
my favorite skin lines as well. We saw Long playing with it earlier, Calligraphy Viego. Beautiful skin line, kind of has that pink touch.
That's true. Even the jellyfish one, right? That we keep seeing. The
jellyfish
aqua, the underwater jellyfish skin.
Oh, like the Atlantean one?
Yes, thank you. See, I don't even know the names either.
Is that what the name
That's the
is?
newest. No, that's the newest one, but I can't even remember the name of that
Yeah, but I
myself
just
because
know
it
it's
only came out actually a couple of days ago.
Yeah, it's very new. I
try to remember the
every
names of
time
it
I see-
myself.
Listen, every time I see that skin line, I just think under the sea, under the sea. Hopefully, we are just only a few moments away before we lock and load and get ready to go for our 5-on-5, our first game. You already see Hippo Cheese starting to rock out on that Love Struck Jinx cosplay right now. One of the other things when we get to look at a 5-on-5, this is the first time, at least I recall, on an international stage like this for Wild Rift competition, that it's also Fearless Draft.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to adopt what our brothers and sisters over in League of Legends has been doing this year with all their international competition throughout First Stand, MSI, as well as Worlds. This just a couple months ago.
Yeah.
Fearless in a full-on best of 5 is really going to push us to the limit in where champions are going to get thinned down because they've already been played out, or the creative juices start to really run amok.
Yeah, exactly. I think for the Fearless Draft in China for the WRL, they have been doing it over the past few years, but as you mentioned, this is the first kind of international time, and especially on an English broadcast like this, that we've been able to cover it. Luckily, I've been able to watch some of the Chinese tournaments already. They've gone some best of 5s. Interesting thing that's a little bit different to this Fearless Draft is if we do go to game 5, it will be blind pick for game number 5. So that's one thing that's a little bit different that you might not know about.
Yo,
yeah, one thing
that's
gonna be
so
good.
sick! That's
So if we
so
do
cool.
get to game 5, we could see Rumble versus Rumble, Viego versus Viego.
Kha'Zix versus Kha'Zix. I want to see that,
As a
please.
longtime fan of the entire League of Legends ecosystem, that gives me flashbacks to OGN LCK days in 2013. Game 5 blind pick. Do we see mirror Zeds in the mid lane? Please make it happen, WRLB and WRLR. I would love you two forever.
Please, please, please. But isn't it crazy to think about it where, correct me if I'm wrong, there is currently around 170 champions in League of Legends PC. For Wild Rift, there is now 130?
About
Is that
130, 130?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think
I
you're
got
about
it.
right. Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my
yeah,
head. There's
right,
too
right.
many.
But around that number. But isn't it crazy after, what, 5 years, we get to that amount already in such a short span of
Wild
time?
Rift has done a lot of catching up over the past 5
That is
years.
very true. That is very true.
That's crazy, Stuart. I mean, I remember just been asking for Nidalee ever since the beginning. Finally, as a Nidalee main, being able to get access to her in Wild Rift for 5 years, but there's still many champions that have yet to come to Wild Rift, but also coming to Wild Rift next year, Stuart.
Woo!
We saw a preview earlier in our opening ceremony. I don't know if you want to talk a little bit more about her or if you gotta keep lips sealed.
Yeah, I mean, I can say that I was actually able to playtest Nora last week in Shanghai, so I got a little glimpse of what she's about as well. I can't actually say too much, unfortunately. I can't say too much, and there might be a few changes from when we playtest, but...
I almost got him, Chad.
We tried.
I can say that it's a cool, unique mobile experience that Nora is going to bring to the Rift, and I think that's the big difference between bringing over a champion from League of Legends and having a kind of Rift first champion like Nora is that, you know, Riot are able to I guess engage more on the mobile experience of Wild Rift compared to, you know, PC on League of Legends. I mean, I'm very excited to share more information. I'm very excited for players to get their hands on her as well, as you mentioned, next year.
There's a lot of reaction because I was with Datum and Infinity. We were watching the Nora preview or teaser, and we were like, AD carry when Yumi went up to Lash onto Nora. And then when she was visiting the rest of the jungle, we were like, Jungler? So we were just trying to guess where Nora would possibly belong, but you know, that's a mystery.
So David did say in the preview that the 5th anniversary stream that you said, he did say that Nora is a mage. So we do know that
okay,
Nora
that makes a lot of sense.
We do know that Nora is a mage, so that's one thing that can be spoken about, but the rest of the kit, yeah, I have to keep my mouth shut, or maybe I might get in a bit of trouble.
Yeah. And see, the thing is, the more theory crafting we do about what Nora can be, the farther from the truth we might end up straying.
That's
because
true.
when it comes to Wild Rift, anytime I think, oh, okay, so, well, if you have a mage champion, you're most likely going to play in a mid lane. But ever since the beginnings of Wild Rift, with early international competition and seeing the likes of the WCS or C Champs back in the day, they were the ones that brought mage bot lanes in the dragon lane to the forefront, and just putting a bunch of tanks and beefy bruisers in front of it in this fortress style composition. And I thought to myself, okay, that's different. Just no marksman. Are marksman weak or something? And it took us a while to get to the point where marksman could finally be played. But
that's true. That's true. Wasn't there a point in time where the AP carries were in the bot lane and then the dragon laners were in the mid lane, like Lucian and Zeri for a time?
Yeah!
But I do not want to remind myself of Icons, Lucian, Hullbreaker first item mid lane. Who remembers that? That's a throwback.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's one hell of a throwback. Yeah, we
History.
won't remember them times. I mean, we can always celebrate the 5 years of Wild Rift, but I think that was a new low for Wild Rift when it comes to international competition. But
Hey,
no, I mean,
what? You weren't a fan of Hullbreakers being built by marksmen like Corky and Tristan?
just no. They were just, that was a time where crit items were not very strong and they were basically not even built. So you go like Hullbreaker, Black Cleaver, and Man Immune on Lucian and on Corky.
You know, I do remember that one of the cool things at Horizon Cup coming in from the Brazil region is that they were building Corky a very specific way back in the day. Manamune into, or Muramana into Black Cleaver, and then I don't think Shojin had existed at that point yet, but it was just a bunch of bruiser CDR items, and somehow Corky could just go in, shred a bunch of armor, be beefy enough to take a punch or two, and then just dip on out and just deal damage from afar, because Corky just wasn't optimally played with crit itemization. He was too squishy, as you called out, Stuart.
No, exactly. I mean, crit items back then were not very strong, but we did get a patch quite recently, which basically changed a bunch of the crit items, made them a lot stronger. Bloodthirster now has the shield bow passive, which has been removed from the game. Infinity Edge is now stronger. You now gain more crit damage if you build over 100% crit chance, so it gives ADCs more incentive to want to build crit chance as well. So the game has definitely evolved. But one thing I want to go back to, Rafa, with what you were saying is like the one thing I love about Wild Rift as well is you can feel like at times that you can play any champion in any lane. And
That's true.
You could just experiment so much. You talk about like junglers, you talk about Fiora and Irelia, like you mentioned. They're still quite popular in the jungle, and you can take them into different lanes on support. It's something that if you're watching from PC League of Legends, you're probably like, what is this guy cooking? What is going on? But it works, and that's why I love it so much, is there's so much to explore.
Exactly. I just want to, give a... Oh, wait a minute!
Oh,
never
we're
mind!
ready!
Yes! All right, game one. Finally, shall start between WRL Red and WRL Blue, our two pro teams here to compete in our grand final for Wild Round Smash 2025.
We literally just talked about this, right? The Rumble being eliminated right off the bat, the Bard, the playmaking, the Tempered Faith being able to start and destart these fights, which is so important to take away in the draft entirely.
One thing I'm actually noting as well is that WRLR only has one player in the off role, which is actually DY. DY is the, as you remember from Icons, is the support from JT, but he's actually playing as the AD carry in this. So, and also the same for WRLB is they have a few players in off role as well. Soldier is actually a mid laner. He's playing in the jungle. You have Nunu, who's also a jungler playing in the top lanes, playing the support, sorry. So, there's a lot of moving around, I think, with these players. I think that's the exciting thing about this is that it's all about, exploring, and maybe they'll change as the best of 5 goes on as well.
That's the thing, right? Do they stick to their guns, stick to their mains despite being put elsewhere and have a fun time at game number 1, and then it goes extra serious mode in game number 2. But I want to just point out the Zillion real quick because CKT had to face this back in their match, and it is the anti-assassin pick.
But look at this, y'all. WRLR get their hands on the Lee Sin. There were so many other threats that had to be banned. in our opening round of ban phase between the Zilean and the Bard. Powerful support options that are not going to see the light of day in this first game. Gwen, Rumble, Yasuo, and Akali all taken from either the Baron lane and the mid lane, but now WRLB. The jungle pool is wide open for the taking. There's so many answers that you can try and combat the Lee Sin with in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, interesting. The Ezreal does get picked up as well. More of a comfort pick, I guess you can say, for Soldier, not going for the likes of Lucian that we've been seeing a lot of. Xayah has also been seeing a lot of popularity. But again, with Soldier and also Nunu in that bot lane, kind of playing off-role. I mean, I will mention off-role, but these players are still very high standards, so they know how to play them roles. But again, Ezreal, more of a safe pick that can sit back and farm up and hopefully scale into late game. But Lee Sin first pick, very scary for a player like Hueba.
And that's the scary part, right? You see the Ezreal, and you see the Karma right over there. Does that mean the Lucian is open for the taking? They don't have to be as pressured as much to pick it early and then just save it for later and see how the rest of the bans go. But so far, it's a very heavy poke lane for the side of WRLB.
One of the things I think WRLR has to prioritize is another user that can easily atomize into either Serpent's Fang or that Sea Stone Trident, because there's going to be a lot of shielding coming in from the Karma. Lucian is locked in, still a powerful marksman, especially with the crit itemization that is live now on the patch. They could try and just go for a powerful support combo with the Lucian, but if you want laning prowess and you want laning push, you have to pick something that's ranged, which then pushes the responsibility of being a tank over to another lane, and they want that pushing power with the Nami.
This is really interesting. Both times that we've really seen two Enchanter supports being played. You know, the Karma into the Nami. Again, as you mentioned, going for more pushing power, going for more utility as well. We know how strong the Lucian-Nami combo can be. I think Nami is actually really underrated right now and actually one of the strongest supports to play just in general. Her healing that she can get with Harmonic Echo can be absolutely absurd. And of course, you can help with benefit with the double up passive from Lucian.
Exactly. It is going to be quite the...
Whoa! Hold up! Talon has arrived to Wild Rift here in our best of 5 grand final. The question is this mid lane for Onron? Is this jungle for Zhangji? Who knows?
I don't know, man, but it's getting really spicy at the very, very first draft that we have here. Now they're going to be taking out some of the options at the Baron lane, perhaps. On the opposite side, they pretty much secured a very strong level 3 type of compositions for on the red side, which is on the blue side, sorry, WRL red. But now I'm curious, Talon's so spicy.
Yeah, Talon most likely going to be in the jungle than the mid lane. You just struggle to wave clear so much in the mid lane, but in the jungle, you have a decent enough jungle clear. Over the past few months, Talon has been buffed multiple times, I believe 2 or 3 times. He's been always known in Wild Rift over the past year being one of the weakest junglers, one of the weakest champions in the game, but with so many buffs over the last few patches, he's actually been starting to see a lot more play in solo queue, and seeing it on the main stage here for our best of 5 pro match is really exciting.
I mean, his parkour ability gives him so much free range to just dip in and out of the jungle, try and look for a quick dive on one of the side lanes here, try and attack that Lee Sin and catch him unaware, or he can easily just as escape with the power of that third ability as he traverses through Wild Rift. We are in our second round of bans. This is where WRLR are going to have to round out their composition with either some frontline or stronger engage, because while the tidal wave is a decent way to break down a fight or slow it down, as an engage tool, it's a little predictable.
Exactly. I mean, if you're having to rely on the kick, the bubble, that is just okay, but looks like on WRL Blue, it feels like they need a hard hold. They need harder CC when it comes to engage. But one thing that is good news about having the Karma pick with the Talon is that you have some sort of follow-up with the movement speed, with the shield. So Jiangxi can be a bit more aggressive on this, and then the rest will follow up.
Looks like we're seeing 2 top laners actually just playing tanks, not even playing bruisers
That's
this time around,
true.
which is really interesting. Now Poppy being picked up and the Ornn. You'll see a lot in this second ban phase. Mordekaiser, Ryze, Jax and Warwick, a lot of AP damage has been taken off the pool. If you're on the side of WRL Blue, you have a little bit of AP damage already with the Karma and a little bit with the Ezreal, but WRLR are very, very AD focused. Lucian, Renekton, Lee Sin, there's not that much magic damage in their kit.
But I want to flag something here, Stuart, and something that you mentioned to me is that some of the pro teams around the world have played a certain style where they send their Dragon Lane duo into the mid lane at the start of the game and just assign 2 normal side laners in both the Dragon and the Baron lane. And this seems like that kind of setup. And for WRLB, they are going to match it here.
Yeah, exactly that. No majors that we see at all, as you mentioned, Rafa. It's all about the bruisers. It's all about the tanks. Again, both teams are very AD focused, though, so I think this is actually not that bad. They're kind of shaking hands in a way because there are so many AP picks that are already gone. Rumble, Akali, Gwen on the first ban phase, sorry. Then the second ban phase, you've got so many AP champions gone. So instead, they're just shaking hands. They're both like, okay, we're both going to be very AD focused. So the big characters are going to be in this game is the Ornn and the Poppy. When they build items like the Sunfire in the early stages of the game, they're going to be very difficult to try and break down.
And that's the scary part, right? There's this big disengage here, and what WRLR wants to do is to go all in. If 1 or 2 get sent flying away from the 5v5 team fight, then that could pose as a problem for this WRL Red squad. But I'm just so excited. I know!
Say that 5 times fast.
WRLR. I already failed the first time. My bad. You know what? WRLR.
We got there in the end.
Yeah.
Good
you
job.
got there.
No,
you got
tried
there.
to do the blue.
Very well done.
That's too much.
I love my co-cast. One thing I do want to quickly point out is that we actually saw with that final lock-in and the arrangement of all the champions is that the Poppy is going into the hands of Jiangji in the jungle role. So it's Onron, the finals MVP from WRLA Season 1 with Keep Best Gaming, piloting the Talon, piloting the Assassin. It's going to be on his shoulders to try and find the assassinations that can turn the tides of battle in this Game 1.
That'd be very interesting if that is the case as well. Maybe they're doing a little bit of a lane swap as well. Maybe the production are just trolling us with where everyone's playing in terms of roles. We'll have to wait and see as we get into game for game number 1. It is going to be.
We got Skamazed. All right, okay.
It is Talon Jungle.
Okay, well, you're right. So
there it is.
Nunu is going to be the one piloting the Talon jungle. Onron is actually taking the Aatrox into the mid lane, which makes a lot more sense, matching that of the likes of the Ornn, or at least trying to scale into it. And Renekton over into the Baron lane against the Poppy. So I'm going to take everything back that I said just a couple minutes ago.
Yeah. One thing I want to, acknowledge is that whenever we would watch a WRL team go up against some of the other regions, what the comments would usually come out is that, oh, wow, WRL teams are this region is just so fast at responding, so fast at making cross-map plays, so fast at just being everywhere and taking every single advantage and denying you cross-map trades. But in this case, it's China versus China. So now we're a little curious who between the two teams is going to be a little bit faster when it comes to the rotations.
Now, I was able to actually talk to SkyFL earlier because he's a player that did start his career over in EMEA as well. He's a player that in the early seasons, Season 1, Season 2, he played over in EMEA. And I said to him, like, what's the big difference between the two servers? What's the big difference that you have seen? And he said that in China, they always fight. They don't care. They're just always engaged. EMEA is maybe a little bit slow and global servers a little bit slow, but in China, they always love to fight.
It's crazy, though, because they still find a way to optimize all their resources as there's a fight onto the top side of the map. The dive is set up beautifully by Scene, and Hueva's there for the alley-oop dunk.
Oh, my word. Stuart literally was the one that brought it up immediately. They love to fight, and right off the bat, 2 minutes just in. It makes sense. You see a Lee Sin, you see a Renekton. These are very really good synergy when it comes to your top and jungle duo, and it really helps set up the fight and early game ganks.
And I really love the lane assignment as well for WRR, deciding to go for the Renekton in the top side. You have the push in into the Poppy. Poppy can be quite weak on the tower dive, and instead putting DY, actually, the player that we fought in Champs that was going to go in the bot lane, actually on the Ornn. But since you're in the mid lane, you have a much shorter lane, so you can protect yourself as an Ornn. In the top lane, when you're pushed in with a Renekton, Lee Sin actually skipped his Gromp, took the Scuttle Crab, and went straight for that dive into the top side. So it gives Poppy... Poppy means Poppy's very far behind now and needs to go back to base again because he's losing that matchup against the Renekton.
Yeah, he missed the keeper's verdict there. Was trying to punt away Scene so that he could at least get some relief pressure. And now, the wave is frozen. This is dire straits for the Poppy.
And you could really tell what the plan is in mind with this Renekton Lee Sin pick because it's a difference in summoner spells as well. It's aiming for this lane domination with that ignite over the Poppy's teleport.
Gonna see how well WRLR's jungle Baron lane combo can snowball this lead, because one of the things that you have to be conscious of later the game goes on for WRL Blue, Nunu on this talent is going to become a greater threat as he gets more and more items for himself. Lee Sin is not one to shy away from a lot of damage as he gets further and further accelerated into the game. But yeah, here comes Nunu trying to set up the dive into the bottom side of the map. The donut from Karma tries to set up the play. Nunu easily skips one out over the peril, and there is a massive kick as Hueba is able to reset the fight, forcing the rest of WRL Blue to flash away. DY tries to go in for a re-engage, but now Onron, it's his time to shine as he comes back in with the Darkened Blade. And in the end of the day here, guys, WRL Blue and WRL Red both just walk away from the fight battered and bruised.
I'm still in awe with that fight because it felt that there was just, it was like playing dodgeball, basically. I'm going in, resetting the fight. The team fight, skirmish juggle, if you will, as a term I'd like to say here. But at the end of the day, they don't want to bleed in too much, and that's why they hesitated and didn't want to go all in. I love the respect from both of these teams. Meanwhile, top lane, though, they have their own world.
And you can see that the supports are starting to turn into that second jungle, which is something that gets used very, very popularly over in China and in WRLR. The supports become the second jungler. They roam around with their jungle and they try and go for tower dives. We've seen it already. There have been multiple tower dives. One did pay off in their favor for the red team, but for the blue team, for WRLR, sorry, they didn't get the tower dive they wanted in the bot sides.
It is a little difficult, though, for Simi on this Nami to try and start roaming alone, because if she is ever isolated and then, boom, a talent pops over the wall, Shadow Assault, that Fesh becomes a sushi skewer for WRL Blue to enjoy. Whereas Karma has a little bit of extra safety because you can always go for that tether and the shield. And yep, this Nami is in a world of trouble. The Karma ultimate is going to pin her down, and nice use of the heroic slam charge from X-Jong to set up the kill.
You just mentioned it, Rafa. When Army is isolated, it's going to be very difficult for her to try and escape. The flash forward from the Karma, being able to use that route to perfection. Very well played here by WRL Blue to give that little bit of advantage that they need. And now that they have that mid lane with the Ezreal and the Karma there, you're going to have priority over that Lucian Nami with the pushing power.
Exactly, and this gives a priority over the objectives later on. And one of those things, the kills definitely is a little bit scary if you think about it, if it all goes to Nunu. We talked about the jungler matchup, and so far, it is Nunu that actually is going to be in the lead on this one. But I want to, paint a little bit of a picture of what's happening on the objectives. I'm going to lead a little bit further on WRLR when it comes to the team fight, so they can try again. As long as they're able to get a good setup for Call of the Forge God and a tidal wave, it'll be massive.
And the gold lead isn't that far apart from these two teams. Massive engage right there for the tidal wave. Bubble doesn't only hit one there, as the Lucian from SkyFL gets some decent damage with the culling. DY is forced to flee as Onrun pops the World Ender. Here comes the Call of the Forge God for the re-engage. Hits two members there, but the ensemble has been secured by Nunu, and Onron is bullying everyone else from WRL Red out of the blue side jungle. The flash over the wall soldier looking to continue the rampage from the side of WRL Blue.
And WRL Blue in the end take that ensemble and also secure a few kills after that. I thought everyone was going to escape with blinking health bars, but in the end it was WRLR that go away, WRL Blue, sorry, that go away with the advantage and also get a little bit more gold onto that Ezreal and the Talon.
It's so scary to think about. I'd mentioned team fights, ideally, okay, Red on Team Red, but unfortunately the setup was not exactly there. The burst damage, everything. Once they funnel onto one single target, it'll be immediately a 4v5.
Gold lead in the jungle now is getting pretty huge for the Talon. Nunu nearly about 400, 500 gold ahead right now, and also in the mid lane, nearly 1,000 gold lead for Anran 9. So you talk about these players and these champions, the Talon and the Aatrox, the scaling that they have and how difficult it is to try and lock these champions down. They also secure the first dragon for themselves. They will use the ensemble in that mid lane to try and break that tower down.
Goal difference is still not that far apart between both of these teams, but I am concerned about how the WRL Blue composition tends to have a better time when they get more item spikes under their belt. Not to say that Hueba's Lee Sin in particular or the Lucian cannot scale in their own right, but if they are just even on gold rather than smashing with the gold deficit instead, then it starts to become a bigger issue.
Yeah, they are very early game focused, as you mentioned. The Lee Sin, the Renekton, and the Lucian. The Lucian will still be able to do quite a lot of damage, but the Renekton will definitely fall off, and the same with the Lee Sin. Whereas on the other side, you just have the Ezreal that keeps on scaling, already has the Mirror Mana online, going to be building towards that Trinity Force. The Talon, once he gets a few items, the ultimate and the mobility that you mentioned, Rafa, is going to be very difficult to shut him down. But look at this, Amaran 9 is just dominating the bot side. It kind of shows you this bruiser versus tank matchup and how difficult it is for DY to stay in lane.
And that's going to be the problem, right? Eventually, as the late game progresses, there's not going to be a lot that can match this Aatrox.
Okay, well, Xjong was slain by Scene over on the other side of the map, but Anran and Yunyu pay some love back and ensure that they can equalize the kills here.
It's absolutely scary. And I mean, the Ezreal is already painful. Soldier, imagine if the Triforce is already completed. That's going to be an immense fight.
Just a little poke and recall, you know, as you do. In a standard game of Wild Rift, just poke and recall, but yeah, in the end, you're seeing both the tanks are kind of playing the weak side at the moment. That's why both the tanks do have the teleport, the Poppy and the Ornn. They're just trying their best to try and keep the towers alive. The Ornn will teleport towards the bot side, so both the supports, both the tanks, I should say, are now on the top side of the map. And meanwhile, on the bot side, you're seeing plenty of pings into that bottom jungle.
They want to fight over this red buff and just force the advantage where they have nearly a 3,000 gold advantage on their side. Hang on, Onrun might have been a little too deep on that one. Flashes back in time. Another flash from Skyfell as he finds the Talon in that Dragon Pit. And the rest of WRL Blue got a little too aggressive, but the re-engage from the Poppy, trying to set it up. The Call of the Forge God gets winded down and finds the knock-up onto the front line, but Onron is still ready to play with the Darkened Blade. Big slam into the wall. Hueba is pinned, but a three-man kick will stop the fight from continuing.
Every single one of these fights, Rafa, are so close. Again, blinking health bars on either side, but you're seeing how difficult it is to try and lock down and try and kill the Ornn and the Poppy. Because both these champions are just building pure armor. There's just all AD damage in this game. So if the Ornn and Poppy can survive enough and buy enough time for the rest of their team, they could try to do enough damage.
I think that's why that's the biggest difference, right? You see the Nami, that's a sensor, but on the opposite side, that's a Luden's Echo. So there's going to be a little bit of a supplemental damage when it comes to the AP if they do build full armor.
Hell, I would not even mind if Soldier built something like a Riftmaker or Leandra's Torment just to splash a little bit of extra magic damage, since he's not purely physical, as Xjong might be in a little bit of trouble, but as you said, Stuart, it's a little too hard to bring down the Poppy that easily in the game anymore. The Karma ultimate, yoinks! Multiple members from WRL Red back into the Baron lane, but they're trying to push the assault here. Culling comes out, decent damage onto multiple members here. The tidal wave pushes them back. Baron has spawned. This is a time where both teams have to be extremely cautious about fighting too early.
Yeah, the big thing, as you mentioned, Riku, with the Luden's Echo being built on the Karma, they do actually have quite a bit of AP damage. There are two ways that you can play the Karma. I thought this was going to be the more supportive style, where you just build as much ability haste as possible, so you can get a really low cooldown on the shields, more utility, more time to shut it down. But instead, Jung is going to go for the full damage build and instead focus more on the damage. But Hueba just died off screen.
What happened?
I don't know, Riku, but that is not good news for the side of WRL Red. That Lee Sin is gone for the next 22 seconds. WRL Blue are trying to set up pushing waves right now to see if they can at least give themselves better position, better vision control for that Baron, but they might be setting up for the Dragon instead, a safer objective as DY takes a load of damage, but the Gargoyle Stormplate's shield will give him the reprieve necessary, but it's all to buy time for New to secure this Dragon.
There's so much space for objectives now. Even the Baron sort of being pseudo-started, but there's still a lot of respect because Hueba is already online. Again, this is the damage. Hueba, if that happens again, this objective and maybe this game is in danger.
Yeah, you have to be really careful when you're starting the Baron as well, because you obviously do get that debuff, so you have to be careful. It means you're going to take more damage, you're going to deal less damage as well. So both teams are being very hesitant on starting this Baron. When we talk about how quickly that these teams can take Baron, both of them are pretty slow at taking Baron. They don't really have that consistent auto-attack AD carry that can try and shut them down, try and take down the Baron quickly. Or they don't have the Mage as well that could try to do a lot of burst damage. So both these teams playing around that Baron, making sure that they have vision control, and just waiting for a moment for one team to make a mistake.
And this is a major time for WRL Blue to really show their strength right now. The Talon has a significant item advantage over the Lee Sin with that latest Trinity Force pickup in his inventory, which is why WRL Red is giving so much respect and space in this blue quadrant. They try to jump onto Onron. They force the flash out of him. Call the Forge God looks for the knockup, hits two, but no one can follow up in it just quite yet. Nunu is just burning down the Baron. The rest of WRL Blue trying to prevent them from getting into the pit. The Baron is secured for WRL Blue. From the Ord sets it up. New gets knocked down. Blown to smithereens goes WRL Blue. A massive double kill. 4 scenes Renekton. And just like that, WRL Red find the window they needed to come back in this game.
What a crazy knockoff. DY, we talked about this tank in the mid lane to be able to support these team fights, and now it happened. It could happen another time with a tidal wave. No, it's just for zoning, but that was an impressive showing. There's CC lock, he's fine.
Oh, the poke!
But at least
Onron is on the chase now. He's ready to deal the pain and end their world. SkyFL can't go anywhere else, had nowhere left to run. WRL Red, we thought that they were able to turn that around, but they couldn't even push a single turret off of the play itself. WRL Blue just made us believe and then dashed those dreams away.
And it's so difficult sometimes because even if you get an advantage after the Baron is taken, then Baron minions are still going to be there. So it's so hard to try and push down a tower. So in the end, they do try and push that mid lane. SkyFL just takes his life and tries to take the Karma as well, but isn't able to do it in the end. So WRLB are still ahead. The Talon shot. It might be
the first strike.
No, you're good for now.
That was so close.
That was too close. That was too close. But, you know, I agree with you there. Knowing that the composition that WRL Red has composed with the tank in the mid lane, that means they lack the wave clear necessary to slow down this bleed with this Baron, and Hueva just falls.
Did he just die solo to a Poppy? Is that what I saw?
And the Karma did it.
Oh, okay. All right, well, that makes a little bit more sense. But meanwhile, the dive continues on the bottom side of the map. Onron finds the second cast of the Darkened Blade, hits the third sweet spot.
Oh, the dodge.
And is able to walk out safely. Darkened Blade used once again. Onron can continue casting them to his free will. And the rest of WRL Red are down to the last defenses.
Not really much more that they could do right now. The Baron minions have stopped, though. The Baron buff has despawned, so it is the first Baron of the game. So the first Baron recently did get changed where the duration did get quite significantly lower. So it gives WRLR a little bit more time to push out, try and get a few more minions. But now that the resets are coming on in for WRL Blue, look at the items now. The Aatrox having the Black Lever and the Death Stance becoming very, very difficult. Poppy, I love the pickup of the Frozen Heart, reducing the attack speed of champions around her. And of course, the Karma just go for more damage. Vandal Fantasy coming in as a second item. This is all about just having so much mana, using her abilities to poke and shield as much as possible.
Exactly. It really nullifies at the moment, the strength of WRL Red, which is the Renekton getting ahead. With these items, it is up to Zhang to really sort of counter and then just really negate the impact of this lead that this Renekton has.
Teleports coming in already from Xjong so that he can be here for the Dragon objective. It is the Ocean Soul at this stage in the game. Onron forcing out the dominance from Seam without popping his own World Ender. He's going to have the ultimate advantage. WRL Blue just slowly whittling down the Dragon, holding space. Decent knockup onto two there. DY pops the Gargoyle Stone Plate and gives himself a massive shield, but now Onron, it's his turn to play. He looms forward. He looks to end their worlds as he tries to find a Darkened Blade sweet spot. Barely misses it, but Nunu has already assassinated the fish on the other side of the wall, and they turn their attention to the Baron Nashor.
They're able to get the Dragon Soul as well, so they have the Infernal Soul for the extra damage, and now they're going to be able to take the second Baron, and it's going to become... It's going to need an absolute miracle from WRLR now. They go for this early game composition with the Renekton, the Lee Sin, and the Lucian. But the scaling has come in now for WRL Blue. They just have so much damage, so much scaling in their back pocket. That Talon is so difficult to shut down.
Exactly. You can feel the lead so much coming from WRLB's side that I feel like anyone from their end is able to solo kill anyone on the opposition. So at this point, what can you do? As you said, on Miracle, as we take a look at that replay, it is that zoning that the rest of the Team Blue is able to do for them to secure the soul and then the tidal wave. They threw everything on the kitchen sink, but it was not enough to deter the strength and the lead that this team has.
Yeah, Aatrox is so difficult to try and shut down so much mobility, but as you mentioned, I love that they were able to just zone them away, be able to take that Infernal Soul. Now this Ezreal is doing so much damage with just one Mystic shot. The Talon even jumps in underneath the Nexus.
True Shot Barrage rips through their base of WRL Red. Massive knockup with the Call of the Forge God, but they cannot get through the front line, and it's WRL Red that are beginning to fall one after another. WRL Blue's Poppy sends them away with the Keeper's Verdict, buys time to hit the Nexus. WR Blue take the first game. GG!
What a performance in the end. The scaling was absolutely insane. And the outplays from Anran 9, I mean, this is a star player coming into this Pro Track 5v5 that we were highlighting as one of these players over the past few years, has been absolutely dominating over on the WRLR. Of course, the Wild Rift League Asia as well, winning multiple titles there and carrying on that momentum into this Pro Track as well.
It's so scary. Once they get the lead, it's like they never let that go. They take care of it, they amplify it, and they just do not stop the aggression. There was just one moment in the jungle where it felt like Red was about to, even out the gold lead as they punished them on, it was the red buff tussle on the jungle of Team Red. But at the end of the day, there was just a lot of dragons. There was just a lot of firepower in these Baron fights.
I think the crucial pivot point for WRL Red's folly was the fact that they invested so much into an early game spiking composition, but they couldn't actually accentuate the leads at all. The Lucian Nami never really got that much value. They never used the push to actually push into the jungle and invade with the Lee Sin and find the Talon. The only things that he got done was try and dive the Poppy, but the Poppy still became that very annoying tank that you hate to play against if you're on the other side of that. But that is the end of game one of this epic best of 5. We still got more action coming your way right after this break. Woo!
Slipping through my fingers, wish that I could fall asleep with a light on. Searching for the present tense, cause you're the way that I can rely on. Concrete nights, hearts out on the dash. Somewhere soon, we're gonna wish we could go back to These growing pains are beating hearts. Late night driving through the dark, and all the ways we fell so hard just to find out who we are. So take my hand, take the long way home. Light a fire up before we go. Heaven knows when the clouds run out of time, we're gonna miss this life. We're gonna miss this life. When the clouds run out of time, we're gonna miss this life. We're gonna miss this life. When the clouds run out of time, we're gonna miss this life.
Nothing gets in, no one gets out. The helpless fight, the hardened live.
Welcome back to Wild Round Smash 2025. We are getting ready for our second game of our epic best of 5 showdown between WRL Red and WRL Blue. If you missed the first game, well, WRL Blue was the first one to deal first strike.
Yeah, it was an incredible match overall. It was really about the junglers, you know, Hueba trying to get that early game advantage, which he wasn't able to get, and then the Talon steamrolled with Vanguard 9.
Yeah, exactly. I thought that was going to be a classic, you know, maybe 3 years ago, 4 years ago, Wild Rift, where I'm going to feed Renekton a couple of kills and then the game is just going to spin out of control, but that did not happen at all.
And I think a couple unsung heroes from WRL Blue has to come from Zhangji on that Karma, because the little toss in the composition with the fact that both of these teams had majority physical damage dealers and tanks to be able to just stack armor on top. Well, what is the first thing that Zhangji rushes on the Karma? A Luden's Echo, so they can not only splash in that extra magic damage in that profile, but then also all of the shields just prove so annoying to deal with for WRL Red.
I did see that. I think there was this one point where I think it was a full combo coming from the Karma, and I think the Ornn DY had half HP right after. Cannot underestimate a full AP Karma on the support role.
Yeah, the burst damage was incredible in the end, and that adaptation of understanding that, hey, we need a little bit of AP damage to try and break through the Ornn. We need that little bit of splash damage. That came through from the Karma, and that's kind of the difference between how Karma can be played on Wild Rift as well, with that, you know, exclusive ultimate, that new ultimate that we kind of have. The, hey, you can do that huge, massive AoE damage, suck everyone in, and then just do that huge AoE damage with the first ability as well.
Yeah, it's like a Shockwave 2.0, you know? If you can't pilot the Orianna Oh, slap in the Karma instead, get a little bit of extra shield power, and then boom, donut, as you call it out.
Boom!
Bam!
Bam!
Kablam!
Kablam!
But now
here we
looking
go.
forward into...
Starting.
It's been a long day, y'all. It's been a very exciting day, but it's also been a long 3 days here at Wild Round Smash 25. Looking forward, though, into game number 2. I think if you are WRL Red, they tried that early game spiking composition, and the fact that WRL Blue doubled down for an extra bit of scaling power on their side, and they were the ones that proved triumphant, I think that's going to shift up the focus here for the next draft on WRL Red.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if the supports get banned out and the majors and the AP champions, sorry, not the majors, the AP bruisers kind of get banned out as well, like the Rumble and the Gwen that we saw in game number 1. That Lee Sin was such a big focus early on, but just wasn't able to carry enough. But I think, again, it's very surprising to see in this all-star tournament with these players from China, they go for 2 Enchanter and 2 kind of mages in a way in the support role, when we usually see so many of these tank and engaged champions that are so popular.
And I think I want to also, the absence of a Galio, the absence of these global ultimates that have such global presence, not present in the first game, which means that we will definitely see an appearance later on of these tanky, tanky supports. But at the same time, we see DY play stuff like the Ornn. I assume that it may be the one that gives room for enchanters to exist a little bit more in the bottom lane.
Check this out, guys. Over on WRL Blue, Onron is no longer sitting down. He's in the coach role. I think they put in Yuli instead to play for the second game.
And the exciting thing as well about these all-star teams that we do have players from the Women's League as well, over on the Wild Rift League. This is something new that they've done over in China over, I believe, the past 2 to 3 years. They've brought in these players, they brought in a Women's League that they'll be able to play at the highest level. And the 2 players that we have here from Evil Woman over on WRL with the Women's League are 2 of the best that they have.
It's honestly going to be super duper exciting. I think, seeing them, perform over here at the grand finals, by the way, for Wild Round Smash is going to be super duper exciting.
Here we go. Draft numero 2 for WRL Red versus WRL Blue starts now with the roster swap of having Onron step back to the bench, coaching the squad, and Yuli coming into the mid lane. I cannot wait to see what she brings to the table. So far, WRL Red not changing up most of their bans. The Rumble does get hit up, unlike last time, which was kind of a strange occurrence. No one wanted to go for the Rumble, but now recognizing that it is more of a threat in the second game, alongside the Yasuo like we saw in the first game. But what we have seen from before is the Bard and the Zillion being taken away.
Yeah, these are all very similar bans to game number 1 with the Yasuo and the Akali, the Bard and the Zillion. Again, focusing more on the supports, more of the utility supports that can just bring so much to your team. With the Bard ultimate, the Zillion ultimate can be such big game changers. Be interested to see what the 3rd and final ban is going to be on Wild Rift League, WRL Blue, which is that Gwen, which, if I'm not mistaken, this is just the same bans. I believe Rumble was the ban still in game number 1 as well. So I think these are actually all the same bans as game number 1, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so too. I think the side over at WRL Blue is the exact same bans from earlier, and now Ambessa is going to be a priority. Earlier it was the Lee Sin that takes priority over towards blue side. Now we won't see the Lucian Nami combo this time around. We're going to dig deeper onto the deeper layers of AD carries, but that is the question if that is indeed a priority. Now Nautilus is unleashed.
Yeah,
it has been banned constantly, especially yesterday.
Powerful support option here for... I imagine that it might be different once again because it was Zhang Ji that ended up going into the support role and Nunu coming into the jungle, but more than likely Nautilus will be played in the support role now that Kha'Zix has been locked in. WRL Red have to now take caution of this very, very scary assassin from the jungle.
And I wonder if some AP damage priority does come through here for
That's my girl! That's my queen! Thank you, Hueva! I have been waiting for a Nidalee game this entire event. And if I am correct, I did not see it picked once. There was a couple times where she got banned during the later stages of the pick and ban phase, but here we go. WRL Red Hueba is going to throw down the Nidalee in the jungle roll, and what a great combination with the Leona to guarantee those spears hitting with all the CC in her kit.
There's so much lockdown on the side of WRL. You talk about the Ambessa ulti on top of that as well. There's so much that WRL Blue have to be careful of. They do lock in that Warwick, which does actually count as a source of AP damage for WRL Blue, so they don't really have to worry about that anymore. The interesting thing is none of the AD carries, none of the marksmen have been picked on either side. So we could be going down really in the tier list when it comes to marksmen. Lucian and Ezreal already out the pool, so I'm thinking of champions like potentially the Corki and the Xayah being banned or picked.
I like how you mentioned that because I feel like there is a lack of wave clear on each team composition so far. So we'll definitely expect something with very big poke, possibly to pair up with the Nidalee and then burst down and finish off and execute these targets. But I'm really curious to see on the other end as well how they'll wrap it up.
Guys, are we gonna just glaze over the fact that a Warwick got locked in?
Yeah.
Well? I mean, we've got a cougar on one side, we've got a wolf on the other side. It's gonna be a battle of the zoo here in this second game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, most than likely, Warwick will go into one of the solo lanes. He's actually more of a solo laner in Wild Rift because he gets so much sustain, gets so much healing. If you remember the 1v1s that we had. Yeah, exactly. So there's so much sustain that you get, and the lockdown from the ultimate can deal a lot of AP damage. Of course, with that Kha'Zix already locked in, that's going to be the case. There's going to be a lot of lockdown on either side. The only marksman that does get banned is the Kai'Sa, so I wouldn't be surprised if Wild Rift WRL Blue lock in a marksman here. No, they go for the Yone instead. So they actually leave their marksman for the last pick to see what WRL lock in.
Do they lock in a mage here? Maybe going back classic like a Ziggs, because just as you said, there's AP damage from the side of Warwick, but at least if you have strong wave clear, at least the Nautilus is able to roam and assist the rest of these hunters like the Warwick, like the Kha'Zix.
That is a good call out here, Riku, because if they ever do fall behind, they are lacking a substantial way of being able to deal with the pushing waves from the side of WRL Red. And with something like a Nidalee, like the Ambessa and the Camille, all of those champions can make some plays early on. Hextech Ultimatum and the Public Execution provide lockdown right on top of a Solar Flare as well. These are all tools that should help the Nidalee.
There's my girl as well.
And the traps.
Both our girls are the same draft rapper and the same team.
Dap me up, bro.
Yeah!
What about me? Where's my Syndra?
I mean, I don't know if that went through the camera, but that was pretty
I mean, maybe they lock in a Syndra in the Dragon Lane instead. I mean, they already banned your Kai'Sa, which is, you know...
That's true, that's mine. Okay, it's okay. Corki.
I don't know if Corki's your person.
Used to be. I'm more of a Kai'Sa girly now, so yeah.
So both the AD carries that I was expecting though, and I called out the Xayah and the Corki. When you take out the Lucian, when you take out the Ezreal, both these are going to be really, really great. I love Xayah against this composition because you have so much dive from the Warwick, the Yone, and you can dodge ultimates like the Nautilus at the same time. But I think when you talk about like ease of execution, I think WRL with the Ambessa ultimate, with the Leona and the Camille having so much lockdown, it means the likes of the Nidalee and the Xayah can poke and do a lot of damage from the back line.
Exactly. With this all-in type of composition from WRL Red, that means this Feather Storm coming from the Xayah is very self-sufficient when it comes to making sure that, just as you said, not getting dove upon and can disengage all by herself.
I am so pumped to see Nidalee finally make her international competitive debut here at Wild Round Smash. And who better than one of our first international champions in Hueba back in the day from that Doctrine Gaming roster at Horizon Cup. I'm really curious to see what kind of build he decides to go for. Obviously in solo queue, high burst, high execution damage has always been the priority for a lot of Nidalee mains because you just want to try and snowball as fast as possible, rushing the likes of the Lichbane, Death Cap, the Infinity Orb as well, get that extra amplified damage. But just out of curiosity, I know that I've cooked a couple builds on Stuart.
Oh no, Rafa, just stop. Just stop.
I want to listen.
Okay, but hang on. I think you still build full AP, but you don't always have to just go for pure, I need to try and one-shot and assassinate this guy, because in those 5-on-5 skirmishes, you cannot just jump in as a squishy Nidalee building full damage because you will easily get blown up in the blink of an eye. You have to play for poke, you have to play for healing, and even using your Primal Surge to buff up your Xayah so she gets that extra attack speed.
Yeah, I mean, you might even see like some sort of like supportive play style, as you mentioned, you know, with buffing up the Xayah, with getting the attack speed, even healing someone like the Camille and the Mbessa. When you talk about these bruisers that have been played instead of the majors, they benefit so much from the attack speed. But I totally agree that I feel like even though in a solo queue environment you want to play more aggressive, Hueba might be a little bit more passive with this style of play. Looking at his jungle clear, interesting enough, he is skipping his Krugs. He's going for red buff into Raptors and just going straight towards the blue side. So not going for that that quick level 5 jungle clear, instead skipping a camp and maybe playing a little bit more aggressively.
It is interesting because you get a lot of empower damage in all of your Kuger abilities once you hit level 5, since you lack a traditional ultimate ability, but you are very strong at level 3, so I'm curious if Hueba is just trying to fast track level 3 and then go for an immediate evade into Nunu's jungle.
I'm not sure if it's, you know, the passion of Rafa, you know, influencing what I'm looking at right now, but I really like WRLR's composition. Exactly. Already at top side.
There it is.
And the invade, and even getting the Krugs uncontested.
I don't think she's going to get it. Oh, she does.
Oh, wow. Okay, but now
She's
Hueba might be
caught.
in trouble. Does he need to pop the flash? No. He's able to walk out just fine. Nidalee is such a slippery champion between that pounce being such a low cooldown. Sometimes you don't always need the flash to get out of harm's way.
I still don't think it's worth it though, really, for the Nidalee. I mean, she does take one of the big Krugs, but she didn't take her walls, she didn't take her Krugs, and meanwhile, Kha'Zix has done a full jungle clear and is already 100 gold ahead, and ahead in tempo because he's already gone back to base and got them boots.
And you know what junglers do over here? They really immediately use that lead and get first blood. But one thing I want to point out is that usually the weakness of Nidalee, no CC, but it's okay because you got the Leona on bot side. You got level 5 ultimate coming from the side of Sky FL, and on top side, Hextech ultimate.
Careful, don't jump. You're jumping into the Nautilus, but he has his pushing lanes collapsing in to support the invade. Hueba, you could see that he was patient before committing to the play when his teammates were near for the collapse.
And you see that he's still trying to play aggressive because he also has Dark Harvest as well. So he wants to play aggressive, he wants to try and get these stacks early on. You see that the Kha'Zix is on the ward, does need to be careful. The Leona and Xayah is there for backup though. They are going to try and shut, no, uses a smite, but the Krug resets unfortunately. And this just puts, in my opinion, Hueba further and further behind. Because again, he's not using his time to farm, he's using it to try and play more aggressively, but it's not paying off.
It's a high-risk play style that Hueba is trying to accomplish here, because if he does get that steal off, then yes, he's the one that goes up tempo, he's the one that goes up experience, but if it does not go through, then Nunu is like, all right, cool, you just wasted time and you've leashed the camp just for my own taking. So Hueba's got to be a bit more precise with these jungle invades.
Exactly, and you can really tell how much is being invested here because all the lanes prior to this have been getting priority, which means you're able to really comfortably invade the jungle. But so far, it hasn't really equated into far of a big lead just yet.
Gold lead just under 200 here for Nunu, but the fact that it's been Hueba trying to find a lot of aggressive plays into invading the jungle and hasn't found that lead, this is where Nidalee needs to really find a massive advantage in window. Otherwise, you will not be able to live that solo queue dream of just throwing spears and assassinate people wherever you want. You will have to relegate yourself to a more supportive playstyle.
Yeah, exactly. And when you're playing something like Dark Harvest as well, it can be a little bit difficult. I can believe he hasn't even got he hasn't got any stacks so far with Dark Harvest. And when you fall far behind with Nidalee, and when you're not able to get that much Dark Harvest stacks, your damage later on is not going to be that burst style that you were talking about, Rafa, because you want to play more aggressive. But of course, in this competitive environment, when a lot of players are playing more respectfully, playing a lot more passive, and understanding the strengths of Nidalee, you know it can be a little bit more difficult. But now, trying to play towards the Camille lane, didn't wait for the ultimate of the Hextech ultimatum, instead just trying to push out the lane. But again, I feel like it's getting further and further behind.
And meanwhile, Nunu makes his mark on the bottom side of the map, recognizing that Hueba's Nidalee was in the Baron lane. Thankfully for the rest of WRL Red, they're able to survive for now, but the Yone from Soldier goes in with a bait shield, tries to link back into SM1, but here comes Mbessa from Sky FL and draws first blood.
Beautiful stuff there. I was going to say, for an all-in type of composition, a little bit
Nidalee, by the way. What's Hueba
over
doing?
Here.
Going
just
on
getting
an adventure.
His bot lane's getting ganked. What is going on?
Don't worry, guys. Gromp has been secured, but he's going to step on up.
There he is.
Shield of Daybreak for the stun.
Dark Harvest stack. Worth.
Okay, he's going to go for the empowered pounds. and it looks like Nunu has already made his escape at the cost of his own flash. You could see that WRL Red were trying to coordinate a collapse there, but maybe SkyFell's Investa has gone a little too deep. The rest of WRL Red were already on the retreat.
+1 for Weibo and Dark Harvest Stacks. He'll take that any day of the week. He's like, yeah, my bot lane's getting ganked. No, guys, it's fine. I'm bombing Dark Harvest. It's all good. He was able to steal one of the camps as well. Overall, very aggressive in the bot side of the map for the moment. You can see the goal lead at the moment in the jungle. Kha'Zix is just clearing through the jungle so much quicker than this Nidalee right now. But SkyFL for the counter engage when the Yone tried to jump in was perfectly timed.
I'm really, really excited about this upcoming fight because I feel like we haven't really seen WRL's composition come into fruition just yet with the Solar Flare, with the Feather Storm, with a couple of roots getting in behind of the Xayah. So now I feel like we might see a bit of a preview unless a handshake happens here when it comes to these objectives down the road.
You gotta be careful though, because WRL Blue already have that Serpent's Fang completed for Nunu, and he just burst down the dragon, doesn't even want to try and contest the ensemble. Honestly, I think it's a pretty smart call from WRL Blue. You do not want to play into that early advantage of the Nidalee, even though that this Kha'Zix has the one spike item completed first over Hueva's Nidalee. You have to respect all the easy lockdown that they have to offer.
Yeah, I can agree with that for sure. I mean, I'm very surprised they didn't at least try and engage or try and get some sort of priority. Maybe they didn't have the pushing power in mid, the pushing power in top. Meanwhile, SkyFell in the bot side is going to use the ultimate, but is he going to be able to escape? No! Or it could be able to flash away, securing the kill there onto SkyFell.
There's a teleport coming in. Do they want to re-engage here? Because they have the Leona. Solar Flare!
Fate Seal from Soldier just tried to get away from
CC.
danger. The chain CC not enough on that DY. Flashes in for the kill, ensuring that the bug is squashed. Goes into the air with a Feather Storm, and he still survives! DY goes immortal mode.
Why has this guy been a support main his whole life? He can play Xayah, he can play an AD carry. That was perfectly played. The lockdown from Leona, the feathers afterwards for the lockdown, flashing forward, knowing that you time the ultimate to perfection.
Another one.
To be fair, DY learned from the best in Barry back in the day on that J-Team squad, but here we go, the action continues, and Hueva picks up his second kill of the game on the Nidalee.
It just won't stop. Again, they really have to... The reason why they're super duper active right now is because SMY on this Leona is just so good at just getting all these solar flares on point. These Zenith Blaze into the stun on point. Let's take a look at this again. Despite them being so far away, it felt like it was max range, and the follow-up coming from DY, the confidence basically. I thought DY was supposed to fall in this exchange, but at the end of the day, he was safe. The depth charge wasn't enough.
I mean, one more tick from Ignite would have been enough there. It was so close, but perfectly played from DY in the end. Meanwhile, SkyFell
in the 1v2, Public Execution forces Nunu to flash away from the turret damage that was stacking right on top of him. He's trying to slice and dice through using the Drake Wolfhound stance, and he forces them to back off. Unfortunately for SkyFL, not able to find any kills, but he defends his turret for now as the rest of WRL Red trying to look for the collapse. A spear lands onto Zhongji, but no follow-up from the rest of WRL Red.
The Gold Drinker from the Ambassador at the end being a big factor with the survivability underneath the tower, putting the Gold Drinker onto both enemies there on WRLB, and they're going to be able to secure a tower in this bot side. Nidalee getting them 2 kills early on and getting more Dark Harvest stacks, though, means that she has now completed that Lich Bane as a first item. So if this game continues to snowball in WRL's favor, that 1,000 gold lead for Nidalee can be very scary to deal with.
Exactly. That's why they're just really ramping up and starting more fights as much as possible. And the key here, well, Jamshi's able to escape.
Oh no, Yuli! Locked down by the Hextech ultimatum.
No.
There's nowhere else for her to go. WRL Blue could not save her. WRL Red, can they find a way to snowball this objective into anything more? Doesn't look like it's going to be much for now, but the gold lead is starting to climb in favor of the Red squad.
Wow, that's the thing about this composition, right? Or both compositions. Who is able to deal first blood when it comes to engage like right now, with no Hextech ultimatum, so they're safe and sound. WRLB, they don't have a lot of space to sort of start these fights. The access is Jiangxi to be able to get pickoffs from the map, but so far they don't have that space.
This Camille pick has been so great so far with the lockdown on top of the Leona as well. You're seeing that there's not really any way of escaping on the side of WRLB with Corki, when you get Hextech Ultimatum, no way of escaping.
No.
Even if the Yone tries to jump in, there's no way of him jumping back because he's just going to get stuck inside that Hextech Ultimatum. So far, this Camille pick has worked wonders. And again, it looks like Nunu is looking to try and focus on that top side, but trying to shut down these bruisers and trying to lock them down. It's so difficult.
Kha'Zix would prefer to pop squishies, not beefy boys or bruisers.
True.
Public execution right on top of one target there. Xjong trying to run away as fast as possible. Thankfully, the Howl gives him the damage reduction necessary to survive the engage, but WRL Red still have more tools up their sleeve. Fate Sealed barely goes wide as a flash from Scene saves his life. The Dragon is the next target here for WRL Red, but the rest of WRL Blue are going to concede it for now.
Yeah, they're going to give away the Dragon. That means that there is going to be no Dragon Soul in this game, but the Baron buff is up, and it looks like WRLB were looking to try and potentially start the Baron, but with the Dragon going down so quickly, they're all just going to reset for now and try and get more item spikes. Across the board, Xayah now has 2 items, Bloodthirster and Magnetic Blast completed. Interesting enough, the Leona actually goes for Quicksilver to make sure that her herself has that immunity to crowd control so she can use her own crowd control to impact the team fight.
Now it just makes so much sense because Jiangxi now feels like they're going to be stuck in a corner. Who do I depth charge at this point? Featherstorm, there's invulnerability. Hextech Ultimatum as well at some point. Leona feels like not the best choice. And now they're getting the Baron so fast.
There's no chance for WRL Blue to steal it away unless there's a miracle happening, but
TP behind them.
Soldier, he doesn't have a smite. Hextech Ultimatum is going to lock down Xjong, tries to flash away, but still trapped inside that ultimate. Goes back in with the infinite duress, setting up the turnaround. WRL Blue looking for the backline. The Featherstorm keeps DY alive and still survives for now. There is a moment, a desperate hope from WRL Blue, but quickly dashed away is now. It is WRL Red looking for the collapse. Zhangji might just be the first target to fall here. The Spirit connects and the takedown comes through. One more attack from DY sends Zhangji back to the graveyard.
Perfect in the end, securing that Baron, securing the objective in the end, and securing the team fight straight afterwards. You're talking, Rafa, about the healing, and that healing was a big factor in that team fight, keeping the Xayah alive, keeping the Ambessa alive in the backline. There was a lot of dive for WRL Blue, but it just wasn't enough in the end. So much mobility, so many ways to escape away from that team fight.
Exactly. BT passive now activated. That safety net was really key to make sure to survive into that Featherstorm as well. Despite it being a 4v5, as they're able to burst down the Camille, it was still enough for them as they've already used all pretty much resources onto that fight and nothing left here. The chase is on the run basically as Jiangxi's just going to get stunned. But one thing I want to point out though, I'm pretty sure they have 3 executioners calling on under everybody's belt, by the way, so nobody can heal at all no matter what.
And it totally makes sense. Good rake back with the feathers there. DY goes in the air with a Featherstorm, and now this AD carry is alive and ready to exacerbate all their free will. Public execution to re-engage. It's a double kill for Weipa. Yuli is the next one to drop, and the rampage continues from WRL Red. Mewnu, the last member standing, but Weipa is the true Jungle King this time around as the second game comes to an end, and this time it is WR Red that finds them victorious. GG!
They take game number 2, and now we're at a tie. We got a series on our hands.
Yes! We've said the thing, y'all. Weipa, that first international champion in Wild Rift, steps up to the plate, throws down our very first Nidalee performance. And I'm not gonna lie, guys, I was a little questionable in the first half, not gonna lie.
They got you in the first half.
They had me in the first half, a little bit, concerned with a lot of the aggressive invades. They weren't exactly executed as well as they could have been, but they finally got around to the point where Weipa did get that gold lead, and then once the Lichbane and the Death Cap came through, it's not just about the spears and the poke, but it's the constant healing with the Primal Surge that makes it so difficult for WRL Blue to finish them off.
And exactly, it felt like everybody was full HP at the end of the fight. Nobody was in danger, no blinking health bars, but I felt like the swing came from having to get Camille on the board. After that, it was rinse and repeat. The Leona's going to keep roaming. The Hextech Ultimatum is going to be back up every time, and then you initiate a fight, and that's how you balloon up the lead.
Yeah, we talk about the easy execution, as you mentioned, the hexagon blades and the Yono ultimate on top of that as well. It becomes so difficult. They try to engage onto DY, onto the Xayah, but the Feather Storm is just so impactful in these team fights. It stops so much of the engage, and then she can pull the feathers back, stun it again on top of that, and allow Hueba to run over these team fights.
Well, WRL Blue definitely see that their match is coming through from WRL Red. It's not going to be a 3-0 walk in the park for either teams, and I hope that we get 3 more full 5 games in this best of 5 in this series, because every game has been a banger so far. We're going to cut to a short break. When we come back, it's game 3 right on your screen. Ka-chow.
The wild calls, I answer. The jungle never sleeps. You are right to fear me.
It's your moment, the one you've been waiting for. Wild Round Smash is finally here. 8 incredible teams from 6 regions coming together on one stage for one wild showdown, one shot at glory, and you get to watch it all unfold live. This is Glory Gone Wild, and here's what you're in for. First up, we kick off with the Team Relay. Follow the wild and chaotic fun as community members from various regions, creators and pros face off in this one-of-a-kind competition. All 8 teams will split into 2 groups for a single round robin. Watch your favorite creators and pros clash right on your screen. Each group will see 2 one-on-one showdowns, 1 AAA Rem Brawl, and 1 epic 1v1 duel to determine the finalist. The top team from each group moves on to the final showdown. Same old format, but way more intense. Up next, the 5 vs 5 creator track. It's time to show your region some love. 6 teams from different parts of the world go head-to-head in a fierce best-of-1 single round robin. The rules are simple. The more you win, the higher you climb. At the end, the top 2 teams advance to a best-of-3 grand finale for an epic showdown. But wait, there's more. Be ready to get even wilder with the Pro track. 2 star-studded teams, WRLR and WRLB, will face off in a best-of-5 showdown. No do-overs, no safety nets.
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 3 of Wild Round Smash Epic Best of 5 Grand Finale between WRL Blue and WRL Red. We're even up now, 1-1, so it is any one series now at this point. And we're going to be heading to one of these teams acquiring match point at the end of this game 3, and that's where stakes are really going to be placed at the highest.
An exciting thing now is that because we are playing Fearless Draft, all of these champions are out the pool that we've already been seeing, like the Ambessa, the Corki, the Lucian, Nidalee's no more, unfortunately.
Zaya's
you only
gone.
get to see it once. I don't... I tried to...
Just had to say that, you know.
Shut him down.
It's only
fair.
fair.
Deflect the sadness over the game
Yeah,
instead, but
they're there.
it's
They're
okay.
there.
It opens up so much more in the draft.
That's
Shake
true.
hands. Okay.
Haha, I'll get my Kaisa.
Hopefully we'll get the Kaisa for Riku, or maybe. Well, what else is here?
Syndra. I love Syndra.
Oh! Oh, we're already in.
All right, well, let's
No messing
kick in.
around.
I know.
Hey, I'm here for it. Now let's see what is going to be the first pickup here. Now, for the first time this series, WRL Blue is taking to the blue side. And for once, the teams actually match.
That's true. Blue and red now.
Yeah, I mean, that was very difficult to try and get around my head.
WRL Red on the blue side. WRL Blue on the red
Reside.
side. What am I watching here? Quick roster swap, though. Onron is back in the mid lane. I think WRL Blue said, all right, Onron, we need you back out of the coach role. We need to get you onto a carry performance again.
But now with WR Red, they're actually subbing in Shizi, another one of the players over on the Women's League for WRL Red. So that means that she's one of the support players. She also plays for Evil Woman as well, was a player that was a real leader for her team over, players were saying over on Evil Woman. So excited to see them swapping out players and giving everyone a chance to be on such an incredible stage here in Vietnam.
I know, especially that maybe the trajectory with now the series 1-1, maybe we'll finally get that blind pick, but I'm really excited to see the bands right now. With the vibing band, you could really tell that perhaps the composition that they might try will be, a single threat composition where everybody's going to be a little meaty, everybody's going to be bruiser, except for one.
That's a good call out, Riku. And then by eliminating another champion that has access to that single target lockdown, since Nautilus, Camille are all already gone and used from this Fearless Draft mode, you're running out of options when you have to eliminate that high priority threat.
So the big picks that are still open that were banned in both Game 1 and Game 2 is Zillion and Yasuo. They are the bonds that are really open right now, both of them. Do you leave both of them open if you're on WRR? Maybe you take one and you just give the other. Zillion is going to be banned. So Yasuo is open. It has been banned by WRL Blue in every single one of the games so far on the red side. Do they think it's a first pick priority, or will they go for something else instead? With 10 champions out the pool, plus more, becomes very tight now to see what champions you prioritize.
I mean, does Onron Giga chat it up and just first pick the Yasuo? No, it's the Lilia. Now, if we go back to the mindset of trying to find AP damage in your composition as fast as possible, that's a great way to do it. But WRL Red wastes no moment in securing the Yasuo for themselves, and now I imagine for the side of WRL Red, it's all about finding other champions that can provide that knockup for the last breath.
At the top of my head, we're thinking about the Galio, we're thinking about the Wukong as well. Those are very, very important picks to get that knock-up, to get that setup, and I wonder if they're going to go all in on this Yasuo, but at the same time, there are definitely other compositions that are able to provide over here for this Yasuo.
Yasuo is a very SkyFL pick as well. It's a very flexible, it's a very aggressive, very playmaking champion that SkyFL loves to play. Interesting on the other side, the Lilia could be flexed around, could be in the jungle, but we have seen it a lot in the solo lane. We also saw it yesterday in the creator track. You see Lilia going into mid lane, going up into the Baron lane because of that sustain that you have, the wave clear that you have, and how easy it is. And as you mentioned, Rafa, that source of AP damage is already under your belt. We did see a slight glimpse of Garen there, not too sure if that was maybe a mispick or something, or a issue there. That's why we don't see the draft anymore. Hopefully we'll get the draft back up on the screen shortly.
Yeah, looks like Hueba was talking to one of the refs there to just make sure and clarify, like, hey, was this the champion that I was supposed to pick, or if it was a misclick, or maybe phone timed out or something. But
it's not a misclick though, is it?
Miss-point? Miss-tap. 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 Why did I say point? There's no way.
You're like pointing to them. It's like, I'm not actually going to pick you, but I'm just going to point at you because you look good. You know?
That's your problem right there. You didn't tap on it. You just pointed at it. What, are you expecting it to be like a
That's true.
type of thing?
When you tap on something, you point at something, technically.
Maybe just auto-locked Garen because I'm too busy pointing.
That's true.
Like, I didn't touch the phone screen. This is the champion I actually wanted to select, guys. I promise.
Coincidentally, though, it starts with a G. Therefore, maybe it could have been a Galio, maybe a Gragas.
I mean,
for the Yasuo.
Gragas would be kind of crazy, but the bomba from the barrel. Oh my gosh, I can't think of the ultimate name.
Explosive Cast.
Thank you very much. Explosive Cast. Even though it doesn't necessarily knock off opponents in a single AoE area like a Malphite ultimate, it does scatter them, and if you cast the last breath immediately on top of it, you can still clip all 5 of them for that wombo combo. But hopefully we'll get right back into draft as soon as possible. I'm down to go further down this rabbit hole of how many knock-up champions you can try and accumulate for yourself on the side of WRL Red. But for the other side, Stuart, I think you need to find ways of helping build around this Lilia pick.
It'll be interesting to see the way that they play it, because obviously Lilia's very focused on her ultimate, very focused on a lot of mobility, and trying to shut her down can be a little bit difficult. You can also follow this up with other AoE abilities as well, you know, potentially. Probably not looking at another mage, but if you're thinking about like other bruisers that you can potentially play as well, you know, you can maybe fit in. Trying to think of other chat. With the Fearless draft, it's like my mind blank.
Really dig,
it's like I'm trying to think, like even with
that's
10
the fun
champions gone, it's like kind of crazy.
That's the fun thing about Fearless Draft, because as we get further and further into the champion pool, we've already eliminated 20 different champions from playability, or the ability to actually lock them in for the remainder of this series, right? So it just goes to show that, okay, does a champion that we've never really seen before or haven't seen in quite a long time finally make its resurgence here? We saw the talent in the very first game of this series. I don't think any of us were really expecting that champion to be locked in today. Who knows? Alongside the Lilia, you're thinking, okay, if you have enough AP damage from the Lilia and you just want to find ways to set her up so that she can guarantee as many members with that Lilting Lullaby, and you want AoE crowd control.
And one pick that I'm really thinking about at the moment, if that Lilia is going into one of the side lanes, is something potentially like a Viego that can easily follow up afterwards. If you can hit that Lilting Lullaby. You also got Riven as well. Both of these are very aggressive junglers with high mobility and with great lockdown as well from the Lilia. And if you can get more lockdown from your support as well, that could be very important to try and set up. I think that's what Lilia kind of is, more of a setup champion more than anything else. But we are back into the draft. Looks like we're back in the same point as before. Looks like that was a mispick.
I have a pitch for you, Stuart and Riku. Hear me out.
I don't like your ideas. You know, you've been playing some crazy tech with Nidalee.
Okay, but hear me out. Hear me out. With this Lilia, let's slam an Amumu. You hit a 5-man ultimate with the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and then that guarantees not only the Lilia damage to be able to easily follow it up on top of it, but also you shred MR from Amumu's passive, which even makes Lilia a more terrifying threat. But for now, WRL Blue are going to cook further on their composition with a very crazy Viking coming in from this Olaf, which I imagine is going to be a great way to deal with any of the CC from the Bruisers and Jackson.
Yeah, can basically ignore the rest and just head straight to the back line, right? Whatever WRL Red is going to be picking up. But because of this Lilia reveal, it does give away that perhaps this might be a mid lane AD as well later on. But with the Gragas getting taken out, that is one less a heavy engaged champion on the side that Team Red would like to have on their Yasuo comp.
I'm not too sure what WRLB is cooking right now, but they're cooking something spicy, because I feel like this Olaf most of the time is going to be going into one of the solo lanes, the same with the Lilia. So this could be a Gragas support. We haven't seen Gragas support in quite some time, with other supports being taken out already, and with this being Fearless Draft, it can be pretty big. But Rafa, as you just reacted to, Milio and Enchanter support on the other side. So now we're looking at them hyper carries that might be banned out here for WRL Blue, like the Kai'Sa potentially.
Great to empower marksmen and give them that extra range when you do throw down that campfire. But also, if you hit a 5-man lilting lullaby, well, guess what? Breath of Life comes in and then immediately cleanses the entire roster and ensures that they get out of that drowsy state. WRL Red now empowering themselves to try and find a very, very strong, formidable 5-on-5 team fighting composition. But as you pointed out, if you're picking the Milio, then you expect to have also a very strong hyper carry, but there's already not that many.
Right, there's the Yasuo already, there's the Jax that wants to farm up a Storm. So now it's like, do you want a utility carry? You need something that is able to follow up. At the top of my head, maybe a Sivir, maybe a Nash, something that really will help set up for these two carries that is able to scale well in the late game.
Yeah, I'm really curious what you're actually going to pair with this Milio. Surprisingly, no AD carries and no marksmen have been banned on the side of WRLB. Instead, focusing more on the jungle with the Jarvan. No jungler has been picked yet for WRL Red. As I mentioned, this WRLB roster do have a lot of flexibility. There is that Kai'Sa ban. That was the one that I was thinking about. Can be paired quite well with Milio. You can go for something like the Caitlyn as well, but recently Caitlyn hasn't been able to deal that much damage. Again, it's so difficult to think right now what they're going to pair with this Milio, because they locked it in so early. It opens up so much. Maybe you leave it for last pick and just see what the rest of the composition that WRLB has to offer. Yeah, there's a Xin Zhao.
Yep, they're going to keep their Dragon Lane choice hidden all the way until the very last pick. But for WRL Red, you have strong 3-man fighter core from the Jax, from the Xin Zhao, from the Yasuo. The only thing that I'm a little sad about is that there's no real knock-up engage or setup for this Yasuo to ult off of other than the Crescent Guard from Xin Zhao, but it's not the most traditional one you think of. It's no Vi ultimate, it's no Malphite ultimate. A Volley Bear just got locked in!
What is happening? This is going to be super duper interesting. I think this is Volley Bear can get really, really scary, you know, once left alone or able to get ahead. But one thing that I'm curious about, since so far all melees on the side of Team Red, the Gragas is going to have a fun time with an explosive cast, a scatter, and they're going to top things off with a Senna. Stuart, I'm seeing your reaction right now.
This is insane. I mean, I said the WRLB were cooking. They're going absolutely wild here. So the one question is, who do you pair with this Senna? Because there is so much flexibility. Lilia can go into pretty much all 3 lanes. You can pair it with the Senna. Olaf can even go there. It might, I think it's going to be Gragas with Senna in the bot side, so you have a little bit of poke, a little bit of damage. Tristana on the other side gives you so much scaling though, and I think it's going to be so difficult to try and lock this Tristana down.
You know what's awesome though about the Tristana? I was asking for another source of displacement of a knock-up from this roster, since it's only really Xin Zhao providing it with the Crescent Guard or the 3-talent strike, but boom! You throw a Buster Shot, and as soon as WRL Blue try to overdive into your composition, the Buster Shot comes out from the Tristana, you can punt them back, and if they're low enough, then the Yasuo can feel bold enough to follow up with the last breath. But now looking at the WRL Blue composition and where all the champions are starting to align, this seems pretty reasonable given what we were expecting here.
This is just such an all-in type of composition for, especially on red side. You can imagine this Tristana going in, the Xin Zhao, Yasuo, Jax following it up with Milio, just being right there for the assist. But I think the biggest struggle would be you have to be careful because I feel like Team Blue has a lot of punish potential. You've got your you've got your Gragas, you've got your Volibear as well. There's just so much punish potential that I feel like the Tristana has to be a bit careful with the timings of your rocket jump if you want to jump alongside with your team.
I'm a little bit worried about the lockdown potential of WRLB though. They don't really have that much crowd control in their kit. They do have the displacement with the likes of the Gragas. Lilia can be great, but sometimes that bit of miscommunication can be a huge factor. If you use that Gragas barrel, if you split everyone apart, Lilia tries to jump in and hit everyone and try and hit the ultimate as well, it can be a little bit difficult. Whereas on the other side, I think when you have so much of these anti-melee champions, like the Jax that can do so well against melee champions, the Milio can do so well and knocking them back as well. I think with Shizi coming into this roster and giving that extra bit of spice as well. And is it?
Let's see.
It's like, you know, it's Yasuo bot lane with SkyFL and DY instead going into the mid lane with Tristana. So they're trying to get a lot of mid lane power against this Volibear, trying to put the Volibear behind and putting a Yasuo bot lane, which is not that bad because you're only against a Senna and a Gragas, so you could do a little bit of cooking down here.
You know what? WRL Red avoiding what could have been a devastating matchup from the Yasuo into that Volibear, because Volibear loves taking extended trades, constantly getting procs off of that second ability on the Yasuo there. But DY now allows to get that range advantage and just poke out Onron on this Volibear, and anytime he wants to look for the sustain, he's just going to get chipped away by the auto attack range.
Exactly. That is the favorable matchup that they were looking for. Having to be able to swap around these lanes and swap around these picks. And now if you do have priority for the side of DY, that means Hueba has a bit more space to sort of roam alongside and invade Lilia's jungle.
Kill potentially, the reckless swing, it's not enough. Scene is the victorious member in the Baron lane 1v1. WRL Red draw first blood.
Beautiful play there, solo kill in the top side of the map means that the Jax is going to get really far ahead, which is something that you don't want, especially when you get playing so many of these melee champions. You're playing so many of these champions that want to go into melee range, jump in, but you have a Jax to jump onto. Meanwhile, on the bot side, the potion potential from the center and the Gragas is there. Flash forward onto the Milio.
Soldier trying to set up the root right on top of CC's Milio. The dunk and the Eve is enough from New to slay WRL Red support where she stands. WRL Blue continuing to push forward in this game as they are able to equalize the kills.
I think it's definitely one of these struggles for that bot side. You do avoid the matchup, the unfavorable matchup in the mid lane with the Volibear, but at the same time, you don't have a lot of wave clear. You're going to get set up for these dives constantly, especially once they get priority.
I think now they've decided to swap back now because they know that they're going to struggle with the Yasuo. SkyFL was not able to get any farm at all. You're seeing he only has 1,600 gold on this Yasuo. He's going to be falling really far behind early on. And it seems like the Yasuo SkyFL potentially going for a more tankier build with that plated steel caps coming in for the first pick as well. So he's not going to be very useful when it comes to these team fights. But as you mentioned, Rafa, this mid lane is going to be even more of a struggle now. The Volibear is 2 levels, one level ahead now.
I'm actually curious then to see what SkyFL is going to start building. You do have a lot of physical damage already from multiple members here, but New has made his way to the Baron lane, lilting Lullaby into the Eve, but the counter-strike from Zine blocks any incoming damage from Xjong, gets the counter-strike, and allows him to escape. SkyFL now has to deal with the retreat path of Onron's Volibear, just dealing out the damage in those fights.
Oh, you don't know where to go now as SkyFL here. You have to face the Volibear that was able to farm in the mid lane solo!
Counter-strike set up there. My goodness, Scene is able to get revenge onto Xjong once again, this time with Hueba at his side.
Great punishment there for Hueba being able to step up where he wants to. And meanwhile, in this bot side, Senna is having an absolute field day in this bot side. We talk about how the the Tristana is going to kind of struggle here as well, because Senna is just farming stacks. You can see off her passive. Every time she walks up, she can keep auto-attacking, keep proccing her passive and keep scaling into late game. Looks like she's going for the man immune as well, so this center is going to be really, really powerful when she gets to that point of going into late game, scaling up some of this crit damage and the scaling from man immune.
Yeah, Soldier is very, very brave to do stuff like that, despite Jiangxi not having the mana to just sort of deter in case the bot lane jumps in on them, because right now the bot lane of WRLR has no firepower just yet. That Tristana really need a bit of time before anything else happens.
We're about a minute and 30 away from both of these first objectives spawning on the Rift here. It's going to be an Ocean Dragon and that Enchanted Ensemble. First item spikes haven't quite come yet, unless your name is Hueba, who already has that Trinity Force online.
Yeah, Trinity Force is such a huge power spike, deciding to skip the boots completely. Lilia using the ultimate, I believe. Yeah, did use the ultimate in the end, so isn't potentially going to have this for this dragon fight. It's going to be in about a minute's time. Scaling on both sides is going to be very scary though, because one side you have the center, but the other side, this Tristana is also going to be able to get attack range over time with the Milio by her side. It's going to be quite difficult as the little emote comes out there, but overall, for now, the big difference at the moment is going to be really in the jungle, with the Lilia being able to power farm so much throughout this early game.
Even though she hasn't been able to pick up her first item spike, it's just because of that boots difference, which is why I believe Hueba wanted to get as much early power as possible, skipping those tier 2 boosts so that he felt competitive enough as, wow, Zitzi forced to flash away. I'm assuming that there is some fear that an explosive cast was going to come her way. Ragnarok is popped. Zine forced to flash away as well, dropping the Ignite. And now it is Xjong that has the flash advantage in the Baron lane.
Big completed items, just as he said, Triforce. Now Leandri's at the hands of Nunu. I do feel like these two junglers are ready to go at it, ready to fight and contest some of these objectives. I do feel like, though, top side, Baron lane side, feels like it's something that they could take advantage of to gain more space for the future Dragons. I feel like they're fine giving this away for a little bit, because so far you see they definitely need some help in that 0-2-0, what do you call this, Olaf.
A little split screen action there.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's the first time I've seen it at this event, but shout out to our observers and our production team for getting a little observer camera flare right there, as we saw both of the objectives traded on either side of the Rift. Dragon for WRL Red, Enchanted Ensemble for WRL Blue. The question now becomes, how do they want to use this? Do they just want to immediately break first turret, or do they want to wait for a successful team fight and steamroll the advantage for more?
I'm completely fine with them just trying to take this mid lane tower. It means that the Tristana and the Milio has to play more defensively, has to play a little bit further back. Again, the Soldier is just pushing further and further up. It looks like they are just going to use this potentially in the mid lane. No, Lily actually decided to back off for now. They really want to try and break this mid lane tower. Because it's so high on HP, you don't really get that much value from the Rift Herald, because it's not going to be able to take it all the way down to 0. So instead decided to back up. He's just going to use the farm for now, but now he's pinging forward here for Nunu to see if they want to use it in that mid lane. The mid lane is pushed up as well.
No,
Tristana is up over, but no, that's so bad!
Onron disables the turret with that Skybreaker and just ensures that the dive at least is successful for now, but they're not able to get any killing blows lethal enough onto members of WRL Red, but the damage has been done. The ensemble was dropped, and first brick goes in favor of WRL Blue, but the action continues potentially for SkyFL, finding the knockup, the last breath connects, and DY is there to rocket jump his way back to victory, but they're not able to close the gap onto Jiangxi's Gragas.
And the Tristana just doesn't do any damage at the moment. The Tristana at least needs 2 or 3 items to be useful. You have a Milio by your side, which is great. That Milio is going to be so effective later on, but in this early game, it's so difficult. You can see the gold, even though the kill advantage and even the objective with the Dragon went over to WRL the early game was just way too weak. Flash forwards.
Flash forward from Zine sets up the Counter-Strike stun onto Soldier, forcing him to retreat. Onron right there at his side, able to at least sustain off of the piercing darkness. The rest of WRL Red doing what they can to push back WRL Blue on the other side of the map, because they are losing control of the Baron side at the moment.
I really love the decision-making coming from Blue Team here, because of knowing how the Jax can sort of spin out of control. You can see that Nunu is constantly hovered over towards top side to keep him on a tight leash. So at this point, they decide to just really maneuver and put all the impact, try their best to maybe get the bottom side of the map, but at the same time, WRLB are happy to play much safer and then engage in a more safer team fight later on.
Millie, unfortunately, still hasn't completed that first item. Really wants the Ardent Sentinel line to try and buff up the Tristana and allow her to deal some more damage. Once Tristana gets that Magnetic Blaster, potentially goes into that Mortal Reminder, which is what Tristana needs as soon as possible to try and break through all of these bruisers and these tanks. At the moment, Tristana's going to do no damage against the likes of the Olaf, the Volibear, and the Gragas because there's no Mortal Reminder. So again, 3 items is the key here for the Tristana. But I feel like for the blue team, for WRL Blue, they could just keep on playing aggressive, try and steamroll the game out of control, then the Tristana can't carry on.
I like how you say steamroll because look at Nunu right now with a approximately 2k gold lead over the opposing jungler on Hueba. That Triforce pickup, that was supposed to be some sort of fight later on, but so far it hasn't been able to come into fruition. So now I feel like WRLB is going to keep pushing their lead, trying to invade, and just really constrict Hueba's space in the jungle.
Yeah, it really was a moment where Hueba was trying to find an opportunistic fight. 2v3 dive in the bottom side of the map. Scene trying to take out as many minions as possible with the counter-strike, but there's too many members here from the side of WRL Blue, forcing the issue, getting the turret successfully taken down. The explosive cast is going to bring them closer, and DY is trying to do as much as he can, but the Bloodthirster just not enough to cut through the bruisers just yet. And you can see that the rest of WRL Red cannot cut through any member from the side of WRL Blue. Zhangji eventually fell, but the rest of WRL Red is in from Onron, forces the ultimate last breath onto the backside, but Soldier is able to cleanse the knockup somehow, some way. SkyFL forced to flash away, and the rest of WRL Red starting to struggle in this game 3. Onron maybe looking to continue the dive, just forcing them away, and guarantees the Dragons belong to WRL Blue.
No soul secured this game, Eva. It's going to be another game when the Dragons are just going to be stacking up, but no soul required for both teams. Really well played in the end by Amran9, going for the engage afterwards, knowing that the Tristana, again, as I mentioned, just doesn't have enough damage at the moment. The Tristana was auto-attacking so many times in that bot lane fight, but just no damage. Was able to get 1 kill, though, so that Magnetic Blaster is complete. And as I mentioned, going to be going for that Mortal Reminder because she needs armor penetration as soon as possible.
But so far, this Lilia, though, Nunu has been, acquiring extra kills. You could see that there... Once Nunu makes an appearance, immediately you can see blinking health bars. So I'm really, really scared for WRLR on this matchup.
The sustain from the side of WRL Blue is so oppressive, and it's why I think, Stuart, it's so important to call out the fact that they needed those executioners calling a lot sooner, even though it did cut into their damage, because they're not just tanks on the side of WRL Blue. These are champions that have innate sustain, whether it's the lifesteal that you're getting in as this Olaf or the increased healing that you get off multiple procs of your second ability as Volibear. Lilia has sustain in her passive as well, and the Senna on top of it. And you can see how easy it is for WRL Blue to feel confident to just rip this objective apart. Hueba, can he even get near to the Baron pit?
Zoning.
No, not in time. Baron secured. Last breath used to try and find a knockup, but Onron's counterattack is too fierce. This electric bear is just mauling them all to death, and WRL Red are running for their lives.
3,000 gold lead now for this Lilia. Been power farming the entire game, and that means you could go towards the Baron, take it down really quickly. Now going to be able to go back to base, potentially pick up the 3rd item already. Riftmaker, 3-item Lilia in 13 minutes in this game. 12,000 gold. Power farming is the key here for WRLB.
This is absolutely insane. Again, when we look back at that Baron, it was the solo Gragas, Jiangxi, zoning out 5 members of WRLR, and it's due to the fact that he's been focusing on being, building armor just against these heavy AD type of composition. You talked about this, Stuart, how DY is having a bit of a hard time getting these auto attacks down, and it feels like it's just a little bit of a tickle. Frozen Heart activated, Warmogs even at the hands of Jiangxi. I feel like that's definitely enough to really mitigate a lot of these, long drawn fights.
Look at this. Onron takes the last breath to the face, doesn't give a damn, goes back in for the dive, but meanwhile, Hueba finding a massive shutdown onto Nunu's Lilia. Maybe this is a moment for WRL Red to steamroll themselves back into the game. They're still only down 3,000 gold, and the gold difference is starting to show its ugly head as the rest of WLR Blue are able to answer back, just baiting in the WRL Red squad with false hope. after killing the Lilia. They thought it was their time to really come back into the fray. Another last breath camp with the upside, but Onron cannot die. He gets killed by another tornado, but SkyFL is just too weak. And here comes the Ragnarok Viking. Reckless swing to the face. WRL Blue own this rift.
While everything was happening on the bot side, they were fighting for a good 2 minutes in that top lane with the Yasuo and the Volley Bear. Just constant back and forth. But in the end, as you mentioned at the start, Rafa, Ueba picking off the Lilia was a huge advantage. But even though that they pick off the Lilia, they take down so much gold on the side of WRL Blue. They still weren't able to deal enough damage, and the center in the end flashes forward to do enough damage, and they go in for even more as well. This Tristana just cannot do anything in these fights.
Yeah, you've got Soldier really scaling really hard already at this point of the game. So much safety, so much amazing spacing, and again, you've got a lot of beefy members that is able to front for you as Soldier. You've got the safety of the cleanse as well. You've got a couple of shields on your belt, and this makes it even harder for WRLR to sort of secure and remove the carries of the opposition.
And it's just crazy to think, because it's not like WRL Red are significantly that far behind in item spikes, but up until that fight, there was a 3-item Tristana trying to fire away as much as possible, even with the Grievous Wounds coming in from Mortal Reminder and Double Executioner's Calling, but it's just so much sustain that is loaded in to this entire WRL Blue squad. We were a little concerned about why is there some anti-synergy potentially with the Lilia Ultimate and the Gragas Displacement, but all these champions, they do one thing extremely well when paired with the Senna, and it's that they just do not die.
I mean, they're just protecting the center at all costs. They're making sure that they are the front line for this center to deal enough damage. 3 items now for the center. The Mortal Reminder is complete. Olaf will use the ultimate to escape there, just make sure that he doesn't get knocked up by the Zinja. The next Baron is up. But look at the Volley Bear, the on my way pings into the bot lane. Volley Bear is going to look to try and split push to try and get this bot lane tower. Someone needs to respond, but Rafa,
go back.
I don't think anyone could respond right now to Anran 9.
Potential fight in the mid lane. Good knock up on the
Ninja
Wave, force the flash away. Exploding
Cast!
And there's Nunu with the follow-up. Blooming blows into the flash to send Weva back to the fountain. A rampaging Ragnarok Viking is running loose in WRL Red's base, and SkyFL is the next man on the menu. The Electric Bear will sink his fangs into the Swordsman, and WRL Red are down on their last legs. WRL Blue steamroll the game, steamroll the base, and WRL Red can't do a damn thing about it. The ace will not come through for Zed as he tries to survive, but his base cannot do the same. Game 3 goes to WRL Blue. GG!
What a game. I swear, it felt a little bit close. I mean, when we look back at the draft, it felt like everybody had their own set plan in mind. The Jax had that early kill. It felt like that could have been a lane where they could bank on later on, where there's going to be side lane pressure. But at the end of the day, it wasn't there. The pressure wasn't there. It was in the junglers again. And Nunu just had a humongous lead very, very early. 3k gold lead. Weba tried to contest this, getting that early Triforce, maybe seeing if they can initiate a fight, initiate for the Yasuo, but none of that happened at all.
No, exactly. And again, we were talking about right at the start of this series that the junglers were going to be the main factor. They've always been the main factor when it comes to Wild Rift. And it's been so important to see that Nunu has actually had to step up on Hueba for most of this series.
Representing Thundertalk extremely well from the side of Nunu. And now, Hueba and the rest of WRL Red are going to have to try their best to hold strong and endure, because it is match point in favor of WRL Blue. When we come back from this break, it's Game 4 on your screen.
wish that I could fall asleep with a light on. Searching for the present tense, 'cause you're the way that I can rely on. Concrete nights, hearts out on the dash. Somewhere soon, we're gonna wish we could go back to. These growing pains are beating hearts. Late night driving through the dark, and all the ways we fell so hard just to find out who we are. So take my hand, take the long way home. Light a fire up before we go. Heaven knows when the clouds run out of time, we're gonna miss this life. We're gonna miss this life. When the clouds run out of time, we're gonna miss this life. We're gonna miss this life. When the clouds run out of time, we're gonna miss this life.
The wild calls. I answer. The jungle never sleeps.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 4 of our epic grand finale best of 5 between WRL Blue and WRL Red for Wild Round Smash 2025. It's still the same casting team, Rafa, Riku, and Stuart, bringing you all the action first stand right here in Ho Chi Minh City at Saigon Riverside Park. It has been an absolute blast watching these past 4 games here.
I know, it has been incredibly close. I mean, maybe not the individual matches, right? But the series, we are now down to 2-1, and I still don't know who is going to take this because we're one step closer to getting that blind pick in this best of 5 series.
Yeah, the game number 5 would be very, very interesting. And even though the sun is down in Ho Chi Minh City, the fire is still on the Rift with how insane this series has been so far. Now, we have to look at the bans because the ban so far has been all about the Zillion, the Bard, the Akali. The Yasuo is now not on the ban list because he got picked in the previous game, so there is an open ban slot for one of these 2 teams to ban something else instead.
When is the Rumble going to be unleashed over here on the Rift in this series in particular? Never! Aw. I mean, it really got a lot of the spotlight during the 1v1s already, pretty much.
That is true. I don't think there was any bans in a 1v1, so everyone's like, yeah, let's just pick one of the most broken solo 1v1 champions, and yeah, the Rumble's out the cards already. Funny thing about Rumble is that if it does ever get open, if we do see in blind pick in game number 5, you're probably going to see a tank versus tank Rumble, which is very scary to deal with.
Zillion and Bard still getting banned out on the red side. Both of the most powerful support options in the game right now. Aurelia, a champion that we haven't really seen in quite some time, but one that WRL Red are a little bit scary of, just to make sure that Onron doesn't get his hands on it in what could be WRL Blue's grand closing of clinching the series. Now that they are 2-1, the Gwen is the last ban. The first target is the Rise for WRL Red.
Ooh, spicy. We've seen a lot of aggressive plays coming from the Rise with the Realm Warp, a lot of team fight potential, a lot of re-engaging, if you will. So this is a really good first pick over here, not revealing a little too much.
As I was mentioning a little bit off mic and off the stream, that if a mage does get picked, it could be just a mage versus mage matchup. So I'm maybe looking at an Aurora potentially. There is the Wukong. Wukong not really played notoriously in the jungle anymore. Used to be very strong in the jungle, but now is more of a tank in the top side.
Yeah.
But his Rise pick early on does secure, again, that AP damage that we always talk about, that is so powerful. And the Zig, so instead we're going for mage in the bot side potentially, which opens up more bruises in the mid and the top lane.
I've been looking for this. I've been looking for the Zigs. Really strong wave clear, really strong scaling, really good potential when it comes to contesting objectives with very strong poke. Now it feels like the ball is in the court of the red side, sorry, WRLR side, whether or not they want to match the poke as well. The Varus serving as the classic. Corki has already been picked, so I don't think we're going to be seeing that one.
Oh, but the Fiora, though, gets locked in for WRL Red. Now the question is, where's this Fiora going to go? More than likely, she will be a very adept solo lane option into the Wukong, because if he does build all that tank art itemization, well, Fiora doesn't give a crap about that, because she does true damage. That is max percentage HP, especially with that Grand Challenge ultimate.
No, exactly that, Rafa. You point out perfectly. I think that Fiora is going to be going up against the Wukong, and we're going to be seeing the Jhin. I feel like Jhin is really the only other strong AD carry that is left out of the pool at the moment, and they want to prioritize this Jhin because they know that because the Ziggs has been taken already, that the marksmen were going to get banned by WRLB on the red side. So making sure that you pick that AD carry early on is very important. And now it's down to really Anran9, what he picks for his team. Does he prioritize?
Oh, baby! I see a Zed and I'm a happy camper. I always love seeing some ninja action on Wild Rift. Helios gave us a bit of a show in our creator track match against Team Turkish Delights, and he styled on it. Gave him the nickname the Filipino Hokage, but we'll see if Onron can step up to the plate and pull off some Shadow Clone Jutsu of his own. The Vi is going to get taken off the table. I was curious to see if WRL Blue actually wanted to synergize that with the Ziggs, because Cease and Desist into Mega Inferno Bombo, always a classic, but just making sure that WRL Red don't have further single target lockdown of their own.
And now I'm a little bit worried here for this Jhin, knowing that the Zed could gain access into the backline, which puts pressure on WRLR to have some form of disengage. Jhin is a very vulnerable champion. Even though you do have that curtain call from very, very far away to start the fight for your team, you can expect a lot of these assassins to really find a very different angle to enter the fight.
And with the junglers being banned on WRL Blue, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe this Zed decides to go into the jungle. It can be a viable option in the jungle. We have seen already over the last few days a Wild Round Smash with the mid lane pick. Jungle with other junglers being banned, though, could also be the Wukong. So there's still a lot open for both of these teams. But I like that you point out, Riku, about the vulnerability of a Jhin. I would like the Jhin to be paired with someone like an Alistar, a Rakan, or even a Braum to try and protect that Jhin and keep him alive.
Rakan definitely fits the bill there too, because it's so easy for you to just pop your ultimate and immediately stand on top of Jhin, so that if there's a dive threat, they immediately get charmed on the way in. Alistar could also be good. It's just a little bit harder to execute.
Okay, support.
But Maokai locked in. Talk about single target lockdown here to help that Ziggs and Zed assassinate the target they want to choose.
Yeah, I'm really, really scared, because so far when you look at the Fiora, when you look at the Rise, these are, Rise especially, a relatively short-range champion, practically pseudo-melee, if you will, already. So the Maokai can have a fun time picking easy targets. It's only the Jhin that is going to be far range away from him.
Yeah, we need to be a little bit careful here as well. Mordekaiser is going to be a pick, so quite a lot of AP damage, and this could be the Mordekaiser jungle. It could also be... Actually, I think it just is Mordekaiser jungle, because Fiora is going to be one of solo laners, and also the Ryze as well. We're looking for a bit of frontline here, because at the moment, for WRLR, they're struggling a lot on frontline. They have a lot of bruisers, they have a lot of great mages and a lot of great damage, but their frontline is really lacking. So I want to see someone here. Singed support comes out for the final pick. That is something that I have not seen in a very long time.
What the hell? Singed being thrown into the mix. We know that Singed is a bit of more of a playmaking champion here in the Wild Rift landscape, but in terms of engage, it's just one single target lockdown from the side of WRL Red. So I imagine that their game plan, since they don't have a traditional tank or front line set up here, it's just all about finding one target, immediately expending all of your single target crowd control, blowing them up, and then giving yourselves a 5-on-4 advantage.
Exactly, and the first 3 picks that you see on the side of WRLB side I have a couple of escape tools, and I feel like the Singe is a solution to that to keep them rooted in place.
I feel like one big thing though with Hueba, with the Mordekaiser, we talk about how Jhin is very vulnerable. One thing that you can protect that Jhin with is using Mordekaiser's ultimate. If the Zed tries to jump in, if something happens, actually it seems to be a bit of a switch up. Maybe it's going to be Fiora jungler potentially for Hueba.
It's
more
like
of a farm, more of a farm-heavy jungle. And on the other side, Wukong could be the option in the jungle instead of the Zed. Of course, a lot of flexibility can still be had when it comes to the Rift itself. We have to wait until loading screen comes on up and we see what gets happened. But overall, on both sides, again, the Jhin is going to be very vulnerable. The Ziggs is also going to be very vulnerable. And we'll have to see which carry on either side can try and shut down these backline carries.
I'm super duper excited. I'm a big fan of Jhin being able to start the fights. And if ever there is a re-engage, that Realm Warp is there to gain access. There's a lot of burst potential from this Ryze. And therefore, they have to really try and bait out that Maokai ultimate to remove the threat of them getting rooted down in place, well, literally.
I really just want to jump into the Rift and see if Hueba is actually piloting the Fiora jungle, because this will give me so much nostalgia from our very first international tournament with Horizon Cup back on Dakun Gaming, because that jungle meta was one of the most eye-opening things I had ever seen in the early stages of this awesome game that is Wild Rift, because I used to think you just want to play early skirmishes, you want to get ahead. But it is Hueba that is invading in the bot side jungle with this Fiora jungle. The Singe support trying to give him an easy layup, and the smite comes through. Hueba is level 2. He's able to dash over the wall with that first ability, using the riposte. Invade successful for Hueba.
And I guess they needed something a little bit spicy in this game because they are losing. It is 2-1 at the moment for WRL Blue. So they were like, Hueba, you can use your mobility. You can try and go in and steal early on. And on the other side, it actually is going to be Zed jungle and Wukong on the other side. So you're putting the Zed very far behind early on. And now in the mid lane, SkyFL also gets a solo kill onto Anran Nines. This is something that WRLR really, really wanted to start off this series.
This is so crazy because it was literally level 3. There's no Death Realm, there's no level 5s yet for both of these champions to do a little bit of a tussle. But basically they just delivered the Baron lane action over here on the mid lane. And I feel like that's going to be absolutely scary, especially with the first back coming from this Mordekaiser.
And something must have really happened at level 1 for Hueba to be able to invade. And Zed was also back in base as well. So this puts, like I mentioned, Nunu really far behind at this point. The Fiora has already gone back to base, has already got Gluttonous Greaves under her belt. So not only is she back onto the Rift and farming through her jungle, but now she's like whole boots up onto the Zed, and the Zed is pathing towards top side. So now they're just going to get advantage, take away the top Scuttle Crab, which they've already done, and Hueba can look to play more aggressive.
You normally don't think of Fiora as an invading, powerful jungler, but just because he has the advantage, they're going to force the dive, and this Singe support is making plays once again alongside Hueba. SMY and Hueba linking up the powerful tag team jungle support duo, giving WRL Red a chance in this game 4.
This is super crazy. Again, once the Singe comes in and now you're rooted in place with the Sticky Goo, all your dashes are just going to be null and void. You can't escape. and at this point, it's all about the damage being poured in. There's a lot of single target damage coming in from the side of WRL are red because of Hueba, because of Xin, SkyFL as well coming right in, especially with the Death Realm later on. Jin, oh my god, don't get me started. I love Jin. But again, sorry, gotta sneak that in because I probably won't get the Kaisa ever in this best of 5. But honestly, right now, it feels like if this continues to keep going, especially jungler with exponentially going for a maybe 2K gold lead, you know how this game is going to go, maybe into a game 5.
With the roam from the Singed in the end, though, the Jin has fallen a little bit far behind. Ziggs was able to get 3 tower planes in the bot side, but they're going for more invades. They want to play more aggressive, Rafa.
I mean, SMY is not going to stop anytime soon. The grand challenge initiated, falling over the wall with the flash down.
One more dash!
One more dash! Prompted by Hueba's Fiora there, but unfortunately for him, not able to get the last proc as Jiangxi did an excellent job of hiding it on his way out.
And now you can see that the Jin is now moving towards that mid lane to get that mid lane priority. It's very surprising that in really the entire series that the bot lane, the dual lanes have been starting in the bot side, because you see how impactful it is when someone like a Singed is able to roam around the map, when the Maokai is able to roam as well. So now in the end, the Jin and the Ziggs are now going to stay in the mid lane. Ziggs is going to have that mid lane priority to try and roam around and potentially use his global ultimate to help the rest of his team.
Quite painful now here as Xin having that big early lead and so far gaining priority, which means look at the pathing coming from Hueba, going upstairs once more, setting up for a potential dive, because you see SMY's roam already at top side.
Pathing up, making sure that he is prioritizing farm. SMY, does he even wait for Hueba to get there first on the top side? He's already showing his presence just to threaten WRL Blue and see what their response is. Hueba, still a little bit of ways away, was finishing up that blue buff. Jiangxi is already here just to make it a 3v2 defense on this turret. Neither team has been able to look for first brick, but you can see that that is going to be WRL Red's priority as they are investing multiple members into pressuring the top side. Finds the fling, but no follow-up just yet. Cyclone right on top. Realm Warp should be able to save Scene. SMY totally fine on the Singe. Just pops his ultimate to get that extra resistances there.
I love the patience coming from the side of WRLR, just because you have the lead when it comes to the Fury, just because you are pathing there. WRLB, Team Blue, respects that, and that's why they've invested so many members on towards that area.
Yeah, you saw the Ziggs slowly roam up into the top side as well, just knowing that if a tower dive came in, that Ziggs can still use his ultimate to try and help the rest of his team. But it seems like we're in a little bit of a stalemate at the moment, but of course with the 3 kills at the moment going over to WRLR, that's going to give them a bit of an advantage, and especially in that jungle with Hueba. Hueba's just going to be able to keep on farming, and in the later stages of the game, you're going to see Hueba actually being the one split pushing, even as a jungler, because Fiora does so well at split pushing and can do very well against the likes of the Wukong and the Garen.
Not only that, she takes turrets super incredibly fast, being able to easily proc her Trinity Force empowered auto attacks through her third ability onto the turret and just constantly cast her first ability as well.
Yeah, and there was even a change recently as well that you can use your first ability to actually deal damage to towers now as well. Yeah, so that's a new thing that came in really in the last few months.
That's crazy.
So yeah, she can take towers very, very well, but instead they're going to go for the ensemble fight instead. No trading objectives this time that we've been seeing throughout the series.
Oh my God. SMY looks for the fling onto Onron. The Garen is able to reduce a lot of damage thanks to that second ability, but now it has already been expended. Deathmark right on top of Scene, looking for extra shurikens. Doesn't find the pop just yet, but it looks like it is Onron able to continue the play onto the back line. But Hueba is now running the show as he's able to dish, dash, dodge, and weave, but the steal from Nunu is able to secure the ensemble before he goes down. Ends up being a double kill, 4 kills total for Hueba, but at least for WRL Blue, they secure the ensemble.
Beautiful stuff here coming from the side of WRLR. Their team fighting, they split the fight into 2. I know it's still not over, it's going to be a bit of a delay. Hueba's not back home yet, by the way. He was still searching for a kill onto Onron, but that is a Garen. Good thing no ult coming from Onron 9, so he's safe and okay.
Kind of taking a step back for a second. Very interesting first item choice here for DY. Actually deciding to go for the Ghost Blade instead of going for the crit items. Normally you like to go for the crit items because it scales so well with Jin and the way his passive works and everything. But instead going for more mobility with Ghost Blade. Again, we talked about how vulnerable Jin is going to be in these team fights. But with the Ghost Blade, he's going to have a bit of extra movement speed when he's not auto-attacking. So he can actually dodge some of these abilities. He can dodge the Zed potentially and the Garen, the Wukong from trying to run him down.
I wonder if it's a response to the fact that there's not that much armor being built on the side of WRL Blue. You can see that it's not necessarily the full Sunfire tank build that Xjong is rushing for on the Wukong. Went for the Divine Thunder so that he can at least boast a little bit of extra sustain if he has to match Hueba in the side lane. Thankfully for Nunu, since he did steal that ensemble, they use it alongside the Ziggs to blow up the first turret in the mid lane.
Exactly, and that would at least mitigate some of the gold loss from earlier. Now it's just a 2k gold deficit, but at the same time, we can't forget about Hueba being 4-0 at this point.
You know, Stuart, every time I see SMY, he's low on HP, but he's never really dying. he knows his limits on this channel.
I mean, he gets a lot of durability from his ultimate. He's so fast as well, just being able to rush around, has that ghost, has even the Hex Flash as well, just in case he does get into any danger. So I think he's having a bit of a field day at the moment. And finally, after 8.5 minutes, nearly 9 minutes in this game, the first dragon will be taken. It will be Hueba taking it down. So again, the team's not really prioritizing the dragon too much compared to the ensemble. Most of the time, we have been seeing a trade in this series because you have the scaling composition. But in this one, the scaling pretty even on both sides. Both teams kind of want to fight early because of their early bruisers and assassins, but also they have both very great scaling bot lane champions with the Jin and the Ziggs to try and do a extra bit of damage in the late game.
I do feel like, though, however, when it comes to forcing these fights, I would have to hand it into WRLR side because of that curtain call, because of Hueba being in such a humongous lead. And if the opposition is not in the best spot, you've got that Realmar to deliver and cut the retreat in case they want to run away. They don't have a lot of disengage options at all. It's more like I got some dashes, I can sort of run away individually, but not as a team.
Team doing the best he can to wave clear and look for another turret kill onto the Baron laid side of the map. But Onron endures some of the poke and the trades from this Rise. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, the turret was slain. Cyclone popped by Xjong just to make sure that he can run away, but the claw from SkyFL pulls Xjong right back in, flashing over the wall, but Hueba follows. He's looking for a worthy opponent, and he's finding none because everyone else is dying around him. Nunu forced to use the Death Mark to try and pull some Shadow Clone Jutsu, but SkyFL, timing the flash with the mace, slams Nunu's face into the ground. WRL Blue falling further behind.
I feel like there is no target anymore with the Death Mark coming from Nunu, but hold that thought, there's going to be another dive.
SMY back at it again with the white fans running around, and Hueba is diving past 2 turrets. He's too far ahead.
He's way too tanky. He's doing way too much damage. 6-0 for Hueba at the moment. 1,500 gold lead. They're trying to push the wave, but at the same time, Garen is spinning to win to try and defend this wave.
Deadly Flourish roots him down. Onron forced to flash away. SMY on the Singed has been an absolute star, setting up the plays, looking for the picks, and the rest of WRL Red have been following up with great ease. Look at how far ahead Hueba is now on this Fiora. Nearly 2,000 gold. He should be finishing his 3rd item in the game very soon.
Yeah, exactly. And having the Death Stance on his inventory just really denies the shutdown potential and to make sure that he has a little bit of sustain and survivability in these long drawn fights. So I really love the itemization. I love the, what do you call this? I love a lot of things like that stage.
I mean, hopefully we get back into the game and get a chance to see more action on Wild Rift. Hopefully the pause is not for that much longer, but this gives us some time to take a step back, get some breathing room under our belts.
Yeah,
I definitely need a breath.
Oh,
yeah, same. It was fight after fight after fight.
I mean, Hueba, I asked for the Fiora jungle as soon as we saw that it was even a remote possibility. It was slammed right from the get-go, and even in the level 1 invade, getting that blue buff early on level 2 access, we know that Zed can be a powerful jungle scaling into the later stages of the game, but if you get the gold lead on top of him, no one can match the Fiora in the side lane or in the 1v1s.
And at this point, okay, maybe I can't kill Hueba because you have the Death Dance. Now, Seraph's Embrace now fully stacked onto the Rise. You've got Youmu's Ghost Blade, you mentioned this. There's a lot of safety on towards the Jhin. And of course you can't do a Death Mark on the Singed or the Mordekaiser either.
You have so much mobility on this Jhin now. Magnetic Blast, the second item as well, so just going to have so much range, so much mobility on the Jhin. The downside is this Jhin is not going to be able to deal as much damage as you go for this, you know, normally you go for the crit build, but in the end, he's all about surviving. He just wants to stay back and survive in these fights.
I was about to say, Stuart, like, does he really need to be the primary damage dealer for this composition when you've got Hueba on your squad, who I believe is going for a Serpent's Fang for this third item, or hell, even I guess an Edge of Night if he wanted to provide a little bit of extra safety with that spell shield on top of it. Another turret has been taken successfully for the side of WRL Red in the Baron lane, and WRL Blue starting to lose control of this top side jungle now that the Baron has spawned.
Okay, maybe a little bit of breathing room for the side of WRLB is that they have the Ziggs. If they're able to at least prolong the poking phase of the objective dance, then perhaps there is a chance for them to get back into this game. The problem is, we talked about this before, how WRL Red is able to start these fights even though they're not ready.
Uh-oh, Zhangji's in a world of trouble. At least was able to provide enough safety for Soldier to get out, but he's the first one to fall. Onron trying to spin to win, but this guy does no damage at this stage of the game. Too far behind with only a Black Cleaver is his main damage item. WRL Blue immediately lose 2, and the Baron is the next target.
Looks like they're going to try and jump onto the Zed as well. They really have so much potential. The Realm Orb into the backline. Zed!
The Spell Flux throws another rune into New's face, and the final member of WRL Blue in Xjong will make his grand escape. But just as I say that, the fling comes through as the Mega Adhesive slows him down in time. WRL Red pick up the unofficial ace and the Baron.
And they have so much setup potential for Hueba at the moment and for the rest of these bruisers. So much crowd control with the Singed and the Jhin. Just back to back every single time you flip into the second ability for Jhin. And when you have so much crowd control and when Hueba is so far ahead, 14,000 gold in not even 40 minutes. That's over 1,000 gold per minute for Hueba at the moment. He's farming side lanes, he's farming jungles, and he's also farming WRL Blue.
Yeah, exactly. Every single time, not giving WRL Blue to breathe at all. And I'm looking at the stats right now, right? There's just 2 deaths. That is only on the side of Jhin. That happened very, very early into the game. And of course, Jhin, who was able to be caught off guard in some of these skirmishes. But at the same time, I don't think Hueba's gonna die at all. Or did me saying that, did I put a curse on him in this particular game? Yeah, did I jinx him? My bad. Sorry.
Happens to the best of us. 12,000 gold deficit that WRL Blue have to somehow surmount. But with the emo choice that Zhangji just spammed there, I think we all know what the result of this final Game 4 is going to be before we head into the Game 5 blind pick. Massive knockup and massive damage from the Mega Inferno Bomb. Onron flashing in. Finds SMY. Wait a minute. WRL Blue spring the trap. Looking for more on the follow-up, but Scene is able to answer right on back, eliminating the Euro from the Rift itself. And here comes Hueba, the master dueler himself, as he longs for a worthy opponent, but cannot find one that can step up to the grand challenge.
2 inhibitor turrets taken down. Will they go for the end or will they go for that bottom inhibitor turret? They're pinging on my ways to the bot lane. They know they can't end because of that Nexus shield. So instead, they back off. They play safe. Hueba pushes the bot side. He's going to go back to base. He's going to have Sterix Gauge completed as that 4th item and potentially go to something towards like a Guardian Angel so he has that second life. Actually, a Spirit Shogun, so he's going to have even more mobility and damage after he uses ultimate.
It's absolutely crazy just because that means more mobility, more safety, and even much more harder to take down and eliminate. Hueba again having the time of his life with a 9-0-2. They know that they're in a humongous lead, but they stay disciplined. We're going back. We're going to respect the fact that timers are still online, and we're just going to go objectives, farm a bit more and have more fun, I suppose.
Hueba's having a field day right now.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Hueba just baits out 2-3 ultimate cooldowns and says, yeah, that does nothing to me. Heals back up with the honey fruit. Zhangji is the first one to fall. Gonna be down for the next 40 seconds. We'll see if WRL Red can take this momentum and push into the base, but with the Baron spawning in 30 seconds, they might just hold off for now and look for that instead.
25 seconds. Hueba doing split pushing now, going into the bot side, making sure they push out down the bot lane tower. WRL Reds are going to be potentially going back to base, just trying to finalize them final items that they need. Infinity Orb finished for the Rise. Jin has finished the Mortal Reminder. Big power spikes for WRLR as we take a look at potentially the final team fight towards this barrel. Look at SkyFL.
He looms forward, pops one member into the Death Realm. It's Nunu using the Death Mark just to escape. Can't really do any lethal blows. Hueba flashing all around them. The Grand Duelist, the first international champion to ever grace Wild Rift, makes his mark here in Ho Chi Minh City, and he's carrying his team to one final game. Zhangji will get flipped over back to death, and WRL Blue can only look to Soldier as their last line of defense, but it's just a Yordle versus the world, and the Nexus will not stand the test of time. We're going to Game 5. GG!
Game 5 blind pick to end Wild Round Smash with some of the best players that we have ever seen for Wild Rift. What a great way to end the day and to end the entire weekend.
We're hearing Silver Stripes
baby!
It's tradition. It's tradition, and we're hearing it right now, and it's gonna be blind pick. I'm just so excited. I'm vibing.
Yeah, some things never change. Whether it's Hueba bringing out the Fiora jungle that he showed time after time masterclasses over on Dakun Gaming at Horizon Cup, to now in 2025 for Wild Round Smash, and on top of it, hearing Silver Scrapes, it's gonna be an absolute blast. Get ready, y'all. We're going to Game 5.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Nothing gets in, no one gets out. The helpless fight, the hardened live.
unforgettable days of duels, chaos, and pure 5v5 Rift action all come to an exciting conclusion here in Game 5 of our grand finale Best of 5 for Wild Round Smash 2025. I'm Rafa, joined once again by Riku and Stuart. One more game between WRL Blue and WRL Red, and to top it all off, it's blind pick, baby.
Woohoo! I wonder what we're going to be seeing. There's so many locked champions for the rest of those 4 games that we saw. Bardo hasn't been unlocked. We've got Aurora not picked at all. Yeah, and Zillion as well. That has been the hot topic for these past 3 days.
The doors are wide open for everyone now. Anything is possible. Mirror matchups, insane 1v1 duels, some crazy action is going to be happening on the Rift for this game number 5.
And just to remind myself, Stuart, because it is blind pick, that means there are no bans whatsoever. So anything is on the table.
Any requests? Any?
I want to flip this table right now!
No, don't be a cinch right now,
I just want to get in the game right now! My goodness, please! Just show me an epic mirror 1v1 somewhere, whether it's mid lane, Baron lane, hell, I'll even take in a mirror jungle matchup if you want to throw down like Viego versus Viego and just see resets. Okay, so to clarify also, because it is fearless, but we're going to blind pick best for the 5th game, do all the bans get
nullified? Like it's
That's
all
how
gone?
it worked before. I believe that will be the same. So it's just every single champion is open. So all the blind stuff from before, like, yeah, it's all gone. All the bans, all the picks before. Hopefully, fingers crossed, that's how it works. Hopefully.
The energy is still bustling and so alive here, even though we are approaching super late night here over in Ho Chi Minh City. I say that, it's only 8
It's only 8
p.m. But still, it's a Sunday night. But everyone is so excited and anticipating the final match between WRL Blue and WRL Red. And while we are waiting to get into draft, I just want to take this time to really appreciate what a awesome ride these past 3 days have been. Not just the best of 5 or the games themselves, but the atmosphere, the energy of the biggest Wild Rift festival of the year has been this weekend.
Rain or shine for the community. We show up. They're fantastic. You can see the smiles. You can see the bonding of a lot of the community members from many different regions. And I said this to Infinity and Datum earlier. These are like us. We only see each other maybe every 3 years. 2 years is the last time we saw each other. And having to come together to celebrate Wild Rift is such a huge honor.
Between reuniting with you and Stuart Riku, which the last time we saw each other was in Singapore back in Icon 2022, to then making some new friends, part of our wonderful English broadcast team. So many Filipino representatives in Infinity, Datum, Crayolas, and Giong, and Crazy Apple, who I never would have gotten a chance to meet if it wasn't for Wild Round Smash. And man, between all the late nights we've had, adventures going around Ho Chi Minh City, to all the cultural exchanges we've had, learning Tagalog, exchanging some Espanol as well. It has been an amazing time, and even more friends from around the world, because remember, it's not just Southeast Asia. We have friends from Brazil, friends from Turkey, friends from South Korea as well, alongside the Philippines, Vietnam, and China too, Stuart.
No, exactly. It's been great to meet everyone, the creators, the newcasters, reunite with old friendships as well. It's been an absolute blast of a weekend as well, and the fans have come out in their numbers. The community have come out in their numbers as well, which is such a huge thing as well. Vietnam was, I wasn't expecting how big it was going to be coming into this. I was like, wow, Vietnam, are you going to show up? And they showed up and more. Like the queues outside, they were queuing up 2 hours before the event even opened this morning.
And
They're so passionate.
Yeah, and it's a very humid place this time of year too. So the fact that they are willing to wait that long just to celebrate the biggest Wild Rift party of the year alongside us that early on, and not like everyone is just always dressed up in shorts. People are dressed up with pants. Like for this entire weekend, up until today, because it cooled down a bit with all the rain, I thought to myself, if I ever walk out with more than a t-shirt and a shorts, I'm gonna be very, very sweaty. But you know what? Shout out to everyone that has poured their hearts out and passion in joining us, celebrating all of the awesome memories here for Wild Round Smash 2025. It just gives me a lot of hope, and it gives me a lot of excitement to what it could look like in the future.
Yeah, exactly, very, very cute. You know, like it feels like, you know, the people attending the event, sometimes I see families, sometimes I see families with their dogs or cats over here in Wild Round Smash, and it's just so cute to watch them just really have fun, try out all the booths and try out all the activities. I think, Stuart, you mentioned that people were lining up to play triple ARAM over towards the side of the stage, and you could hear people like cheering and watching and spectating these matches.
And on top of that as well, you had the devs which were able to fly over here as well. We're able to talk to the developers. The community here as well, we're also able to talk to developers over the weekend as well. There were so many dev talks that was taking place over the weekend. Us ourselves are able to talk to devs as well and interact with people that make this game what it is, which what makes it so special as well is the community and the creators coming together. Also the developers taking time out of their hard-working days to try to make this game better, to just come and join the community. And of course, John taken to the stage this morning, a very famous figure, I would say, amongst the dev team, giving us a little teaser as to what's to come in patch 7.0 next year as well. Of course, all about Nora, which we already spoke about. He teased a little bit about how the map is changing in patch 7.0 as well. This will be kind of the last time that we get to see this Yodel map.
Aww.
And we'll have to see what they actually come up with next time as well in next year in patch 7.0.
I don't want to wait 2 more months just to see what is in store. I want them to drop details
like it's a long
now.
time. Yeah,
give me the leaks.
Yeah,
No, I'm
no,
just
no,
kidding.
no. Whoa. Hold up.
Sorry, the person that was known as Rafa Cass is no longer on the caster desk for sharing views that Riot Games does not share. We do not promote leaks here. It's okay. It's okay. I'm just so excited because
Same.
Getting something like Nora, a Wild Rift exclusive, or at least not exclusive, but I should say a champion that is first to the Summoner's Rift in Wild Rift first. I mean, from what Stuart has not shared with me, because he has kept
I
a
will
tight
keep
lid.
my mouth.
Don't worry, devs. He has not shared anything with me.
Thank you, Rafa.
And the only
You're on my
words
side.
he has said is that the way that Nora is played makes it so that mobile experience is the best way to see that playing fantasy fulfilled. So that just makes me more excited. Like, oh, well, what specific mobile controls do you get to do with Nora that you could not do in Summoner's Rift or PC League of Legends? But as we get a chance to look at the main stage between WRL Red and WRL Blue, looks like both squads are going through final tech checks.
Maybe?
I don't know if they're back on the Rift, otherwise we feel like we would have known by this point, but it looks like everyone is loading into the lobby, and we should be hopping into pick and ban. And because it is blind pick, that's right.
It's just
blind
Go
pick.
straight into game,
So
hopefully.
we should just go into the lobby. Oh, so they've already
Straight
done
in,
it.
there we go.
All right, here we go. Gwen.
Ezreal versus Ezreal.
Yasuo in the mid lane. We've got a Lee Sin in the jungle for Nunu as well, so you already have guaranteed knock-up wombo combos there. It's going to be Soldier and Nunu trying to link up and make those plays happen.
Gwen versus Gwen.
I know!
Ezreal versus Ezreal. This is what we wanted to see. The final game to decide the series, the final game of Wild Round Smash. We get the mirror matchups. We get a little bit of fun on the Rift.
And finally, we get to see a run it back. Lee Sin onto Nunu. Earlier, we were able to see a Lee Sin. Now, because of the blind pick, that is unleashed. Very, very early game junglers here. I'm assuming there's going to be a lot of early game action, knowing that it's a Vi and a Lee Sin.
I feel like Hueba was able to tap into some mind games going into this blind pick. He had to ask himself, what champion does Nunu really want to pick? And then he thought, okay, what champion could I pick to really ruin this Lee Sin's day? Point and click knockdown, lockdown from Cease and Desist. can absolutely ruin Lee Sin.
And this is a completely different play style that we haven't seen yet from Hueba, where Vi is more of a utility champion, not that carry from the Fiora that we saw in the previous game. So it's going to be down to the likes of the Ezreal and the Gwen to be able to carry, as we see multiple Mystic shots going towards each other.
Huge tether set up by SMY's Karma there, just keeping DY safe as he is trying to farm up a storm. Both of these Ezreals between Onron and DY. I think that's the other thing that we have to take note of is the fact that Onron has swapped roles and is playing the marksman this time around.
Yeah, giving Soldier the priority there, giving over the Yasuo over to Soldier as well, which is, I believe, one of his signature picks as well, from what I remember. So he's playing his signature pick in game number 5 to see if he can do it for WRL Blue.
Super duper excited. We saw it in the 1v1s in the past, but it's not going to be a mirror matchup with the Gwens. But instead...
Oh, I mean, he was only level 3, but here comes a level 5 New Lee Sin. One more auto attack does the job. First blood is drawn by WRL Blue.
That was a crazy bait, by the way. Like, okay, I'm losing the duel a little bit. I'm going to lead you towards the bottom side in a second visit.
No.
Cease and desist right on top of Soldier, who's still only level 4. He's trying to dash through the minion waves, but just cannot buy enough time. And Nunu even stopped the recall to see if he could save the play, but now is forced to give up his jungle because Hueba has the health bar advantage.
I mean, for some reason, Soldier decided to stay in lane when he was so low on health. He could have just recalled. He probably would have been able to recall in time because there was no ward there for Hueba to use his ultimate. But as soon as Soldier stepped out, Hueba was like, okay, you're mine, buddy. Sees an assist, the lockdown straight away. Soldier tried his best to try and escape, but it wasn't enough. Meanwhile, another snip in the mid lane. Skyfell.
Oh, the needlework cuts them down. Skyfell, not long for this one as Hueba forced to flash away, because the reinforcements from WRL Blue was starting to come through.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very rough matchup for SkyFL, right? There's just a lot of damage pouring in, but this is a marinated lane for Nunu to get some kills.
Marinated, and now he's coming in to feast. Nunu kicks him in the face. Down goes DY.
You can see that the Bard was there to protect him as well, just in case he needed it. Using that portal to allow him to escape. Soldier might be in trouble, though. It's going to be a little bit caught out.
Throws out the wind wall, but it cannot block much. Here comes their own Gwen as Xjon trying to turn the tides of battle here. One last tornado gets the knock-up in, but he still is the one that falls at the end of the day.
You know what's happening right now? I know it's blind pick, but for some reason, it activated 1 skirmish per minute.
I'm here for it. This is what it should all be about. Wild Rift at its best is when you just see non-stop action here on the Rift.
Now we get to see the mirror matchup, Gwen versus Gwen in the mid lane. Not the start the Soldier wanted in this game, unfortunately. You can see it's going for a more aggressive build. We did see a more kind of tankier version last time with the defensive boots and Blade of Ruin King. But this time Soldier going for a more carry build, but building that Berserker's Greaves, going for the early crit as well. He wants to be the main carry on his signature pick, but he is falling behind on gold ever so slightly in terms of solo lanes at the moment. It's a Gwen from Zhang who's ahead at the moment on 3,800 gold.
Well, at least there is a little bit of that good news for Soldier here on that Yasuo. Well, okay, with the assistance of Nunu to be able to help him set up for some last breaths, I think that is going to be quite the setup.
DY gets interrupted.
Maybe not.
Tempered Fate comes through. Nunu, does he go in? Yeah, he's got the damage alongside Onron. Slaying DY's Ezreal where he stands. And Hueba tried to look for a response, but went way too deep. And now WRL Blue doubled down successfully, propelling themselves further ahead in the game.
And you can see why Bard has been banned throughout this entire series. The playmaker potential of the Bard, the crowd control is just so important in these skirmishes. And they find 2 picks in the mid lane, which is going to accelerate their gold leads.
This is so scary, right? We know how much... Wait, we're getting the mirror matchup.
Oh,
Needlework versus Needlework. Scissors flying at the moment. WRL Red trying to see if they can hold on. Scene goes in for one more snip, but here comes Xjon. A couple auto attacks to flash away at the last possible second. Hueba comes in for the alley-oop. Baited and outsmarted. Scene, the victorious Gwen in the Baron lane.
We got scammed of the 1v1 Gwen. Hueba just comes in and steals the fun for all of us, but the fun doesn't stop here. There is a fight towards the ensemble. And in the mid lane again, DY is just caught out.
Temper Fate is going to look for another pick right on top of it as well. SMY barely barely survives. Meanwhile, more fighting on the other side. SkyFL trying to look for the heroic charge. As it looks like Nunu is waiting for his time to strike onto SkyFL. The steadfast press is already used. Good kick with the Dragon's Rage. Propels them back. SMY trying to see if he can assist SkyFL onto the fight. But Hueba over the wall. Goal breaks him in the face. Nunu went flying for the SMY kill, but goes down in a trade. Hueba has the cease and desist once again for the knock-up. And Soldier's in a world of trouble. One more fist in the face could do the job, but he makes enough space and gets out alive.
That was such a long, extended fight. It all started with an attempt on towards that dive with the Tempered Fate, but couldn't quite finish the kill as the heals were there. And at the same time, Hueba finding the right target, cease and desist, and then eventually fell back into the retreat. We might see the real 1v1.
Needleworks flying once again. The scissors are doing work, and they're trying to battle it out. Scene able to remain strong and endure as the stronger Gwen in the Baron lane, but the Enchanted Ensemble gets a crash in the mid lane. That's the first brick acquired for WRL Blue.
It's just brilliant to see Gwen versus Gwen, isn't it? You can see the snip flying away, the scissors flying away. The big lead at the moment, though, is that mirror matchup in the bot lane with the Ezreal. Manamune, Muramana even already completed on the Ezreal. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Muramana hasn't even been finished yet for DY. So Anran 9 is completely stomping right now when it comes to this Dragon lane.
Oh my word, that is indeed a 1.3 gold lead on the side of Anran. And I mean, it was very, the start of that was really crazy. They were able to set up priority in lane, set up a dive for Nunu, and I felt like it was rinse and repeat, and they're able to just keep farming up a storm.
Soldier has been the only member on this squad that hasn't received a lot of love because WRL Red have been pretty much cyberbullying him this entire game. But thankfully for him, he's got a very fed Lee Sin in his back pocket. 3, 1, and 2. Nunu's Lee Sin, with the Serpent's Fang already acquired, is a monster to deal with in the Wild Rift right now.
I like the adjustments here coming from the side. Earlier we saw, the Luden's Echo Karma. I don't think that's necessary now. Survivability is much more important in these long drawn fights. It feels like it's still pretty much even despite the goal lead on the side of WRLB. I think the biggest question is, how will Hueba reach the backline? How do you immediately remove Anran 9 out of the equation because he's one of the biggest threats aside from Nunu?
Lockdown is going to be very important for Hueba, but with so much mobility on the other side, sometimes that cease and desist can just put you in amongst the backline where you don't want to be. Put you amongst five members on the other side. So you have to be very, very careful. Hueba at the moment is hovering on that bot side. You can see that Soldier is going to be able to walk up to the lane shortly. Hueba being very patient, knowing that Soldier might need a little bit of help here.
Tempered Fate may be at the ready to set up this fight.
Everyone else from WRL Blue is rotating just to support Soldier. They know that he has been the target for WRL Red's jungle and Baron lane multiple plays in a row now. Hueba trying to see if he can force the issue here, but the quick ball breaker away. I think WRL Red sniffed out a counterattack lying in wait, so they call off the play.
And Soldier looks like sniffed it out as well, with Soldier just using that tornado in the bush, just checking if Vi was there. They had no vision of the Vi at all, so just great awareness from both teams. Hueba not putting the trigger too early, but also Soldier making sure that he doesn't step too far forward.
It's going to be absolutely scary because so far I feel like Shin has been winning that matchup up against the opposite. Gwen, they might start a fight here.
I mean, WRL Blue just trying to take up space. Karma already used the ultimate from SMY. Looking for the target on the SkyFL. The Poppy does flash out of danger here. Still trying to make the setup happen. Cease and desist at the ready from Hueba. He's not going to pull the trigger just yet. Just waiting to see any other big cooldowns come out first. True Shot Barrage, decent poke onto DY's Ezreal, and the Dragon spawns.
Bard's ultimate is available now, so WRL do need to be a little bit careful, but it looks like the Dragon does go over to Blue this time around to make sure that they can stop that Dragon Soul once again. Players now going back to base to try and build as many items and get as many item spikes as possible.
Yeah, still a lot of respect for sure, as they don't have enough firepower and that position to actually reach the important carries to remove off of the equation. And I feel like a lot of the pressure actually will go on to Shin because of the lead that they were able to acquire. They were winning the 1v1s. Imagine if you add in the factor of cease and desist, and of course the Keeper's Verdict to make it into a temporary 4v5.
Baron is the next objective now for both teams. The gold lead has been in WRL Blue's favor for the past few minutes, but it's only less than 2,000 gold at this point. WRL Red have done a decent job of farming themselves back into the game. Tempered Fate onto the back line, decent damage onto SMY, but he diffuses the play from looking for more on the DY's Ezreal as Soldier tries to look for the last breath setup, but he gets stunned. CC locked down, takes a lot of damage on the escape path out. Gets that alive for now, but WRL Red, you can see that they're starting to scale into this game.
Yeah, they're going to try and potentially start towards this Baron as well, knowing that Soldier is so low on HP. He will be healing up, though, from these minions in the mid lane, thanks to that Bloodthirster. They did try and start the Baron there for WRL Red, but in the end, they're just going to back off for now, knowing that that Baron debuff can be very scary against the poke of the likes of Ezreal and the bots.
Yeah, I feel like they're in a very decent state of the game now. The gold deficit is slowly dwindling, and I think WRLR are doing a fantastic job trying to keep up, and therefore they don't want to lose that. They don't want to bleed in too much. And you can really see, it's game 5, it's blind pick, but it doesn't really change the level of competitiveness that both of these teams have for each other.
And I feel like we had a very scrappy first couple of minutes in this game.
Yeah.
For the last 5 minutes, nothing has really happened. A few skirmishes here and there, but no fights at all. And you can see the level of respect that these two teams have for each other.
You can tell that a storm is brewing. The stakes are beginning to rise, and the tension is getting at an all-time high. Both of these teams know how important it is to make this next fight count. It could be the one that secures their momentum in closing out this series and securing themselves as Wild Round Smash champions. The Tempered Fate right on top of SkyFL. He's able to flash away in the nick of time. Needlework already used, True Shot Barrage, decent poke into the back line. Rest of WRL Red hold strong and weather the storm.
One thing to point out as well is that both Ezreals are now even, except for the boots upgrade. There is QSS for the side of Onran, which puts Fueba in a very awkward spot. Okay, -1 target now for me to hold down.
Yeah, Anran 9 hasn't been able to go back to base yet. He probably has a lot of gold in his bank because there's a 1,500 gold difference at the moment. But they might even just fight over a blue buff here.
Potential engage, the temper. Oh, whoa, 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 the magical journey! He
Oh,
got slammed into the wall, couldn't take the magical journey out in time. They lose out on Zhongji's Bard, and WRL Red have the man advantage.
They might try and towards the Baron, or they
Flash
might start
forward,
fight.
SMY with the ultimate sets up. The Huiba into the back line, they find Soldier next. Rest of WRL Blue trying to reposition. Multiple members are low on HP from the side of WRL Red. They're not going to push the issue any further. Nunu starting to slink around on the right side, looking for any targets he can assassinate.
He's going to just steal the red buff for now and try and use that mobility to escape, but with the movement speed from Karma, he has to be forced to flash away. Very scary stuff at the moment for both teams. But meanwhile, the Baron's being started. Did they blink health bars for WRL Red?
They saw that Nunu was forced to flash away, but there's so much damage. Tempered Fate from Zhongji stalls out the Baron play. Nunu has arrived to the play. 3,000 HP, who's going to get it? Huiba secures the Baron, but it's an all-out brawl in the Baron pit. Everyone from WRL Red has to bail and preserve as many Baron buffs as possible. Onran is on the chase. He wants blood. He wants to take him down, but DY emerges and stands tall as the better Ezreal. SkyFL continuing to do battle against Zhongji, but he's low in HP. He's got to get out as well. But WRL Red find their first huge momentum swing in this game 5.
What a back and forth game this is. This is so intense right now. Any team can win it right now. There's only a 1,000 gold difference. The item spikes are absolutely wild right now for both teams.
I just want to say what's happening right now with the gold deficit and how incredibly close this game is a complete opposite of the past 4 games that we've seen. They're all dominating. As we take a look at that Baron, it is going to be a secure towards the red side, but at the same time, you could tell that there was some sort of the reason why they were able to at least get back into this fight is because of what Stuart has mentioned, the denying of backs. You could tell that they want to go home, buy some items, but yet, no.
A flash forward from SkyFL just to create space off of the Tempered Fate attempt from the side of WRL Blue. The turret falls in favor of WRL Red, and they're continuing the push in the mid lane. Huiba can threaten with a cease and desist once it's back off cooldown. They've already used it for that engage, and look at how much sieging they've been able to get done here, Stuart, off of this one push. Soldier! He was looking for a third ability into first ability flash, but just went wide on the play and doesn't have that summoner spell anymore.
He tried to go for the outplay in the end. He tried to go for the miracle play. Unfortunately for Soldier, it doesn't work out for him this time. Loses the flash. They don't lose any inhibitor turrets though, which is so big. The first Baron that's come down, nothing has gone down at the moment for the blue side. So they are going to be able to successfully defend this. They do lose the dragon, but it's not that worth it really, because the dragon soul is not being claimed.
And that's going to be the scary part, right? Like, it doesn't really enhance the lead that WRL Red is able to achieve for themselves after getting back into this game. And honestly speaking, it still could be anybody's. How is the setup going to work? The Tempered Fate so far, I feel like Jiangxi does not have enough space to do the usual plays he has been doing for the first 10 minutes of the game. Even so as well, he's always the first one to get eliminated, caught out, so that is a very important factor in the fight.
Yeah, unfortunately the Tempered Fates at the moment, they have been used aggressively, but there's just been no follow-up afterwards. It's been very difficult for the Yasuo and Lee Sin to follow up.
And the key part is that SkyFL is online with this Poppy. Full tank itemization. As soon as the Tempered Fate comes out, immediately SkyFL just walks up Giga Chad status and says, do you really want to engage off of this Tempered Fate? I don't think so. And that space provided by the tank from WRL Red has allowed them to now dominate the fights in these past couple of minutes.
And he even adds Radiant Virtue as well, so even when he knocks someone else away, if anyone gets low on health, he just uses his ultimate and everyone heals back up as well. They have the healing from Radiant Virtue. They have the more supportive style of this Karma this time around. Tempered Fate misses again, and that could be the difference in this last fight as Soldier does get rooted.
Gets rooted up, cease and desist right on top of it.
He's
isolated for the rest of his team. No one can provide a knockup for him to use the last breath and reset his flow shield. And the rest of WRL Red, they're hungry for the championship. They're hungry to take down every last member of WRL Blue. The death timers are insanely long. This could just be WRL Red on the victory march.
What a play, but what a chase that we have witnessed from WRLR. They saw the opportunity. Tempered Fate out of the way. Let's get in there. They have no opportunity to run away anymore.
New, the last line of defense. He has to do everything that he can to defend this title from going away, but WRL Red don't give a damn. The Nexus falls. WRL Red rise as your 2025 Wild Round Smash champions.
What a performance, what a series. Blind pick game number 5 is what it came down to. And it was the tanks in the end. It was that Poppy making a huge difference in these fights. And you can see, even though this is an all-star match, even though this is meant to be for the community, it's the Pro Track match, the celebrations are still there for WRL Red. And they love that series.
WRL Red were pushed to the brink. They were the ones that dropped the first game in this series, but they stood tall, they endured, they weathered every last challenge thrown by WRL Blue, and it is now WRL Red, some of the best players we have seen ever to grace the international stage in Wild Rift, now get a chance to finally lift the trophy as your 2025 Wild Round Smash champion.
DY icons, Hueba, one of the first icons really. When you talk about Horizon Cup as well, so many famous names on both these sides. But in the end, I feel like it's the old guns of Hueba and DY that step up to the play in the end as they celebrate this incredible victory. Best of 5. Whew.
I know, it's quite monumental. Best of 5 blind pick. The fact that they came off of a deficit as well at the very, very beginning, they played that so patiently, so well.
Even SMY, a favor from Teamfest Gaming, one of the more recent champions of the WRLA, being able to bust out not just the Karma for a super supportive playstyle in this final blind pick of the series. We think back to that singed combo with Hueba's Fiora, creating so much chaos on the invades, on the single target playmaking. They deserve to be your Wild Round Smash champions, as they have been waiting for Tsitsi, the final member of the team, making sure that they got every single last member there standing on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 Wild Round Smash champions!
DJ Sport sẽ là người tiến lên sân khấu để có thể trao huy chương cho những nhà vô địch ạ. Các bạn khán giả thân mến, một tràng vỗ tay cho nhà vô địch của chúng ta. Xin cảm ơn quý vị xin ạ. Chúng tôi xin được phép mời MC Minh Nghi và MC Wendy lên để chúng ta tiến hành phần phỏng vấn sau trận đấu ạ.
Xin chào tất cả các bạn, chào mừng mọi người đã quay trở lại với chúng tôi tại phần phỏng vấn sau trận đấu, và một tràng tay thật lớn nữa cho Wendy cũng như là đội vừa có được chiến thắng sau trận đấu vừa rồi đi ạ.
Welcome to the post game interview with the winner of the final WRL.
Các bạn thân mến, vừa rồi chúng ta cũng đã được trải nghiệm một trận chung kết rất là mãn nhãn, đủ cả 5 ván đấu đúng không ạ? Cực kỳ căng thẳng khi mà cả hai đội đã giằng co với nhau rất là nhiệt tình. Vậy thì trước hết chắc là mình nghĩ phải nhờ các bạn chúng ta đầu tiên là gửi đến chào các bạn khán giả đi trước đi ạ.
What a final, we gone on the five game on the way, and I think that is the exciting moment. But can you share something with the audience?
首先，恭喜你们获得职业对抗赛的冠军，确实是非常不容易的。BO5拉满了5局，非常非常的精彩。那在赢下之后，此时此刻有什么样的一个心情呢？
怎么说？这可能是我作为选手的最后一场比赛，因为可能打完这个世界赛，我可能要转教练这个位置，所以很感谢，就是手游就腾讯官方和越南这边就能给我一个机会去参加这样一个比赛，真的很感谢。然后也同时感谢我的队友，你们是最棒的。好。
Definitely, I feel really happy about winning this title, and also this is a very precious tournament for me because this could be the last one I participate as a pro player. Because after that, I may switch to the coach for the game. So I really appreciate this opportunity presented by Tencent and also Vietnam to be able to have this tournament and be able to let me to be part of it. I'm really happy, and also I like to give my credit to all the teammates as well because with all the effort from them, we're able to achieve that. I'm really happy.
Ở cái thời điểm hiện tại tôi đang rất là hạnh phúc tại vì đây có thể là giải đấu cuối cùng mà tôi được tham gia với tư cách là một vận động viên chuyên nghiệp. Tại vì sau giải đấu này thì có thể tôi sẽ chuyển một cái vị trí khác, có thể là huấn luyện viên. Cho nên tôi rất là cảm ơn Tencent, cảm ơn ban tổ chức ở Việt Nam đã tạo ra cơ hội này, và đặc biệt là cảm ơn tất cả mọi sự nỗ lực của những người đồng đội để có được kết quả này ạ.
Rất là tuyệt vời, thật sự là một chia sẻ cực kỳ cảm xúc đúng không ạ? Vậy thì câu hỏi thứ hai mình muốn hỏi là ở trong những khoảnh khắc căng thẳng nhất thì đội mình đã trao đổi với nhau như thế nào để có thể đưa ra được phương án cũng như là giữ bình tĩnh và giữ được tinh thần thi đấu của đội?
There's many anxious moments during the grand final. How do you keep your communicate and get over that?
那么接下来同样也想问一下其他的队友们，因为其实这场比赛是非常的焦灼，那可能在整个的过程当中，你们是怎么样来沟通，或者说保持一个很好的心态？
Well, so during the first game and the third game, we kind of realized that the importance of using the jungle carry. So that is why we kind of adjust our strategy. That is why we picked Huiba Fiora, and I think that is the changing core of this whole game. And I also wanted to say that DY, you are the best leadership ever. Huiba, you are always the best jungle carry. And Sky FL, congratulations on your World Championship. And Shin, you're the best top laner. SMY, you're gonna be my support coach ever. Thank you so much. 我需要翻译吗？是这个样子。我们中间的沟通呢，在第1局和第3局发现野核的重要性，这就是为什么我们给这个灰八去掏了剑姬，也取得了比较不错的效果。然后同时，我刚刚说的就是想感谢我的队友，我说 DY 你有最好的领导力，你将会是最好的教练。然后 Sky FL 恭喜你的世界赛冠军。新你是最强的上单，灰八你永远都是最强的野核大師，還有蘇明友你將是我永遠的輔助老師，謝謝你們，謝謝我的隊友們。
Chia sẻ đến từ đại diện của đội đó là ở game 1 và game 3 thì là bên phía của đội Red đã nhận thấy đối phương có một số carry đáng chú ý và sau đó là đã có một số điều chỉnh, cụ thể là đã ban Phil ra và kể từ đó thì mọi chuyện đã tốt hơn rất là nhiều. Ngoài ra thì huấn luyện viên của đội cũng đã có những lời nhắn nhủ đến với những người học trò của mình, ví dụ như Huy Ba, bạn chắc chắn là một người đi rừng số 1, Xin là một đường trên tuyệt vời và đặc biệt là SMY, người hoàn toàn có thể sắp được lên chức là trở thành một trợ lý huấn luyện viên ở vị trí hỗ trợ tất cả mọi người đều theo rất tốt.
Ở trong ván đấu thứ 5, chúng ta phải đến với một ván đấu quyết định để tìm ra được ai mới chính là nhà vô địch cuối cùng của giải đấu này. Vậy thì trước khi ván đấu thứ 5 bắt đầu thì các bạn đã đưa ra cái kế hoạch gì để chúng ta có thể thành công và trở thành người thắng cuộc?
So what is the game plan before game 5?
那当然了，第5局是最为重要的。可能在第5局之前，你们的一些游戏内的计划会是怎样的呢？
我没听清楚。
因为第5局是非常关键的一局，所以说可能在第5局开始之前，你们制定了怎样的一些计划，能够确保在决胜局顺利拿下？
决胜局当时我们双方的那个我们队的双路是觉得以为对面也会拿1-卡嘛，然后就选择1-卡嘛去对抗，结果对面是8德，然后就整体这种选下来，我感觉我们这边是更占优势的，因为我们那个有波比，然后我就是比如说我打团我能锤开人，然后加上上单就我很相信维新嘛，维新能 C 他王格温，就比较特别信任我队友嘛，还有灰八王位也特别厉害。
So because of game 5 is a blank pick, so we feel like maybe for the opponents they may have the Azrael and Karma, this bot lane as well, but they choose Bard instead. And after that, because I have this Poppy choice, so we feel like we got some advantage from our draft because with Poppy this champion, I can really do so many initiation, and also I really trust our top laner team, especially with the super carry Gwen. He can really make so many flashy plays, and also for our jungler as well, with that way has also can make so many good plays. So after that, we can really have a very smooth game generally.
Trước game đấu thứ 5 thì chúng tôi đã tự tin rằng đối phương rất nhiều khả năng sẽ có một cặp bot là sử dụng bot là Ezreal, cho nên chúng tôi đã đoán trước điều đó và chúng tôi cũng tự tin là khi mà đoán trước được Ezreal thì đã có một cái kèo chọn trước là Ezreal Kamal, một cặp bot rất mạnh. Chúng tôi cũng hơi bất ngờ một tí khi mà họ chọn 3 ở vị trí hỗ trợ, nhưng mà bởi vì chúng tôi tự tin với lựa chọn Poppy là một lựa chọn mà có thể giúp chúng tôi có rất là nhiều những pha mở giao tranh, thì tự tin trước cái game đấu cuối cùng và đặc biệt là rừng của tôi với Gwen là một carry mạnh nữa, cho nên là cũng không có gì lo ngại trước game đấu cuối.
Chúng ta đã có gần 1 tuần trải nghiệm Wild Smart ở Việt Nam rồi và chắc chắn rằng có rất là nhiều các hoạt động các bạn đã tham gia cũng như là những trận đấu thú vị và để lại ấn tượng đúng không ạ? Nhưng mà mình nghĩ rất là tò mò rằng liệu đâu là điều ấn tượng nhất, các bạn có thể chia sẻ với chúng tôi hay không?
So after a whole week with Wild Smart and Vietnam, what's your most memorable experience during the whole thing?
那当然了，在这里度过整个的赛事，包括说在越南度过有如此美好的回忆，有没有最印象深刻的部分呢？
最印象深刻的应该就是这个 BO5吧，因为我们上一个那个团队赛，我们是符文大人都输给了他们，那个挺失利的，但是我们5个6个队友之间，就还是一起齐心协力了吧，然后就是把这个职业对抗赛的冠军给他拿下了。
So with all those great memories, but if I like to choose one, it's simply this best of 5 we just played. Because, you know, for our opponent, we have faced off against each other in the ARAM 5v5 as well, but unfortunately we didn't get that victory. So this time we kind of take this revenge, we're able to get the victory, get this title. So with all the efforts from all the 6 of us, I'm really happy that we could achieve this.
Tôi đã có rất là nhiều những kỷ niệm đáng nhớ ở tại giải đấu này, nhưng mà nếu phải chỉ được chọn một thôi thì đó chính là cái trận chung kết này, bởi vì chúng tôi cũng đã gặp đối thủ ở trong trận chung kết ở những hạng mục trước là hạng mục ARAM thì chúng tôi đã không thể nào thắng được ở trong trận đấu đó, nhưng với thắng lợi ở trong cái trận chung kết này thì chúng tôi cũng đã phục thù được, và đặc biệt là tôi rất là hài lòng với cái nỗ lực của toàn đội cho trận đấu này?
Chúng tôi có nghe các staff kể lại là một vài thành viên như các bạn đã có cơ hội trải nghiệm tốc chiến cùng với lại Sọp vào ngày hôm qua. Thì không biết rằng các bạn đã có ai từng chơi chung với Sọp có thể chia sẻ lại kỷ niệm này với chúng tôi hay không ạ?
We heard that you have a play a session with Sofan. So can you share about that session?
那我也听说你们好像和 Sofan 选手好像也有一起玩一下手游，是不是？能和我们分享一下可能和他一起的一些交流的经历吗？
就是我们跟少芬选手打了那个极地大乱斗，就是我们队伍的人都是比较喜欢他这个选手，就是也看过他很多比赛，然后感觉跟他一起同台竞技是一个很美好的体验。
Yeah, we play the ARAM together with Sofan, and I believe for so many of us, especially for our teammates, we really like Sofan, and we watch he play the games, like all the videos as well. So after that, we're really happy that, and we're pleased that we're able to have this precious opportunity to be able to play with Sofan.
Đúng là chúng tôi đã có cơ hội được chơi khá là nhiều game ARAM với lại Sọp, và đặc biệt chúng tôi cảm thấy rất là trân quý cái cơ hội này, tại vì trước khi mà được gặp ở đây thì chúng tôi cũng đã từng theo dõi và đã xem rất là nhiều những trận đấu của Sọp trước đó rồi, cho nên chúng tôi rất là cảm kích cái cơ hội này ạ.
Chúng ta đã có một tuần thi đấu khá là vất vả rồi, không biết rằng các bạn liệu có một cái kế hoạch du lịch hoặc là trải nghiệm du lịch gì ở Việt Nam sắp tới hay không ạ?
Any vacation plan after the final in Vietnam?
那现在也夺冠了嘛，想问一下，可能之后有没有，比如说想要在越南稍微旅行啊，或者玩一玩之类的计划？
其实是有的，然后但是我们这2天其他空余时间，就因为在这附近嘛，胡志明，然后这旁边都会有肯德基店，其实我都已经打卡过了，然后我感受下来就是这边氛围是特别的好，然后景色也是很好的，我是觉得。
Yeah, definitely we got some plan, but to be honest, you know, with all the 3 days, we have some time in some our leisure time. We have already visit some tourist attractions and also, you know, to see the scenery from the city. I definitely enjoy all the atmosphere here, and also, you know, with all the good sceneries, I kind of enjoy here.
Trong khoảng 3 ngày vừa qua thì thực ra chúng tôi cũng đã có một số cái thời gian rảnh để có thể đi thăm thú ở thành phố Hồ Chí Minh, và chúng tôi cũng đã xem được một số cái địa điểm du lịch đáng chú ý, và chúng tôi cảm thấy rất là thích những địa điểm đó.
Và cuối cùng chắc là chúng ta sẽ chuẩn bị đến với phần FABB đúng không ạ? Nhưng mà trước hết mình cũng muốn hỏi qua tất cả các thành viên ở trong đội rằng các bạn dự đoán rằng ai sẽ là FABB ở trong trận đấu này?
Can you make a guess who will be the final MVP?
哎，那我们最后一个问题是。你们有没有预测谁可能会获得这次的 FMVP？
维新。
I like to choose maybe Xin.
Any other guess?
还有人想猜一下吗？
是维新跟回拔其中一个。我觉得是维新跟回拔其中一个吧。
I like to say like for FMVP it should be the one like between Xin or Hui Ba.
Như vậy chúng ta đã câu trả lời từ đội là Xin hoặc là Hui Ba. Vậy thì chúng tôi xin được mời ông Dancia, Publishing Producer của Liên minh huyền thoại tốc chiến lên sân khấu để chuẩn bị trao Final MVP ạ. Và chúng tôi xin được thông báo Final MVP của Project Hui Ba.
恭喜Hui Ba 获得职业对抗赛的
Và khán giả thân mến, hãy cổ vũ cho Hui Ba.
Chúng tôi tin chắc chắn rằng tất cả các tuyển thủ của chúng ta có mặt ở tại giải đấu Wild Round Smart của chúng ta 2025 đã có một trải nghiệm rất là tuyệt vời, cũng như là chúng tôi cực kỳ trân quý sự có mặt của tất cả các bạn khán giả ở đây. Một lần nữa xin các bạn hãy cho tất cả chúng ta đây một tràng pháo tay thật lớn đi ạ.
对，我们蓝队。
再一次的恭喜你们，接下来我们也可以面向前方共同合影留念。
Now we will leave the stage for the team to one more trophy hoisting.
好的，再一次恭喜你们，接下来是属于你们的时间，可以再一次捧起属于你们的奖杯。
Các bạn khán giả, hãy cổ vũ một lần nữa cho nhà vô địch của chúng ta. Cảm ơn mọi người ạ. Thank you team and thank you Wendy.
Một lần nữa xin một tràng pháo tay thật lớn cho team cũng như là Wendy.
Welcome back to your station.
Once again, congratulations to WRL Red, your 2025 Wild Round Smash champions, and to Hueba, the finals MVP. I mean, us here on the caster desk, we kind of had a feeling, especially when he brought out the old school Fiora jungle there, Stu.
I don't think it was no surprise in the end with Hueba. It was really the matchup of the jungles really in this series overall, and that Fiora especially. I think that just off that game alone, he deserves the finals MVP.
I don't think he died at all in that game either, despite diving in and out into the fights. Just truly, truly deserving of the finals MVP title.
Truly a historic performance there from Hueba, really giving us flashbacks to why he was one of Wild Rift's very first international champions back in Horizon Cup with Donovan Gaming. But y'all, 3 days have come by so quickly. I can't believe that the festival of the year is finally coming to a close. I want to come to you two for one last remark and any last words for all the fans watching at home.
Well, I want to, I'm just so happy and honored to be a part of this, the biggest Wild Rift event over here this year at 2025. And of course, the community that came together to visit, and I'm going to miss this. I'm going to miss this, definitely.
Yeah, it's been one hell of a show. It's been a while since I've traveled for something like this. It's been my passion. It's always been a dream to do something like this for Wild Rift. I've been dedicated to this game now for 5 years, and it's great to see that we get to all come together and to celebrate Wild Rift as well. And just a small note as well, I just want to thank DY as well. Of course, he mentioned that it might be his last game that he might be playing, going over to a coach as well, a player that I've been following for so long. Of course, won Smash last year, also won Smash this year as well. So good luck to him and to everyone watching out there, as always. Thank you for being part of something special.
I mean, if this was his last game, then what a hell of a way to go out swinging and being able to pick up that WRL Red Championship title for Wild Round Smash. But ladies and gentlemen, as we come to a close on Wild Round Smash 2025 here in Ho Chi Minh City, we look back on 3 days of community, creativity, and connection. From the chaos to the clutch plays, every match reminded us why the Wild Rift community feels like one global family. Thank you for sharing this weekend with us. Until next time, we'll see you on the Wild Rift.